Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everyone, depending on where you're joining us from today. Welcome to Engineering for Change, or E4C for short. Today we're pleased to bring you our monthly E4C seminar series, which is spearheaded by ASME's Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, with a purpose to intellectually develop the field of engineering for global development. Each month, we have been hosting new research institutions to learn more about their work in advancing United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and global development more broadly. Today's seminar is with Dr. Evan Thomas, and we'll hear a little bit more about him, his group's work later in the seminar. The seminar you're participating in will be archived on the E4C website as well as our YouTube channel. Both of the URLs where you can access the recordings are listed on the slide in front of you. Information on upcoming seminars is available on our seminars page, and E4C members will receive invitations to upcoming seminars directly. If you have any questions, comments, and recommendations for future topics and speakers, please feel free to contact our team at research@engineeringforchange.org. And if you're following us on Twitter today, please join our conversation with the dedicated hashtag E4C Seminar Series. Before we move to our presenters, I would like to share with you a little bit of information about E4C. E4C is a knowledge organization, digital platform, and global community of over 1 million engineers, designers, development practitioners, and social scientists who are leveraging technology to solve quality of life challenges faced by underserved communities around the globe. Some of these may include access to clean water and sanitation, sustainable energy, information and communication technology, agriculture, and more. We invite all of you to become E4C members. Membership is free and provides access to news, thought leadership, insights on hundreds of essential technologies, professional development, and current opportunities such as funding, calls, jobs, fellowships, and more. And E4C members also receive exclusive invitations to online and regional events, as well as access to resources aligned to their needs. We invite you to visit our website to learn more and sign up. Our research work cuts across geographies and sectors to deliver an ecosystem view of technology for good. Original research is conducted by E4C's research fellows annually on behalf of our partners and clients and delivered as digestible insights. We invite you to visit our research page, the URL is listed on the slide, to explore field insights, research collaborations, and review of the State of Engineering for Global Development, a compilation of academic programs and institutions offering training in this sector. If you have a research question or want to work with us on a research project as a fellow, please contact us at research@engineeringforchange.org. And we're also pleased to share news about our current challenge on E4C, focused on expediting solutions related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of zero hunger and clean water. The Innovate for Impact Siemens Design Challenge aims to nurture breakthrough ideas and apply human-centered design to engineer innovative hardware solutions that help achieve SDGs 2 and 6 by 2030. Learn more and sign up on our website. The URL is listed. Applications are open now to all E4C members. Given the current pandemic, the deadline for submissions has been extended through May 4th. I encourage all of you to apply. Now, with that, just a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. As always, we like to take a practice round with using our WebEx platform. So we invite you now to type in your location into the chat window. As some of you have already done this, obviously have been part of these seminars before. We have folks from Cameroon, from Sweden. I see folks from New Jersey, a little closer to home, North Carolina, New York City, Barcelona, Portugal, Alaska. Oh, that's the first one. Welcome, Alaska. Kathmandu, the Rockaways in New York, Kenya, Ghana, a Ghanaian from Turkey, Nigeria, Dayton, Ohio. Welcome, everyone. We're so pleased to have you here. Welcome, Ann Arbor. Welcome. So with that in mind, do please put your questions into the Q&A window, which is right below the chat window. If you do not see the chat or the Q&A windows, please take a look for the two icons that are located in the bottom in the middle of the slide to have those open up for you. I see some answers coming up in the Q&A window. Welcome, friends. If you have any comments that you would like to share with your fellow attendees, please use the chat window for that purpose. Questions for our speakers today, we invite you to please put them into the Q&A window so we can keep track of those. If you have any issues with WebEx during this time, please make sure to email our admin. The Engineering for Change admin can be directly IM'd in the chat window. And if you're listening to the audio broadcast and you encounter any trouble, try hitting stop and then start. And you may also want to try opening up WebEx in a different browser. So with that and those instructions, and again, welcome everyone from Mombasa to Pakistan to Montreal. We're very pleased to have you here. I am pleased to introduce our presenter today, Dr. Evan Thomas, who is the director of the Mortenson Center in Global Engineering and holds the Mortenson Endowed Chair in Global Engineering at the University of Colorado Boulder. He's a tenured associate professor, jointly appointed in the Civil, Environmental, and Architectural Engineering and the Aerospace Engineering Sciences departments, and an affiliate faculty in the Environmental and Occupational Health at the Colorado School of Public Health. Evan is currently a member of the NASA and USAID Surveyor Applied Sciences team. He has a PhD in Aerospace Engineering Sciences from the University of Colorado Boulder and is a registered professional engineer, as well as having a master's in public health from the Oregon Health and Science University. We're honored that he is also the co-chair of the ASME Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, and really thrilled to turn it over to Evan to share his insights. All right, Evan, I'm going to pass over controls to you. And then I also want to introduce today's moderator, Dr. Jesse Austin Brenneman. If you've joined the series before, you would have heard his bio, and I will spare you from reading it. It is also equally extensive and illustrious, and you can see it on the slide right now. Jesse is going to take us through the Q&A session and provide his insights as well. So with that, I turn it over to Evan.
Thanks, Yana, and thanks, Jesse. It's a pleasure to work with both of you and to speak with all of our attendees today virtually. I'm going to share a little bit today about how do we measure impact in global engineering, and even before that, what is global engineering? What does it mean to be an engineer working to address global challenges of poverty reduction, both these persistent challenges of access to safe water, safe sanitation, safe infrastructure, safe energy, but then also how some of these global changes, including climate change and COVID-19, are impacting some of these communities around the world, and what's our role as engineers in trying to assist with solutions. This is our world. I'm sure this looks very familiar to everyone. What's neat about this is it's not a graphic. It kind of looks like a graphic. It's actually a picture. It's a bunch of stitched satellite imagery of everywhere on Earth on a cloud-free day. But we all can see where each of you are around the world on this map. Here's another way of looking at the planet. So you see two different images here. One is electricity, lights. So you see in North America and in Europe, and you can see the Nile lit up in North Africa. You can see India and China outlined. That's where there's electricity use, and it's contributing to light that you can see from space. But then the more orange colors, or the more red colors, those are biomass fires. So some of those are forest fires, but most of what you see there are people cooking with wood fuel and charcoal. We still today, even in 2020, about half the world's population still uses firewood for their daily energy needs. And many of those people live in the global south, and in particular, sub-Saharan Africa. And this contributes to some of the leading persistent causes of illness and death globally. We have one of the leading causes of illness and death is respiratory disease, which is tied to both indoor and outdoor air pollution. We still have over 1 billion people in the world that lack access to safe drinking water, 2 billion people that don't have safe sanitation. And many of these people live in areas of the world where climate change is making these problems worse. So in sub-Saharan Africa, you're seeing early effects of climate change. You're seeing increased variability in rainfall. So wet places are getting wetter, but dry places are also getting drier. So drought that used to happen in East Africa maybe every 5 or 10 years is now effectively every single year. We also have rainfall variability. So rain's coming at different times of the year, which impacts crop yields. So crop failure is increasing, and risk of famine and food insecurity is increasing, and water insecurity is increasing. Climate change is also impacting disease. Malaria has killed more people in human history than any other single cause. And the one saving grace of malaria is that the parasite, which lives inside mosquitoes, couldn't live above about 5,000 feet. So population centers like Nairobi, Kenya, actually evolved, came into being because people realized they weren't sick from malaria. And now, just within the past few years, as the average mean surface temperature warms, there's now persistent and chronic malaria in Nairobi and other major cities around the world. So we're actually seeing disease patterns being resurgent and changing. This is another way of looking at the planet. These are aerosols. So you see here in Africa, a lot of these aerosols are associated with biomass cook stoves and charcoal stoves. In North America, a lot of those will be forest fires. In North Africa, those are dust storms. And out in the ocean, you see typhoons and hurricanes. So one question that we have often as engineers and as development practitioners is simple. Is development working? Is the entire field of global development, which includes nonprofit organizations like Engineers Without Borders, all the way up to multilaterals like the World Bank and UNICEF, or national entities like USAID, all of this energy and activity and professional work poured into poverty reduction, is it working? Are people getting healthier? Are they getting wealthier? Are we strengthening economies? So one thing you look at is disease and morbidity and mortality. So this chart here is global mortality among children under 5 over the past basically 25 years. And you can see that for every cause, mortality has decreased over the past 25 years. So respiratory infections have dropped precipitously, diarrhea diseases, neonatal and preterm issues, malaria, HIV and AIDS. Even though there's some bumps in the 2000s, overall, those major causes of mortality among children are decreasing. So often you can look at this kind of data and say development is working. But the benefits are disproportionate. And I want to highlight that here up front because, you know, while it's important to be optimistic and it's important to want to contribute to some of the solutions, it's also important to be realistic about where these changes are actually happening and where chronic poverty is not necessarily being addressed. So here's another way of looking at the planet. These are CO2 emissions per capita. So you can see that the United States, even though China recently passed the United States as the biggest single emitter globally, by far the United States is the single greatest emitter per capita. Here in the United States, we use more CO2 and energy per person than anywhere else in the United States, in the world. Plus, we've used more energy and had more CO2 emissions as a country in aggregate of any country in the world. But you can see that China, Russia, Europe, North Africa, North America, Australia are big users of energy and the associated emissions per capita. And sub-Saharan Africa has practically no emissions per capita. So this is energy use. Here's another map. This is the global burden of disease today. So these are the people in the world that have the greatest burden of disease per capita. And a lot of that disease burden, which is still environmentally, a lot of environmental hazards like air quality and water quality and sanitation and malaria and other diseases, is happening in sub-Saharan Africa. Most of the least developed countries in the world, about 50 out of the 70 least developed countries, are in sub-Saharan Africa. So you still see that there's a concentration of poverty and disease and a lack of economic activity is reflected in energy use in sub-Saharan Africa. This is the proportion of populations with access to basic hand washing facilities. Now, we don't have data for Europe or for North America or for much of South America. So the gray is an indication of no data. So just look at where you see the color bars. This is data from the Joint Monitoring Program indicating the proportion of households that have soap and water. In Kenya, about 10% of rural households have soap and water. In Ethiopia, 4% of rural households have soap and water. This is relevant right now. The main advice from the World Health Organization, the main advice from the CDC, the main advice from UNICEF on how we can slow and stop the spread of COVID-19 everywhere in the world is with regular hand washing with soap and water. And that is especially evident as the main intervention that is promoted in low and middle income countries. And yet people don't have soap and they don't have water. So there's emerging concern that if COVID does spread in sub-Saharan Africa, it's going to spread very quickly without access to soap and water. 4% of rural Ethiopians have soap and water. 10% of rural Kenyans have soap and water. So this is morbidity, disease burden among all people in high-income countries. So this is the top chart here is high-income countries, and the bottom chart is low-income countries. So I just want to point out that if you live in a high-income country, the burden of disease are going to be things like heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, even things like back and neck pains. In low-income countries, the burden of disease is highly skewed to environmental hazards, lower respiratory infections, which are correlated to air pollution, diarrhea, and malaria. And we're going to look at a similar chart, but only for deaths among children under 5. So if a baby is born in a high-income country and he dies, it's likely going to be a neonatal, a preterm issue, or a congenital defect. If a baby is born and dies in a low-income country, she likely is going to die of a respiratory disease or diarrhea or malaria again. And 99% of the deaths among children under 5 are in low-income countries. So is development working? On one hand, we can say that people are getting healthier, but on the other hand, you can say that we're not necessarily making progress among the lowest income countries. This is, again, 25 years of data of all the people in extreme poverty, which is living on less than $1.90 per person per day in equivalent purchasing power parity, which, by the way, is an extremely low number. Other statistics like to use numbers of less than $5 a day, and you suddenly start seeing that billions of people are still living on less than $5 a day. But still, this illustrates something. So the number of people living on less than $1.90 a day has dropped from 2 billion people in 1990 to projected about 500 million people by 2030. But where is that progress happening? It's happening in India and China. India and China each have 1 billion people. For the vast majority of that progress are national economic activity and economic policies which have brought people into the middle class and has been reflected in decreasing disease burden and increasing wealth. Sub-Saharan Africa is increasing in the number of people in extreme poverty, and is projected to continue to increase over the next 10 years. So I think it's very important that as development practitioners, we focus specifically on the question of whether or not our interventions are directly impacting poverty reduction. While as a world, as a planet, the number of people in poverty has been decreasing and wealth has been increasing, the focus of development priorities in large part remains in sub-Saharan Africa, where we have a stubborn 500,000 people living in extreme poverty. So this is the world today. Some of you might have seen this chart before from Gapminder. We've used terms like low and middle income countries, or global north and global south, or an old term was third world countries. Of course, we don't use that anymore. None of those terms really make a lot of sense when you look at the spread of income and life expectancy in the world. So on the bottom is a log scale of income, per capita income, and on the X scale, or on the Y scale, sorry, is life expectancy. And if you've seen Hans Rosling's animation of this data, the main case that he makes is that 200 years ago, everybody in the world and every country in the world was clustered in that lower left-hand corner, that everybody is poor and died young, and that over 200 years, everyone has moved up to that level 4 area where you have high income and high life expectancy. But I want to point out in particular, look in that level 1 category, in level 1 and 2. It's sub-Saharan Africa again. You still have that stubborn cluster of South-Saharan African countries that are stuck in poverty. And again, this has been such the target of development policy and development practice that I think we need to evaluate if these interventions are contributing to this overall goal of increased health and wealth. One way of looking at this question is how much money is actually going into sub-Saharan Africa. So this is data of financial flows into and out of sub-Saharan Africa over the past 10 years. And up in this top chart, everything above zero are the total added up sources of money. So you can see in purple, it's remittances. These are people living outside of their home country, sending money home. In that lighter blue, it's foreign aid. So this would be the World Bank and UNICEF and USAID. In darker blue, it's foreign investment. So it's corporations investing in industry and in economies. And then you can barely see it. That little green bar on the top, that's philanthropy. That's the Gates Foundation and everybody else like the Gates Foundation giving direct philanthropy to initiatives in Africa. I think there's a couple things that are striking about this chart. Remittances are just as big as foreign aid, and philanthropy is actually pretty small. So even though foundations like the Gates Foundation have enormous influence in the development sector, their contribution is actually a tiny fraction of the financial flows into Africa. But that's flows of money into sub-Saharan Africa. On the bottom, the below zero in orange, this is debt interest payments. These are just interest on debt, not capital repayments, but just interest on largely World Bank debt repaid, getting repaid based on debts incurred in the 70s and 80s in Africa. So it almost basically wipes out foreign aid, is having to send money back to the World Bank again. And then you have trade misinvoicing, that's in red. Trade misinvoicing and tax avoidance. These are those foreign corporations using tricks of the tax code to avoid paying taxes in these countries. And the overall effect of that is that while there might be a lot of economic activity, a lot of that activity is not being translated into income to national governments to provide basic services. So government's not able to provide water, sanitation, energy, infrastructure, transportation, healthcare, education without a tax base. And that tax base is minimized through tax avoidance and trade misinvoicing. So if you take the net of all of these inflows and outflows, you get to about $20 billion a year going into Africa. Now that might sound like a lot of money. It's a lot more money than I have, but $20 billion a year is about $20 per person per year as the net investment of the rest of the world in Africa. It's really not very much money. It's about the budget of NASA or the EPA or USAID. So in aggregate, even though there's a lot of heat, there's not necessarily a lot of fire around economic development and investment in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's a little bit of context setting. That's the world that we live in today. So what is the role of engineers in trying to address these chronic challenges? Historically, engineers have liked to work on a project or a product level. We like to invent a new water filter or invent a new cook stove or do a project in a village like rainwater catchment. And that's been our contribution, at least over the past 20, 30, 40 years, is project and product level focus. But these are not solving these chronic underlying problems. A product is not solving the root cause of poverty in a village. And inventing another water filter does not address the reason why people don't have clean water. So as engineers, we need to elevate our contribution. We need to be more concerned with the determinants and causes and ultimately try to address solutions to global poverty. So what do we mean by that? This is a non-comprehensive list, just a list of examples of where engineers can contribute. One is standards development, something that the professional societies like ASME have a really great history in, is engineers coming together and saying, this is the criteria for water treatment. We're not going to let everybody invent a new way of doing this. We have to have certain standards for water quality, certain standards for air quality, certain standards for structures. System science, looking at systems level interventions, not just is a water filter working or is a water pump working, but what is the entire system behind water service delivery? Impact evaluation. Impact evaluation has been big in the past 15 years in the development sector, led by economists and by public health professionals. Engineers also have a role in designing experimentally rigorous evaluations to see if technologies and interventions are actually addressing problems on a long-term basis. Another example is instrumentation and remote sensing. Our team in particular focuses on this work. How can we use satellite data and sensor data to monitor food security, to monitor water security, and to use that information so that people can act on it to improve water and food security? Pay-for-performance contracting. This might sound a little arcane, but a big area of emphasis today is how do we actually incentivize services? Let's not give money to a nonprofit to install another water pump. Let's incentivize delivery of water services and use contracting and monitoring mechanisms to ensure long-term support of service delivery. Professional and graduate education, of course, this is what Engineering for Change does in part, and what our program here at the University of Colorado does, and along with a lot of other universities trying to train engineers to contribute to these global challenges. Of course, environmental health, those hazards of dirty air and dirty water and sanitation are not going away yet. We need to continue to innovate in that space. And structures and settlements. As engineers, how do we build safe housing, safe transportation for both developing areas as well as in emergency response? So how does this all come together in terms of actual interventions? This is a little infographic of how foreign aid flows today. Money often comes in, as indicated on the left, through organizations all the way from Engineers Without Borders to the World Bank to go into projects that often have a technology component, a water project, a cook stove project, an off-grid energy project that's designed to try to address a symptom of poverty: dirty water, dirty air, unsafe sanitation. But the lasting impact is often not there. About half of water and sanitation programs installed every year with foreign aid are broken within the first 18 months, and they often never get fixed. Now, an engineer might say, well, I need to build a better water pump. But the economists and the public health people and the public policy people will say, we need to look at that entire system. We need to look at who's paying for water, where are the subsidies, how do you professionalize this service, what are the supply chains? It goes way beyond training a local technician to fix a water pump. So how do we close this loop? How do we actually make sure that the impact, the long-term service delivery, is tied to the payments and to the performance of the service? This is the positive feedback loop we're trying to create, where you have a water pump or a water service, you monitor that service, you use that monitoring data to enable maintenance activities. So you go out and fix a water pump, and you tie that fix to payments. So you actually incentivize using money payments for basic services and not for just coverage. So I'm going to give you a few examples of how our team is trying to operationalize this. There's a number of different ways that we can measure things. So if we just look at water and sanitation, the goal is improved health. The mechanisms for improved health is better water, better hygiene, better nutrition, better sanitation. The way we measure that is whether or not people have soap, whether or not people have access to water, what the quality of that water is, what the cost of that water is. But way out here, way outside these rings, are how we actually measure this today. We use surveys and observations and sensors and test kits. And these are really not sufficient. In many ways, we're not directly measuring the impact of a service on health, which is the actual goal. So this is Rwanda. I'm going to give a brief overview of one program that we have in Rwanda. Rwanda is still about 80% of people live outside of urban centers and are subsistence farmers using biomass, wood primarily, for their daily energy needs. And that wood contributes to these emissions that you can see. Now, some people cook outside, as in this picture, but many people will cook indoors and be exposed directly to that indoor air pollution. We ran a program over the past, well, I've personally been working in Rwanda for the past 16 years, starting with Engineers Without Borders all the way to a national health program that we ran over the past few years, where we provided interventions and behavior change messaging to address the two leading environmental health hazards, dirty water and dirty air. So we provided cook stoves and water filters covering about 2 million people in Rwanda, combined that with public health behavior change messaging, continuous engagement with households, and a financing model that let us pay for this using private finance, and we were incentivized to continue upkeep and monitoring of the program through revenues that were earned under carbon finance, which I won't spend too much time on today. I'll spend more time just talking about the intervention itself. So this is Rwanda. Over on the left side in yellow and blue, you see the western province of Rwanda, and on the green side, a couple of northern districts and the eastern province. In 2014 through 2016, we reached about 2 million people with water filters and cook stoves, covering the entire western province of Rwanda and the eastern province of Rwanda, the poorest households in each of those regions. And we ran a randomized control trial to evaluate if the program impacted water quality, air quality, and health. So over in the western province, the districts in yellow didn't receive the interventions at first, and we compared environmental health in both, compared between the yellow areas and the blue areas. So this is a cook stove. It's the EcoZoom Dura. It's a biomass cook stove that reduces wood fuel use by about 50%, reduces indoor air pollution by about the same amount. By itself, that's not enough. The cook stove by itself actually doesn't reduce emissions enough to have a health benefit, nor is it viable if you don't combine it with behavioral messaging to discontinue use of the previous stove. So even something as simple as a stove actually needs regular engagement with households so that you don't accidentally or unwittingly increase emissions and increase fuel use. Many people will get a new stove like this and use it in addition to their baseline stove, which can have the effect of increasing emissions, increasing fuel use. Plus, if you use the stove indoors, you don't really reduce indoor air pollution enough to have a health benefit. So we had to do a lot of messaging to get people to use the stove exclusively and to get them to use it outdoors. And this is the water filter, the LifeStraw Family 2.0. Great water filter. It eliminates microbial contamination to the highly protective rating of the WHO. But by itself, that's not enough. It needs maintenance. It needs regular cleaning. It also needs to be used exclusively. If people combine use of clean water from the LifeStraw with dirty water that they're getting from other sources, you can actually lower a natural or an acquired immune response and make people sicker. So again, a water filter by itself is not necessarily a break-even proposition. It can cause problems if you're not careful. So this is how we ran the distributions. This is a partnership between us and the Ministry of Health in Rwanda. It was called Tebeo Neza. It means to live well. We had about 900 community health workers working with us across 7,500 villages, distributing these products and engaging in households. We had a radio signal on the radio stations that everybody knew across Rwanda for a couple of years. So this was all part of our behavior change messaging. We also provided messaging directly in homes. Every one of our community health workers went door to door repeatedly over a couple of years to train people in the use of the stove and water filter, to maintain and fix and replace if necessary the products, and to customize the use for that particular household. So on the right, this is a poster that was provided that was customized. A community health worker took a Sharpie and would fill out the poster to customize it for that particular home. And the home signed a contract between themselves and their local elected cell secretary, agreeing to participate in the program and to use the products and to not sell them or give them away. We also measured use using innovative methods. So this is one of our sensors that we installed directly inside both the stoves and water filters. And what we were interested in doing is measuring if people actually use the stoves and filters. Plus, we wanted to know if the sensors themselves caused any reaction among households. And for the water filters, we saw a pretty dramatic impact. Using survey data, which is currently the most common and most widely used method for evaluating things like water filter interventions, people report using about 1.5 liters per person per day, which is also exactly the right answer. When people know a sensor is watching them or is in their water filter, they're using about 1 liter a day. And when people don't know that a sensor is there, which is our best estimate of actual behavior, it's only about 0.5 liter a day. So we see big reactivity. We see a disparity between survey data and what people actually do, but we also see a big difference between what happens when people know a sensor's there versus when they don't know a sensor's there. So we've expanded on this recently. This is an ongoing study applied to cook stoves in Rwanda, where we took advantage of the fact that we'd actually used sensors to cause people to engage in healthier behaviors and adapted it for monitoring indoor air pollution. This on the right is a indoor air pollution sensor, a PM2.5 sensor that monitors air quality, and it shows that air quality as a kind of a barometer in the child's lungs here on a scale that goes up to the WHO 24-hour mean exposure for particulate matter. Then when we detect a cooking event, if we detect people using an indoor cook stove, a biomass cook stove, it plays an alarm. Now it's not like this is basically a smoke detector, but it's not a smoke detector alarm. It's some Rwandan drums that were recorded. It's a behavioral reminder, a nudge to use a clean cook stove indoors. So in aggregate, this program had a big effect on health in Rwanda. We nearly doubled the number of households with clean water. We reduced indoor air pollution by 73%. We reduced diarrhea among children under 5 by 30%, and respiratory disease by 25%. And in aggregate, we're able to estimate that about 90 children, we avoid their death every year that the program is running, and we save 7,500 disability-adjusted life years. So 7,500 years of avoided illness in aggregate across the program. So there's a few other mechanisms that I'm going to explain now that we've used in other contexts. So we've tied things like interventions, environmental health interventions, to payment systems, carbon credits, health credits, pay-for-performance impact bonds, as well as instrumentation, using things like sensors to monitor an intervention and to try to create that closed loop where service delivery is incentivized. I'm going to go through just a couple other quick examples of where we've done this. We've used sensors to monitor latrines. This is Sanergy's operation in Kenya. They're a franchise-based sanitation model in urban areas in Nairobi. We put sensors in these franchise toilets to monitor fill rates of the toilets and to help franchise operators communicate with Sanergy to ask them to come and service the latrines. We've used these same sensors in India to try to monitor behavior and to try to correlate that to health outcomes. And we found over and over again that what people actually tell us they do is not really what they do with sanitation behaviors. We've also linked this type of data to sanitary inspections. Sanitary inspections are a survey tool to monitor, to estimate risk of exposure to microbial contamination at water points or at other kinds of wash interventions. We've actually shown that sanitary inspections have almost no predictive power for water contamination. So we're trying to influence the measurement tools that are used in the sector today. And we're using this across infrastructure as well, not just environmental health, but environmental resilience. This is a program where we are evaluating, run by Bridges to Prosperity. Bridges to Prosperity puts in pedestrian footbridges that link isolated communities to things like clinics and schools and hospitals, and most importantly, markets. And we are running the impact evaluation where we're looking at things like health. So we're measuring health in homes, we're measuring market access, we're measuring livelihoods like increased wage earnings. We're even measuring bridge use. So we have cameras monitoring bridge use, and we're correlating that to these health and livelihood outcomes. And then one of our biggest initiatives now is DRIP. It's called the Drought Resilience Impact Platform, where we're trying to help reduce and ultimately end drought emergencies in East Africa. About a quarter of the world's population is facing increased water insecurity, and as I mentioned earlier at the top of the presentation, in East Africa in particular, drought is essentially an annual occurrence now, and they're becoming more severe and more frequent in part thanks to climate change. This is a very arid region of the world where people used to use surface water, but are now increasingly reliant on groundwater sources. So they're drilling holes in the ground to extract water as a resilience effort during times of extreme drought. So that's what you see here. These are from northern Kenya. We're operating across northern Kenya and across northern and eastern Ethiopia, monitoring groundwater supplies and trying to improve drought resilience through the maintenance of these water systems. So what happens is, during the rainy seasons, people will get water from streams and rivers and holding ponds and other rainwater catchment methods. During the dry season, people will migrate to these groundwater sources and access water from these pumps and these storage tanks. But often these systems are broken. About 40% of them are broken in the middle of the drought. And it's not necessarily because the groundwater supply runs dry. A lot of these are deep aquifers, they're ancient water. So it's actually the infrastructure itself that breaks. And that can lead to a drought emergency where people are displaced, livestock die, and crops fail. So our effort, I'm just going to skip ahead because I just mentioned this piece. Our effort is trying to link groundwater management to drought resilience. Sorry, I'm just going to jump ahead here to our theory of change. We link monitoring of food and water security. So we have sensors monitoring groundwater pumps. We have satellites monitoring food security and rainfall. And we create models that can forecast groundwater demand and forecast drought. Our partners include the Famine Early Warning System, the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development in Nairobi, and we're part of the NASA and USAID SEVERE program, which is about linking satellite data to decision aids in low and middle income settings. So we're taking all of our sensor data and the satellite data, creating models that forecast food security and water security, and then engage in pay-for-performance contracting, where we pinpoint activities where we need to go and fix water pumps before the drought happens. We've done this before. These systems that we're currently monitoring are big borehole systems, but we've done this across examples like hand pumps. These are hand pumps in Kenya and Ethiopia, where we installed sensors to monitor those hand pumps and actually tell us when a hand pump is broken so you can go out and fix it. The idea is the sensor is monitoring the pumps, it identifies that a pump is broken, and you deploy a technician to go and fix it. We've seen a huge impact on water point functionality. Typically, these hand pumps are broken about half the year. They're broken for about 200 days, any given failure, and on average, a group of pumps, are only about 50% of them are working. We were able to get about 90% functionality and get repair intervals from 200 days down to 20 days, proactively using sensor data to go out there and make a repair. So now we're doing this at scale. This is a map of the Horn of Africa. Every one of these dots is a groundwater supply serving on average about 5,000 people each. And we have a satellite connected sensor monitoring every single one of those water points on a continuous basis. And we're linking that data to local operators, local governments, local ministries of water, but also national entities like the National Drought Management Authority and international entities like UNICEF and USAID, who can collectively act to try to improve water security. This is not some simple story of a local community locally maintaining a water pump. Water is subsidized for everybody in the world, including everybody on this phone call. And this area of the world is some of the most resource constrained and feeling the earliest impacts of climate change. So this isn't about making a local community fully maintain their water supply. It's about aligning incentives and responsibility and accountability collectively to make sure that people have access to water during drought. The colors that are underneath the map are the Famine Early Warning System's food security classification for the same region. So we also see the direct relationship between climate change, rainfall, and groundwater demand. We've seen this across the region. We're currently monitoring about 3 million people's water supplies on a daily basis for the past 4 years. We have about 250,000 site days of data over the past 4 years. It's a big data set, and we're able to compare the use and function of those groundwater pumps to climate variability like rainfall. And we see that as rainfall decreases, there's increasing demand on groundwater resources. So that's where we are putting our focus. So just in conclusion, so we have time for questions. The point of measurement, and improved and continuous measurement, doesn't exist in a vacuum. You know, data by itself is not that interesting unless it's actionable, unless it's acted upon. And for it to be acted upon, you also have to care about the incentives. So I am an engineer, and I like working on things like sensors, but I have to know about contracting. I have to know about policy. Our team has to be engaged in those conversations. We don't just throw it over the fence to an economist or throw it over the fence to a policy person, who, by the way, are also domain experts. This idea that engineers should stay in our engineering lane is kind of silly when the economists like to talk about engineering and the public policy people like to talk about public health. We need to be at those same conversations, at those same tables, bringing in our expertise, but also calibrating our contribution against what is actually needed to address the underlying causes of poverty, not just the symptoms. All right, thanks. I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Evan. It's very valuable. Jesse, I invite you to take us to our discussion.
So just as a note, I've been taking some notes on the questions that have been coming in the Q&A. As I'm asking, so I'm going to try and synthesize those into a few questions for Evan right now. Evan, thanks again for really an inspiring talk. I always read your papers, and then just to see it all in this one sort of comprehensive, bigger picture view is really great, especially within the context you said at the beginning. A lot of the questions, so as I'm asking, please continue to write in the Q&A, and I'll try and address those as we move forward. A lot of the questions come up around building this team. You've just talked about in your conclusion, having all of these ministries. It's a large cost to be able to do this sensor and evaluation over years, multiple years as you're talking about. How do you build that team and convince that team, or at least get consensus among the team that this type of evaluation is necessary, or what is the best way to do it? Right, so you talked about both disciplines, but also across organizations, right, and countries. So what does that process look like for you?
So everything I described today is our consortium efforts. Each of the examples I provided have many different organizations involved. You know, I'm just speaking about some of those projects, but you know, we're not doing all of that work as just our organization. If I just use DRIP as an example, DRIP itself as a concept is a number of different USAID programs funded through a number of different implementers, including the Millennium Water Alliance in Kenya and Lowland Wash in Ethiopia. We have NASA funding some of the technical work. We have the National Science Foundation funding some of the instrumentation work. So a lot of this is about putting the pieces together from different funding sources and with different organizations towards a common goal. In terms of convincing anybody, generally people don't need much convincing that we should increase our focus on service delivery. The big challenge has been changing the incentives. When historically big funding agencies fund infrastructure, you'll have smart professionals and engineers who are there saying, yeah, I know I'm building a pump that's going to break in 2 years, but that's the contracting mechanism. So it's less about convincing people that these are challenges and more about trying to offer collaborative ways to change the status quo. So introducing new ideas, introducing instrumentation, introducing pay-for-performance contracting. And, while we have had some successes in our team and there's lots of great promising work out there, everything here is a work in progress. We have not ended drought emergencies in the Horn of Africa. We're monitoring a lot of water supplies right now. I can't prove to you that we've improved water security yet. So these are long-term efforts that require frankly, some courage on the part of the implementers and funders to support. And I think the other thing that's challenging, Jesse, is this balance between wanting to be innovative and the rewards we get in our sector around innovation, and also not being too fickle. And we also know how to deliver water, and it doesn't take another invention to do that. So how do I resolve that in my head? Our sensors, while being innovative and are introducing this technology into the sector, the purpose of them is to help get the water pumps fixed. By themselves, they don't do anything. So there's a tricky balance there between innovation and doing the hard, long, expensive work of delivering basic services. We've looked for gimmicks and products and innovations for a long time to solve poverty, and we've avoided making the expensive, necessary investments to ensure service delivery in the same way that we do in higher income countries.
Sure, great. Yeah, I think that you rephrased my question exactly in the direction I was looking for. Could you speak a little bit more? Someone who, let's say, is a researcher in a university or somewhere else, how do they go about building this? So you guys have a whole center, you have a whole group of people, these consortiums, you have past relationships with. I guess, could you talk us through sort of the trajectory of someone wanting to build something that ends up, several years from now looking like DRIP, looking like one of these projects? How do they start and get on this process working with their local partners? They're working right now, as you said, in the status quo of I'm working with a village, I'm working with a community, I have one NGO I work with, right? How do they then, if we want to move everybody towards this more system level impact and evaluation, what's the trajectory, what has the trajectory look like for you? And what would you suggest it to be for other people? I think that's what a lot of these questions have been asking.
Yeah, I think I wish I had a simple answer. I think that there's a few different things that come to mind. One is different institutions are good at different things. So, in our program, sometimes we are the university, sometimes we're a small company, sometimes we're a nonprofit, sometimes we're partnered directly with government. So each of those types of institutions have different value and different skill sets they bring to the table. But it's also not necessary to, again, only stay in your lane. If you're an academic, it's okay to also be an entrepreneur and also work with a nonprofit. And in fact, the counterpoint is that it can be quite limiting to only stay within your domain. If you're only going to stay in your world, you're not adding a lot to those other worlds. So it's important to not necessarily be a dilettante, but at least be conversant and have relationships in those other areas and be able to work with them. The other thing is that it takes a long time. I mean, any entrepreneur will tell you this. Like, you come up with an idea, the starting point of an idea to address a problem in an actual product or a solution is way longer than anybody thinks. It's not one cycle of the iShow. It's not one cycle of an SBIR from the government. It's not one funding round. It's not one project. It takes a long time. SweetSense is our sensor spin-off company. We founded it in 2012. It's now been 8 years that this company is still in startup mode. It might be because we're terrible at it, and it might also be because this stuff is kind of hard, and it takes a long time. And that iterative process sometimes also bumps up against the other modalities of foreign aid development, where USAID wants you to write down your 30-step milestone Gantt chart 2 years before you start a 5-year project. And that's not really how innovation and iteration works. And both of them have strengths and weaknesses, and they're both appropriate in different places, but sometimes you have to figure out how to play that game a little bit of different types of organizations contributing in different places. Now I'm forgetting the question, but hopefully I addressed part of this.
No, that's good. I think that, I think when I said convincing before, and then you took it in the direction I actually wanted to go in, was this idea of building this team of different organizations. How do you, as someone in a particular lane, go about getting to that 7-year time horizon where we now have a consortium of everybody that's all working together towards this objective? I agree that everyone has the same objective. I think that you guys have been very successful in building these teams. And I think that that is a little bit unusual when you look at the other players in these spaces, right, that are very much sort of in their own lanes as you're talking about. So breaking out of that, having the skills to be able to break out of that. One of the things I wanted to ask you was across disciplines, you were just talking about being conversant in other things. You talked about public health. You talked about development economics. How does someone who's a research engineer, let's say myself, and wants to work with these other groups, they're asking different questions, they use different methods. How do I begin to become conversant in those other ways? What is the way you have found to be able to get these teams to work effectively together?
So I think, in our program in the Mortenson Center in Global Engineering, we are trying to be very explicit up front that our body of knowledge includes engineers knowing about development economics, knowing about public policy, public health, history, the history of colonialism all the way through the SDGs, and not only jumping straight to, I'm going to build something. We still think it's good to build things and to invent and innovate and test and iterate, but they should be done in the context of solving underlying problems or generating new knowledge, and not just symptoms. And if your symptoms are easy, it's easy to say this village doesn't have clean water. It's harder to talk about why, and what can we really be done about the why. So in my career, I started as an engineer working on the symptom side, and we realized quickly that that wasn't enough, that what really mattered was the health world. And the public health and the global health community is a lot more sophisticated than the engineering community in terms of thinking about how they contribute to global poverty reduction. So our team started working closely with the public health world and doing a lot of our work within public health. But more recently, we've also been working with economists and with public policy people as well, and of course government, and teaching our students about those topics. We have a World Bank economist who teaches a class called introduction to introduction to development economics for engineers. You know, I got an MPH after my PhD in engineering so that I could talk with, you know, some legitimacy about how engineering and public health intersect with each other.
Oh, that's great. And I think you've also touched on some of the questions on pedagogy and how do we have students be incorporated in this, because we know there's a lot of energy and effort being with what you're talking about there at the Mortenson Center. Could you maybe plug some of the things you guys are talking about? There's a lot of questions here about I'm an engineering teacher or professor and I want to raise my students' awareness. I want to move towards more of a model where we're talking about some of these other topics and concepts. Maybe you could talk about some of those efforts just briefly so that other people can connect with you on that topic.
Yeah, and you know, for us, this has been evolving too over the years. Engineers Without Borders USA was started here at the University of Colorado, and I think many of you probably on this line are involved with EWB or have been in the past. It's how I got started too. EWB is a great entry point for becoming aware of some of these issues, but we also need to not just work on a project level. And we've been moving our pedagogy and our curriculum away from projects to trying to address the longer term issues, as I mentioned before. So how do we actually do that with a student experience? You know, you don't just get to go play doctor in Africa on spring break as an undergrad. And we really shouldn't go play engineer in Africa on spring break either. You know, we need to have gates, we need to have training, we need to have vetting, we need to have professionalization of acting as engineers in global poverty reduction, because messing with somebody's water system is just as important, is just as risky as messing with somebody's health clinic. To do that, we embed our graduate students with development agencies. So at the graduate level, a requirement of our program is a field practicum where all of our students, or nearly all of our students, are embedded with an international NGO or social enterprise or multilateral, usually for 3 to 6 months, to actually get work experience. And on the one hand, it kind of looks like an internship. On the other hand, it's a field experience. And it's very different than designing and running your own project. You know, before you're ready for that, we need to actually understand the state of the art and best practices in the sector. So that's a piece of what we're trying to do. Now, at the same time, we don't want to run off students. You know, we're taking over here at the University of Colorado a freshman level residential program next year. We're going to have about 150 freshmen who are learning about these things for the first time. And the goal is not to say, you know, to scare them into not doing anything. It's to try to put them on a track where they can best use their privilege and their technical skills towards addressing these long-term problems we have as a planet.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. Yana, I think we're approaching the end here.
We are.
I'd like to thank myself again for your answers to the question, and I'll switch it over to Yana for the response.
I'm actually going to, if you allow me the liberty, there is one question that came in that I think is a tricky one, and you addressed to some extent, Evan, but this particular listener asks, for nonprofits, how do you balance this long-term process of change with the need to show supporters that progress toward impact is being made? I think that is such a difficult balance. And Evan, any reflections for us to close out the seminar on that particular front?
Yeah, let me give 3 quick examples. One is Bridges Prosperity. Bridges Prosperity is one of our partners. They install pedestrian footbridges, and they used to do a lot of this through volunteer organizations, student chapters, professionals coming from industry, and they still do some of that. But they've been taking donations to build bridges all over the world. Avery Bang, who's the CEO of Bridges Prosperity, and Christina Barstow, the Chief Operating Officer, they pivoted in the past couple of years to try to focus on pay by results, pay for performance contracting in a narrower geography so that they can go to scale. So today they're trying to go to scale in Rwanda, putting in 300 pedestrian footbridges across Rwanda, with the government paying for 40% of those costs, investors paying for some of those costs, and donors paying only after the bridges are not only completed, but have been proven to have an impact. So actually paying for the impact and the performance of those bridges. And for Avery and Christina and the rest of the Bridges Prosperity team, they had to bring their donors along with that. They had to bring their volunteers along with that story, a harder story, a longer story, a more uncertain story, but one that seems to have a much more significant impact longer term. So that takes leadership and it takes commitment to doing it the hard way. Another example is Water for People. Eleanor Allen at Water for People and even in the recent history of that organization pivoted from the same thing, projects all over the place that were focused on technical solutions to focusing on district level sustained water services. So they're working in fewer geographies, fewer places with longer term commitments to make sure that there's district scale water access. And they also had to convince their donors that this was the better way of doing it.
Those are excellent examples, and I think it's actually part of kind of the golden rules for social entrepreneurship as well, is to be laser focused and really bound the scope in concrete terms like these. So I want to thank you, Evan. I know we're all at time. Thank you to Jesse. And I want to give a shout out to our upcoming seminar. Next month, we'll be joined by Professor Amy Bilton from the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering at the University of Toronto. She'll be sharing some of the insights from their research group. They are also doing phenomenal work in this space, and I encourage all of you to join us for that presentation. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today from all around the globe. I know there's many questions that we didn't get to address directly. We will share them with our presenters, and certainly feel free to reach out to us or to the presenters. They shared their contact information. And with that, I'd like to wish you a good morning, good evening, or good afternoon. Please stay safe, wash those hands, get access to soap if you're in a region where there is lacking.
Kia ora koutou, nau mai, haere mai. Greetings and welcome to this EHF live session. Edmund Hillary Fellowship, it's a collective of entrepreneurs, scientists, storytellers, creatives, and investor change makers who want to make an impact globally from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And under this session today, you are going to hear from Kate and Harmon, and Matthew is going to curate the whole session. It's a 90-minute session. But firstly, these are informal sessions, and they're planned in a way that when you leave here after the 90 minutes, you feel you know the fellows and our guest speakers on a personal level, and you can understand what they're trying to do here in New Zealand, and that then you can connect with them directly afterwards. The recording will be on our website for you to download and watch and to send on to other people. So stay muted while the conversation's going, and then Matthew can curate some Q&A, and you can also put comments and questions in the chat as we're going along. Over to you, Matthew.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thank you so much for hosting this space. I'm just going to open us with a quick karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunama umoana, ki hararara ma tātou e te ranginai, aroha atu aroha mai, tātou e ai tātou katoa, hi u taike. Basically, that's just saying, may peace be widespread, may the sea be like a greenstone, a pathway for us all to stay. Let us show and respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. And I like to open up with that karakia really simply because of the fact that, you know, I think climate and biodiversity is something that we're all dealing with as individuals. And in particular, it's hard sometimes to understand the work Harmon and I are doing, but it really is about water security at the end of the day, because it is such the lifeblood of the way that we live. You know, we talk about the divine principle of the amount of water that's made up in the world is almost identical to the amount of water that's made up in the body. And so, you know, today I will give you a quick overview of what we're going to cover, and then we'll kind of jump straight into it. So can everybody see my screen? If you're muted, then I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay, so we'll start with some introductions. We we're really privileged to have a forward by Owen Gaffney, who is also part of the fellowship. I'll take some time to set the context, and from there, Kate's going to cover off really what our commitment is to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We're going to cover off the planetary accounting network and the work that Kate's doing, and recontextualizing for us, I guess from Harman and I's perspective, and why we're so interested in planetary accounting, is that we have looked at climate from the perspective of waste and carbon, but really it's so much more important than that when you look at the planetary accounting boundaries. And Kate has created a framework that actually allows us to bring that down to a project level. And from there, what we're going to do is apply some of that work, of her work, to a practical example, looking at both what is the status quo and what does a circular system look like. And at that point in time, Haman's going to take us through what does it look like to build, I guess, an integrated waste treatment system that's fully circular at a regional level. And looking at examples around agriculture and around how by collaborating and opening up our discussions across industry verticals and across councils, we can actually look at climate change holistically in a region. From there, we're going to go into a question time, and we'll do an experiment. Hopefully people are kind of familiar with Miro now that we've been in the pandemic, and we'll get to do some interaction, and then cover off kind of how we want to work with us before just closing karakia. So that will be the overview for today. And into introductions. Dr. Kate Meyer, we first came across Kate's work when we were looking at the incredible work that she'd done at Becker as head of sustainability there. And Haman and I were fortunate to meet Kate inside of the Creative Accelerator Climate Exchange acceleration program that's just ended. And from there, we realized like how much her work was relevant to what we were doing. And then my co-founder, Haman, we met at the beginning of his EHF journey, and he's now based in Christchurch, New Zealand. Has moved here with his family and 2 daughters. Just absolute privilege to be able to work with him and on this journey. And myself, Matthew Jackson, toko ingoa, no koe aho e waihara keke te waipunama o Aotearoa, ko Waikato te awa e maha nei aku maraharara, ko Tungaringo te maunga e te rai e taku nakau, e mihi ana kina toto kina toho nehe tamiki makare e wai anaho anu. I was born in Blenheim, which is where we're going to be building a demonstration plant just a little bit to the side of that in Nelson. My heart cries because of the challenges we're seeing with Waikato River at the moment. And much like Kate loves her time on a mountain, Tongariro is where I love to snowboard and love my time, but now I respect the place I live in, which is Tamaki Makaurau in Auckland. So with that, I'm just going to share my screen again and let us open this space with a foreword from Owen Gaffney. Owen is, he has been involved in creating the planetary boundary guidelines, works at the Stockholm Resilience Centre. He's also, oh my gosh, I can't even recall the number of things that he's involved with when it comes to communications around climate change. But he's on the Institute for Climate Impact Research and the Global Commons Alliance. So a bit of a mouthful, but it's incredible the work that he's doing. And we're just really privileged to have him be involved in providing a forward. So I'll share my screen and let's see if we can get that up.
Action.
Hey, hi there, Kate. Hi there, Matthew. Hi, everyone at EHF. Wonderful to be here.
So it's been 13 years since the publication of the Planetary Boundaries Framework back in 2009, which was a landmark achievement. For the first time, we had an Earth system framework for a stable operating system for humanity, for civilization, a stable operating system for humanity, and that we know that for the previous 10,000 years, that has been the only state we know that civilization can thrive. And what's interesting about the boundaries framework is that it wasn't a single boundary identified, it wasn't 1,000 boundaries identified, it was 9 boundaries identified as the key priorities for humanity. But then, as it was published, we also announced that we'd crossed 3 of those boundaries related to climate change, biodiversity and biogeochemical cycles, our use of phosphorus and nitrogen in agriculture mainly. Since 2009, the boundaries has been updated in full boundaries assessment updated in 2015, and there we showed that in fact a 4th boundary had been crossed relating to land use, particularly deforestation. And now here in 2022, 2 new papers have emerged announcing that we've crossed 2 more boundaries, one for novel entities, chemical pollution, plastics, and the second for water use, for soil moisture, as the water cycle is changing as a result of human activity. So there we have it. So we have 9 planetary boundaries. We've now transgressed 6 of those boundaries. We're in the danger area. This is now a priority for humanity to come back within a safe operating space, which is why it is so important that we work to downscale the boundaries at national levels, at regional levels, and at the level for companies and businesses to operate within boundaries. This is why the work being done with the on any downscaling is absolutely critically important. It's some of the most important work being done on Earth today. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you, but when Owen sent that through to me this morning, I was just a little bit shocked, right? And kind of in terms of the the context setting for today's session, Owen was referring to the fact that now novel entities and biogeological flows of kind of are crossing these boundaries, then that land system change is just kind of becoming out of control. And when you look at what's happening in our media, what we're asking the question of is, well, look, ultimately, who is going to be paying the cost for that change, and how do we actually create new systems, both to procure different outcomes, but also from a new economic framework, not have a direct impact on all of our economy in a way that will bankrupt our ratepayers. Right now, the reality is it's affecting everybody, and where Haman and our team member Marcus is based, we're seeing major political issues when it comes to kind of the use of infrastructure, and really what we're trying to say is that from a circular perspective, if we cross over boundaries and start to look from a procurement lens on all of the planetary boundary guidelines, we'll start to look at different solutions. And in the case of Canterbury, we can see that they're dealing with issues around odor, they're dealing with issues around the capital cost of new infrastructure, the emissions liability, and across the country, we need to transition to more clean and green energy, right? But at the same time, we're facing major problems in our primary sector, right? We're seeing this agricultural greenhouse gas footprint is now becoming something that's really relevant for and is actually going to start costing farmers over the next 3 or 4 years. We have a major mental health issue with our farmers who have been criticized and scapegoated, but actually some of the most land-loving people that I've ever met. But we are seeing nitrates in our water harming public health, and expecting new water regulation and the consolidation of water infrastructure to make a huge difference on the way that we're managing infrastructure in New Zealand. Because actually we've seen major issues when it comes to the discharge and the management of our wastewater systems in New Zealand as well. and really seeing significant blowouts in regional budgets when it comes to renewal of infrastructure, of building infrastructure. But when it comes to building that infrastructure, we're still building it based on what we would consider last generation or industrial generation systems. And so really, we are facing a crisis that we're going to need to think differently about the way that we build new systems, and what consequence that will have. So today we're going to talk a little bit to Kate about how she sees, or what her worldview is when it comes to actually looking at systems, not looking at them just from a climate lens and a carbon perspective, but actually what it's a more holistic way of looking at how do we solve climate when it takes into consideration biodiversity. And I think that's more than enough for me. Actually, the stars of the show here today are Kate and Haman, and I'd love to hand over to Kate to start to take us through a little bit about the Planetary Accounting Network.
Thanks, Matthew. Just trying to find my unmute button and share my screen. Kia ora tato. It's really nice to have been invited by Matthew to come along and take part in this kōrero today. I guess just reflecting on that video, it's nothing new, that I operate in this planetary accounting space full-time, planetary boundary space full-time. But I have to say that just hearing that update from Owen was a little bit emotional, actually. I think every time I kind of go back and update slides that are more than a year or so old, the dial has shifted so fast that it's quite alarming. And actually, I was chatting to my 8-year-old about it a couple of weeks ago, and he said, Mum, I don't want to be a planetary accountant when I grow up, because it's just really depressing. And I think, while I try to, I think we all need to just maintain a really forward-looking attitude. It does sometimes actually get to me like that, and that was one of those moments. But really cool that he sent that through for us. I just want to, I guess, start today by sharing this whakatauki, Te Porahita o Te Putaia, which means the life circle of the environment. And so it goes, kia tō te rangi Mārie o te rangi e tuiho nei, o papatūnuku e takato nei, o te taia o e awhi nei, ki ranga i a tātou tihe wā Moriora. And what it sort of, the meaning translates to say that it's really only when the spiritual world and the heavens and the physical world are brought together by the active participation of the kaitiaki, of the guardians, can there be true peace and well-being. And I guess that's really the basis for all the work that I do. I think I was talking to an incredible lady last week from Ngāti Toa when I was up in Wellington for the accelerator program, and she was talking about her ancestors who were so in touch with the environment that they could accurately predict the weather about 3 years out. Not 3 years, that would be amazing, but 3 weeks, which is still pretty incredible. I live in Wanaka, and as Matthew alluded to, I'm a pretty keen skier, and I don't even trust the weather forecast a day out, that we're doing with these, quite advanced computer models. And, I think the problem with this whakatauki is that it's really true that we can only sort of succeed if we can all participate in that kaitiaki and that guardianship. But actually, that's very difficult to do these days. Life has become so removed from the environment. Our clothes arrive in buildings on hangers. We go into air-conditioned sheds or supermarkets to get our food. And so although I think there's this huge drive, from consumers and businesses to shift the dial and move into that sustainability space, it's actually really difficult to do that. I think there are two major problems. I think the first is that many people are still very focused on climate and actually don't even understand that full perspective of the planetary boundaries. But then even for those that do understand it, actually, they don't have the tools to do anything about it. As Matthew mentioned, I was the Sustainability sustainability director at Beca until recently, and so I spent a lot of time speaking with business leaders over the past few years about their sustainability aspirations and challenges. And the message is really consistent, is that they're really struggling to make the right decisions, and also they're terrified of kind of coming out and talking about sustainability, because there's this huge movement in businesses being accused of greenwashing by making sort of unsubstantiated claims. I've also spent a lot of time talking to central and local government, mostly in New Zealand over the past couple of years, but it's really similar. They're also struggling, and from that perspective, it's really how to prioritise and take a really systemic view of the problem. There's, I think, becoming more and more clarity that that's what's needed, but it's really difficult to do. And actually, I was just chatting to some of the sustainability leads at Dunedin last week, and they said, it's so hard because we want to do this, but then we're like, well, what if there are unintended consequences, and how can we really understand what the outcomes of the different decisions we make are going to be? And then, speaking to consumers, and I've actually run some really interesting focus groups with consumers quite recently, and for them it's they're motivated to make better choices, but actually it's really hard to do that, and they're really concerned that they don't feel enabled to take action, but they're not seeing businesses or governments move at the pace that's needed. And so there's this sort of three different sort of player groups, if you like, all facing these really big challenges. And I think from my perspective, I've been working in the sustainability space for about 15 years, and really as soon as I started working in that space, I was like, man, what I've learned about sustainability through the science and what we're seeing people do in reality is just not really related at all. And I was, really quite concerned about that. And I actually started tinkering around in my spare time, trying to create a little tool that would help to address this. But actually, the problem is huge. It's a huge gap and a really complex problem. And so in 2013, I left my job as a sustainable building designer and started to say, well, what could we actually do about this in real terms? And almost immediately landed on the Planetary Boundaries framework. And it was that somebody's actually put the numbers around this. My background is engineering, and I love numbers, and I think at that stage felt like if we could just quantify sustainability, we'd all be okay. And and then I guess it just emphasizes that disconnect that the Planetary Boundaries was published in 2009, and it wasn't until I actually went from the business world into the academic world that I heard of them, because it was such an exciting thing for me to say, okay, well, we've quantified it, so now what do we do? And I think the Planetary Boundaries work is perhaps the most important sort of publication that there is, because it really sets out the challenge very clearly. We need to respect these 9 priority areas if we want to avoid fundamentally changing the planet. The problem is that this is an incredibly important health check, but it actually doesn't really help to unpick what to do about it. And so, and Owen talking about, this downscaling, there's a need to take these from that global scale and say, okay, well, what do we do about it? And I think the best way to sort of understand that challenge is to imagine you were going to visit the doctor. And the doctor would, measure your heart rate and your blood pressure and weigh you. And then, imagine if she turned to you and shook her head and said, oh, it's very bad news. You're obese. Your blood pressure's through the roof. You have tachycardia. And then said, okay, thank you, have a nice day, and sent you out the room. And I think, the Planetary Boundaries is that health check. It says, we have a really big problem, and this is where the problem is, and here are our focus areas. And so what I set out to do once I discovered it is to say, well, okay, so what is the prescription? What are the tangible actions that we need to do so that we can translate that to the scales that we actually make decisions? Because I'd say nobody in the world is making decisions at that global scale. And so I came up with a framework that I called Planetary Accounting that helps people to determine what they can do to play their role in returning us to within the planetary boundaries. And so it works at every different scale, addressing that business level, those government levels, and those individual levels. And so I was working on this, and then I thought, man, this is pretty neat. I think this could be amazing, but who am I to try and translate this incredible global framework that was developed by all these incredible scientists? And so I actually started calling them up and said, I'd like to come and visit you and get your input on this framework. And there was such a positive response from the global scientific community. It was actually blew my mind how warm and welcoming everybody was. And so my husband quit his job, and we packed our children into a caravan, and we spent a whole year traveling around Europe to go and visit all of these incredible scientists. And so I got to spend a couple of weeks with Will Steffen and Johan Rockstrom, sat in Johan Rockstrom's office for a few days working, and so got to be a fly on the wall for some meetings. And man, he's a pretty incredible person, but also took the framework around social scientists. Catherine Richardson at DTU, who's also one of the lead authors of Planetary Boundaries, the Water Footprint Network, Nitrogen Footprint Group, to really make sure that it was really scientifically rigorous what we were doing, but also that it was really connected into the social sciences around behaviour change and how you can actually, take science and put it into action with businesses and governments and people. So the way that it works is it basically translates the outcomes of the planetary boundaries into global budgets. Now it looks really nice and simple with a little pink arrow, as if that was a kind of a linear translation. In behind there is a pretty complex diagram of chaos. But what it means is that there are these global budgets and environmental currencies that we can use, a little bit like carbon accounting with science-based carbon accounting. So like carbon accounting, we can say, look, we want to avoid global warming of 1.5 degrees. And so here's a global budget, and then we can start sharing it up, and we can look at the carbon footprint of a product or a project or a company or a person and compare that with those global limits. Planetary accounting lets you take that approach across all of the planetary boundaries. And so I guess for those of you who don't sort of sit in the environmental accounting space, there's two reasons that that planetary accounting really is a bit game changing. What you can do at the moment is you can either do something like a life cycle assessment, or you might have heard of environmental product disclosures, where you get a whole host of complex environmental data and lots of complicated metrics, but there's no context. And actually, to be honest, you really frankly need a PhD in environmental accounting to even understand it at face value. Even with that, there's no context to say, are these numbers good or bad? You can only compare them to, is it better than another product? Or you can get quite good context around carbon, but then you get a really narrow lens for decision making. And so planetary accounting simplifies that broader environmental data and puts the context around it so that it can be as straightforward as carbon accounting, but with that holistic planetary lens. I'm not going to speak to this slide in a lot of detail. I'm just going to whiz through it, but basically just to give you an idea of the variety of things that you could do with it. You could take the Paris Agreement negotiations and expand them to biodiversity and all of these other indicators. There's actually a report called the Safe Operating Space for Aotearoa that translates the planetary boundaries to New Zealand, and it sends a message that we're well beyond them, which is no surprise. But planetary accounting would help to inform roadmaps for national action plans, or future scenarios and roadmaps at city or regional level. We're doing some neat work around some complex systems like global food models. How would you meet nutritional needs within the planet's limits? You could put financial value against each of those currencies. You can use it for sustainable product design, for corporate science-based targets that go beyond carbon, really to look at the impacts of local action. And we're doing a really neat program called Planetary Facts that I'll tell you a little bit more about later on. But the neat thing about it is that isn't just able to operate at these different levels, but it actually brings them all together so that what we can do at these really big, national and international scales can connect up with some of that local action, and we're all sort of pushing the dial in the same direction. I'm going to pause here and pass on to Germán, who is going to share a bit of a case study, which I'm quite excited to see because I haven't seen where this has got to. So over to you, Germán.
Thank you so much, Kate. And I'm going to take some help from my colleague Matthew here. So Matthew, if you could just share screen, then I could jump into it. Right, so the fascinating thing about the work that Kate's been doing is when we were engineering a solution, there were some things that we knew intuitively, but which we struggled to quantify. And today we can look at the work that we're doing with the filter of the Planetary Accounting Network based on the planetary boundaries, and begin to recognize what those impacts are. And this is important because it then helps us to recognize what are the practical interventions, both from an operational perspective, from arguably a political perspective, and an engineering perspective, can be done to devise a solution that is hopefully a little better and has less of a negative impact on our natural world. So as a starting point, we look at a farm, and this makes sense contextually in New Zealand because the primary sector is one of the largest generators of employment and also a key part of New Zealand's exports. But that being said, also the single largest emitter. So definitely a sensitive industry to be speaking about, but I thought a worthwhile place to start. So if we look at the left of this farm system, we see that we have inputs that go into a farm, primarily in the form of fertilizer and water. Matthew, if you could reduce that screen a little bit, please. Zoom out slightly. And so there's water and fertilizer that goes into a farm. But when we look at what's happening before the time that fertilizer gets to the farm gate, we see that there is mining for minerals and fossil fuel. And mining as an activity obviously has an impact on land use. It leads to land use change, it causes toxic waste. These are, I think, what in the planetary accounting framework are referred to as novel entities. There's also a negative environmental footprint from the combustion of fossil fuel, but I think that's a concept everyone understands really well. The parts that we're beginning to struggle with are the way we farm today, and that's not just New Zealand, but around the world. Industrial agriculture also leads to a depletion in soil quality. It leads to a degradation in the ability for soil to provide nutrients to plants. It depletes the ability of cohabiting microorganisms in their ability to keep soil healthy. So that could also be quantified as a biodiversity loss. And the tragedy of all of this is the typical human response then is to use even more fertilizer and more water to solubilize this, to add it to soil, in the belief that that is what will lead to a consistent or a higher crop yield. But that isn't true. And then you have the flow-on effects out of farm, which are now understood in terms of the nitrogen use, the phosphorus use, and also the waste that are produced by primary industry. There's also, within a regional framework, the need for these farms to send their produce to cities. And these cities then have requirements of infrastructure all their own. And here typically what we'll find is that there is green waste infrastructure, there are wastewater treatment plants, there's an energy requirement of a council to operate these facilities. And there's obviously a footprint associated with this energy use. And this is, again, has an impact in terms of essentially greenhouse gas emissions. And those can be found either in terms of the actual emissions from the waste that goes to landfill, but also in the energy use to manage and operate such systems. So this is business as usual. This is what happens on a day-to-day business, this on a day-to-day functioning of the way we live. But when we look at it in the context of planetary boundaries, we begin to see that these impacts are now felt on the local ecology. There is water use, there is a decrease in biodiversity, there is an increase in emissions. These emissions are both in the form of carbon dioxide, which we understand conventionally, but also in the form of methane and nitrous oxide, which have significantly higher global warming potential as compared to carbon dioxide. And there's also the persistence of these novel entities that are created either through the direct use of these products or in the manufacturing processes to create these products that linger within our natural environment for unimaginably long periods of time. So this is business as usual. This is what is happening in the 21st century. And while the problem statement isn't new, and while it's great to apply the planetary boundaries as a guideline to inform what we do, the question we often get asked is, well, what can we do? It's all about the economy, stupid. And that's the part which we've begun to recognize is something that we're all struggling with. So there is business as usual. There's everything that we know conventionally. There are the entire systems that are set up, everything that we're familiar with. And while we're cognizant of the fact that our current way of life is not sustainable, we often grapple with what a potential solution could look like. So here we've taken a stab at it. It's something that we're seeking to do in New Zealand. It is what has essentially brought me to New Zealand as an Edmund Hillary Fellow, in the hopes that we can create an alternative means and a method of dealing with our organic waste, particularly, such that we might form one small part of a solution that enables us then to live within the planetary boundaries, right? So in such a system, what we perceive it to be, now that's our logo at the top, but that is what we're using as a placeholder for an integrated waste treatment plant, or an IWTP. So as the name suggests, what an IWTP does is it processes all the organic wastes that are available within a region. Now, while I won't delve too much into the technology of this IWTP and how it works, what it seeks to do essentially is utilize a conventionally well understood process of biomethanation, but with a little bit of operational and systems engineering that allows it to deal with the vagaries in the supply chain of biomass or available organics, and also with changing weather conditions, such that there is a slightly more consistent level of operation. Now, such a system, what it does is the inputs to this integrated waste treatment plant come both from the city level, which includes the likes of the green waste and the wastewater sludge that comes from councils, but also the waste from farm, which includes manure, which includes crop residues, which includes some degree of spoilage of produce, and also significantly from the primary sector, a large part of the waste that the primary sector generates. So examples of this in New Zealand would be dairy processing sludge. It would be offal from meatworks. It's things like mussel shells and fish heads, and in some cases, entire fish that don't meet human consumption standards. It includes crop residues, of which a significant quantity is burnt every year. So all of this then gets sent to the IWTP in the region. And here it is about what is locally available, because again, we recognize that there is an environmental cost associated with the transport. So we would like to minimize this as far as possible. And all these inputs go to an IWTP. And like I said at the start, it works in a conventional biomethanation process, but it puts out essentially energy and a digestate. And this digestate is, in essence, the nutrients that are required on farm. However, since this is organic in nature, and it also contains what we would call good microbes, these seek to address the imbalances that have been created in our natural systems, help to restore organic carbon in soil, help to create a healthy environment for other microorganisms and other smaller creatures to migrate back to soil, and also reduce the amount of water use on farm. And so here what we begin to see is that we can, with a slightly more considerate approach, be sensitive to our local environment and start living within the planetary boundaries while still meeting the requirements that we have in terms of managing our organic waste, ensuring public health metrics are met, ensuring that we have potable water supply, and without an overreach in terms of what we can achieve through some fantastical technological intervention to do something that will suddenly save us because technology is going so fast. That, I think, is a fallacy. It's important to call that out. It's what the Planetary Accounting Network and the Planetary Boundary Guidelines serve to show us is that we need to engineer the way we live to comply with what the biophysical limits of the earth are. And through such, what on the face of it seems like a simple intervention, we can collapse the need to send any of our waste to landfill. We avoid the emissions associated from the landfill itself. We avoid the emissions associated with the transport of waste to landfill. And we avoid the wasteful practice of intensive mining that is required to support the kind of industrial agriculture that we take for granted as a way of life today. And this is a rather simple example. In terms of realistically what is happening in New Zealand, some of you may be aware, some of you might not, but there are several regions in New Zealand where waste is transported over 300 or 400 kilometers to a landfill in another region. And that's because some region somewhere has consented the use of a landfill and another region elsewhere has not. And so therefore, the only option then is to transport waste from one region to another, to dump it into a hole in the ground. Tragically, that's going to make no real impact on what it means for the council that's sending its waste elsewhere, but it just speaks to the NIMBY or the not in my backyard culture that is so pervasive across the globe, really. With that, we can now look at perhaps taking any questions that the audience may have. If there are any specifics that anybody would like to ask Kate or Matthew or myself, then we're happy to answer these.
Can I, so I'm just going to do a small experiment, Kate and Haman, thank you so much for that talk. I am going to share the Miro board in the chat, and I'm taking a risk, but you know, we're living on you know, in this environment where we have to operate digitally. So I'd love it if we could get some interaction here. And I highly encourage you to participate by clicking on this link that I've just shared with everybody. Now, I'll give you another one just in case that one doesn't work. All right, so share screen. One of the things that happens in these spaces is that there's so many people, but so many questions. And what I'd really love to do is to see if there's any groups of questions. Okay, so I am unlocking a little question board down here that you should be able to see now. And if you can see my screen, you can see you can grab these little question marks and you can go and drop them onto the board. So what I'd really like is if you can grab your question marks and drop them into the location that you have a question or a challenge or something that you're interested in for us to talk about, and we'll start to see whether there's any groups there, okay? And my request is that we do this for 2 minutes and you've got 3 question marks. So yeah, let's get to it. Great to see some visiting artists. I'm gonna stop that share for the time being and go back to conversations and take some inspiration from Michelle, who has been, at the beginning of this, was very good at curating a listening space. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you, apart from referring back to Dallas, who was the one that curated the bookshelf in the background around a lightning talk that she had to do the other night, where she was doing some co-training with somebody and they their slides messed up. They're like, hey, can you throw up a lightning talk? And she ended up doing off the cuff a lightning talk on the New Zealand and Ireland rugby game, coaching government employees in Singapore around how to use agility. So yeah, I don't know, I have to learn something from the way that she was able to masterfully interlude and take on the lightning talk so quickly. I can see in the background still some movement going, so I'll give it another 30 seconds. Oh, I may not have dropped or locked all of the boards. Sometimes these experiments go well, sometimes they don't. Don't worry if you break anything, guys. It's all fixable. Okay, are we seeing any trends yet? So we've got some questions around sludge. Okay, I'm going to bring that board up and share screen for a second, and then get us back into this talk. Okay, so from what I can tell, looks like we've got questions around nutrients, wastewater sludge, and actually more questions about the technology. Does anybody want to come off mute and ask the question about their technology that they were interested in?
Sorry, I'll just jump in. Hi, kia ora, I'm Nikki Solomon. My question is the technology that is being suggested here anaerobic digestion or something different?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so I guess then my question is, obviously, you know, there are projects happening around the place that are including anaerobic digestion. So I guess my question is, are we talking about anaerobic digestion but assessed more holistically within the planetary accounting framework, or are we talking about a next generation anaerobic digestion, or I guess what's different is kind of my question.
Yes, fantastic question, Nikki, thank you. So what's different is, yes, there is a risk that we end up trying to create bioenergy solutions at a very large scale, which is what has typically happened in other parts of the world. And then they become dependent on certain market interventions, and those don't necessarily lead to the desired outcomes. For us, the desired outcome at a primary level is to address the organics part of the story. So looking at it as the first lens is in terms of waste minimization, but also in terms of emissions reduction. And then thirdly, also in terms of the nutrient return to natural living systems. In terms of what's different technologically, I can't divulge much, but it's simple and interventions essentially to address the challenges around very large scale anaerobic digesters, which then typically can work on only one type of feedstock and are then sensitive to any changes to the digestive environment, either in form of a contaminant or a reduction in supply. So here it's about building it to a minimum viable size. So how small can you go? That's one. Second, to address the variability, can you process more than one feedstock? So you can process different types of organics in a single system. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
Yes, that's great. Thank you. And sorry, I should have, I don't want to take too much time, but just quickly to explain the context, I'm leading a program initiative in Hawke's Bay, which is about bringing food producers, more manufacturers than growers, but probably we have to expand the scope, together to collaborate around sustainability, particularly value from waste. And so bioenergy is kind of on the radar, obviously, but the complexities that you guys have identified are kind of where I think we get stuck. So yeah, I'd be really keen to pick up the conversation subsequent rather than taking your time now, but thank you, that's a great answer.
Thank you, Nikki. We'll be in touch. Any more questions?
So any more questions on technology? There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that put something there. So is there anybody else that would like to ask a question on that prior to moving off to looking at sludge or nutrients?
Hi, Tony Moore, Christchurch City Council. Just a real quick question. You've obviously proposed, you've got a new technology or solution there, and I just wonder if you could share where it's being used and what the results have been. So is it actually built, in play, running, operating, and how that's going?
Yes. Hi, so we're currently in the process of building our first technology demonstrator for a council in New Zealand. I don't know if I'm at liberty to name names. I'd probably defer to Matthew for that. But yes, we're building our first technology demonstrator in New Zealand as we speak.
Yeah, I'm happy to cover that as well. Hey, thanks, Tony. That's a really good question. It is also one of the challenges that we have and why we're trying to apply a new lens to this, because we found over the last 12 months to try to address climate change conversations inside of council is actually quite difficult through what we would consider the RFP process. So while we're looking at anaerobic digestion in New Zealand, it actually hasn't had a big uptake because of the fact that the perceived return on investment is very low. So we don't see anaerobic digestion in industry because of the fact that they're processing a single feedstock, and then they don't want to necessarily to take a feedstock from a council to combine it. Whereas, and if you look at what the intention of the Edmund Hillary Fellowship is itself, is to bring, patent ideas and UN Sustainable Development Goal focused projects to New Zealand, to incubate them in the New Zealand environment and export them back to solve global problems. And so, one of the challenges we see as well is that Haman's background as a part of a significant consortium in India that has built and is building right now an anaerobic digestion system that's nearly 200 tons in scale. So when you're asking that type of question, we see two types of results depending on kind of where somebody's come from. Has it been built here before and therefore is it proven, or it hasn't been built here, therefore it's not proven and therefore we won't accept it. And what we're saying actually, and especially inside of the Climate Accelerator program with Creative HQ, is actually we need to take a step back and stop procuring our solutions based on the same frameworks and think about them more from an agility perspective, and look at what is the problem that we're trying to solve and how can we solve that iteratively rather than trying to solve it all at once. So for example, in Canterbury, we have a dairy producer that wants to get rid of DAF sludge, and we have a council with a green waste system that needs to be replaced. How can we work collaboratively with industry and council and then Environment Canterbury, for example, where there's a nitrates issue, to say, how are we all going to come together to leverage the R&D budgets that are coming out of government around emissions reduction, waste reduction, process heat, and sustainable land use, to do new types of projects, right? Leveraging the aims that council has, the R&D that can be done out of a site like Lincoln, the community, where the industry is going. We know we need to reform. So there's this momentum to do this type of work. But for example, with the council, we would say, well, what we're interested in is a piece of land and a waste stream, and then we'll take care of the rest. And those private-public partnerships really haven't been proven in that waste industry space yet. And so, there is a lot of things to take into consideration that don't really get asked through that traditional procurement process. And that's why we're holding these types of talks to start to reshape how we have those conversations.
Nice, thank you. Good explanation, Matthew. Matthew, I have a question here from Gary. So your system is primarily focused on solid organic wastes, and the Nelson pilot will be a great example for others once that's going. What do you think should be done with regard to recycling precious water as a non-potable water source for industry and agriculture across Aotearoa?
Hamana, is that something you want to take?
Yeah, I'll answer that. So when we say solid organics, organics by their very nature contain considerable moisture, unless we're talking about straw, which has been dried and baled. So most of the organics that go to an anaerobic digester already contain a lot of moisture. And in fact, anaerobic digestion is not as efficient with dry substrates as it is in substrates that contain moisture. So that's one part of it. Secondly, in terms of the water use, the tragedy with water in New Zealand currently is there should be no reason for New Zealand to struggle with water, because it's blessed with perhaps one of the highest per capita availability of fresh water anywhere in the world. The function of pollution in New Zealand's water system is a consequence of anthropogenic activities, primarily around water use by industry and water use on farm. And this is the part where, as we spoke about earlier, farmers get scapegoated for. So the wastewater system in New Zealand needs to be addressed. The wastewater treatment in New Zealand is still rudimentary in a lot of places. the fact of the matter is that council wastewater systems a lot of the time end up treating wastewater that is being discharged in from primary industry and not from city council. And these rates then fall upon city dwellers rather than the primary industry that is discharging into those water networks to begin with. So there is no simple answer really to what we do with water in New Zealand, but yes, there's Three Waters reform that's coming up. A lot of what happens now will be determined by the technology choices that are made in terms of how that water is managed primarily. So I think there are two separate conversations here. But on the waste side of things, what we need to recognize is that if we process organics more efficiently, then we have essentially a free energy source to power a wastewater treatment system. And that is something that can be evidenced in any region in New Zealand. Pick one and I'll give you specifics.
I guess if I could have a supplementary question and maybe address it to Kate. I think the way you've explained the elementary systems approach to organic wastes, yeah, where with some water, it would be very interesting to see the intersection of that with our wastewater cycle, just so because we're talking about, you know, similar consumers and similar producers, and I just feel it would be quite good for us to make sure that we don't ignore the two, you know, the blue and the green, if you like, or the blue and the brown, in terms of the planetary system. So maybe Kate could draw the diagram next time and sort of show how those two intersect, because we are using a lot of fresh water once, and if you look at Te Mana o Te Wai, which is you know, behind so much of our reform, we have to be looking at multiple uses of the water if we're going to value it correctly under the planetary system, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. It's really nice to see you, Gary. But I guess to that point, one of the things that was most debated in the development of planetary accounting is that addressing of sort of green, blue, and grey water. And there's you know, I guess a couple of different schools of thought about how you look at water systems, and you know, whether green water, so rainwater coming down, gets counted or not. But actually, when we are using green water, we're extracting that from the natural system, which I think is exactly the point you're making. And so the way that we quantify it in planetary accounting does include that green as well as blue. So water extracted from lakes and rivers, and water aquifers, and grey water, so the water pollution, I guess, if you like.
Yeah, I have long discussions to be had on this subject, but others are on the calls.
Absolutely.
Not on this call.
Thank you. Liam, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Liam. I'm a zero waste and circular economy advocate and researcher. Really appreciate the chance to have this kōrero. Thank you. Really, really interesting, fascinating, and inspiring in some ways. But I just wanted to ask around how the system manages contaminants. You know, speaking about this novel entities issue that we're talking about in the planetary boundaries framework, because one project I'm involved in at the moment, I've been looking at contamination of organic waste streams, and in particular, sewage sludge seems to be a very risky feedstock for these types of systems. And so I'm just really curious about how an integrated system, because I understand the rationale behind an integrated system, but how you would manage, once you sort of stick everything together into an integrated facility, how you actually manage those novel entities not ending up coming out the other end, especially if we're using this in our food systems and agriculture and that sort of thing. So yeah, wondering if someone could speak to that issue.
So Kate, would you like to address that first, or?
I think that's a technology one for you, really.
Thanks, Liam. That comes up very often. And yes, it's a great point. It is something we're mindful of. So what we focus on in terms of contaminants are largely pathogens, heavy metals, hormones, because that's increasingly something that we observe. And we are obviously mindful of novel entities as well. Now, there are a couple of things that happen within the system which involve mechanical preprocessing, thermal preprocessing. There's also a dilutive factor. There's an anaerobic environment. And then there is a dehydration of a product at the end, which then allows us to develop something which, while it's still not yet tested in New Zealand, it is part of the work that we're doing currently in terms of assessing its use in agriculture, right? So it is something that we're mindful of. We know the direction we need to take, and we are addressing it in a phased manner.
Yeah,
Okay.
another element, sorry,
Yeah.
just another element to add to that was that, Haman kind of mentioned it earlier around the idea that anaerobic digestion in New Zealand has traditionally been single feedstock and then as large as possible. And then when the souring occurs, because of that contamination, that whole entire feedstock goes into landfill. So the kind of conversations we're having around modularization and small anaerobic digestion, but still having a positive return on investment from an economic perspective, as well as a positive return on investment from a planetary accounting network perspective, is that those modular, smaller anaerobic systems will pick up contamination, and the entire feedstock will not be destroyed. And so, when it comes to minimizing what goes into landfill, it absolutely is along those lines. We'll then pick up the data out of that system to then return information back to council or to government around actually how do you stop that contaminant coming in upstream. And so, one of the issues that we see is our built environment has never been intelligent. We procure solutions for lowest possible cost or cost minimization rather than maximum value and value creation. So our mindset is to turn around and make these systems smart, connect them back into either smart housing or industrial environments using IoT and artificial intelligence, and actually pick up those detectors so that we can put the cost back onto the system that created it. So it's not about just building dumb infrastructure. We have to build intelligence into these systems so that they can interact, because we've become disconnected from our built environment, and that's why we pollute it. We've become disconnected from the environment, which is why we don't care for it. And why we're trying to bring back this Matarangi Māori-led view is that if you go into Papakainga, you go into a marae, Māori are still so connected to the environment because they're brought up in a household where you're not separate from the environment, therefore you're not separate from the place that you're polluting. So we have to go and undo that systemic change that's occurring, or that's occurred in our culture as well. So when you talk about an alimentary system being a living system, it's not about just an anaerobic digestion system. It's about a living system connecting back into the people that utilize it and giving the tools back to those people that put those inputs in. And so, we can dive into that work offline around how we're addressing that. But very good question, and it's one that has to be solved at many different levels.
Liam, do you want to put your email address there, or send it to me directly, and then I can add it to an email list? But Vicky, would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Kia ora. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, great. Sometimes it doesn't. I have to do the right selection on my microphones and things. So I'm interested. You mentioned a regional plant, and you've specifically referenced Canterbury a couple of times. And I'm just Canterbury is an enormous region, and many of the sort of systems I look at that I'm interested in around sort of like energy supplies or water management. To me, many of the more sustainable options now are looking at ever decreasingly small, more small, located locally, disseminated systems. But you seem to be talking much more here about a much larger system that's bringing waste in from different streams, like all the various farms. I mean, I went to Ashburton, which is the other day, which of course is one of our big, more industrialized farming areas, and it's a good hour and a half away from Christchurch. And of course, moving all that, many of the farms at the moment don't in Canterbury, because we have such permeable soils, don't necessarily have as much effluent storage or collection systems as what you might have in some of the areas with lower permeability soils. Hence, of course, the problems we have, because it soaks straight through the ground and it goes to groundwater. But it means that there's a whole load of infrastructure required if we were to be able to collect up all that effluent on these farms and put it into some sort of transport system to get it to a centralized place. So there's some aspects there that to me don't actually sound as sustainable as a more disseminated farm-based waste management system solutions. And also I've been listening to a lot of regenerative agriculture podcasts, which there's an ability potentially here to shift to farm systems where essentially they are managing their nutrients and their feed growth and so on without needing imports. And so that in itself is completely self-contained. So I'm not saying there isn't a place for example, anaerobic digestion, but I'm not sure that an entire regional scaled solution with all that transport that's associated with it and collection systems and everything else is necessarily the ideal option. So I just wonder, am I misunderstanding here what you're pitching? Because that disseminated system seems to me to have a lot of benefit from a lower energy input, more resilience in longer term, less carrying moisture around, which is heavy, of course, and so on. So perhaps you could answer that question. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm happy to respond to that. So close to Ashburton is the town of Methven, and we've actually carried out an assessment on farm. What we recognize today is that if we were to provide an on-farm standalone solution, then the effluent from a dairy station, from a milking station that's milking about 500 cows, that effluent would be sufficient to produce, would produce sufficient energy to chill the milk at that dairy station ahead of transport, right? So that is one example of a problem statement of solving at a farm level. So that is one thing that we can do, and which is better for the environment as well, because then you don't have that effluent being pumped to ponds. But when I say regional level, I'd also like to bring your attention to what happens at dairies where now these farmers have transported milk. And now there's milk that's coming in not from 500 cows, but perhaps from 50,000 cows or 100,000 cows to a single dairy plant. Now, this dairy plant, amongst all the other functions that it has, uses coal to provide process heat for the boiler. All dairy factories have a coal-fired boiler. They also produce a dairy processing sludge. Now, the problem statement at this scale, what we've observed is, while there is a move within the government to say that we need to decarbonize industry and there's funding available, and one of the options is to move from coal to electric boilers, there is not enough generation capacity in that last mile of the grid. There is not enough energy supply into that last mile of the grid to support an electrical boiler, which would put a massive load on the electrical grid. And so in such a situation, it's not feasible switching to an electric boiler. But you still have a massive dairy factory in rural Canterbury that's processing milk from thousands of cows that still needs to decarbonize its energy need. In such a situation, if you were to process the dairy sludge from that dairy plant itself and co-digest that with, for example, straw or any other crop residue, or at whatever is locally available, you can create an energy system which is localized, which could then be part of the solution. Like I said, it's never going to be a silver bullet. This is going to solve every problem sort of a thing, but that is doable. So that's how it works at a regional level. But yes, we are conscious that we want to avoid transport. Scope 2 and 3 emissions is something that we talk about a lot. In Canterbury, there are large city councils that truck their sludge elsewhere because there's no means or method of disposal locally. So it's horses for courses. The solution can be scaled from as small as 3 tons per day, which is our first technology demonstrator, to what we've actually built in India, which is 200 tons per day. So depending on what the need is, depending on what the feedstock availability is, depending on whether we're engineering a waste minimization solution or whether we're engineering an energy solution. It's we're agnostic, and we build to what's required.
That's really helpful, and that's really clear that you are talking about disseminated and not when you said regional, it sounded like we're going to put all the waste into one plant, which I know some of those massive energy to waste plants to do exactly that. So no, that's reassured me. Thank you.
No, but it is part of the problem, and why. And we're not trying to pick on Canterbury, but it's where we see such incredible opportunity to pivot what is industrial agriculture into a more sustainable land use. And specifically, when you look at Canterbury, creating resilient infrastructure has to take into consideration some of Canterbury's history as well. So we're opposed to large infrastructure. We don't think building 100-ton plants is the future. You know, we think the sweet spot is around 8 tons to 20 tons, and to have these is co-located as close to where that gas or energy offtake could be utilized. And so, no, we're absolutely opposed to large pieces of infrastructure. We don't think that's the future. We think that's what's been done in Europe. We don't think that can be commercially viable in New Zealand. And we think that there's evidence of $100 million projects that are doing that at the moment. And we did a talk with Ariake around resilient infrastructure. It needs to be local, needs to be locally owned, and it's more than that. It's not just about locally owning it. The reality is if we don't have iwi involved in and tie the water plan to a 5-year plan to a 100-year plan, our procurement really isn't looking at what's the cost of water going to be in 10 years' time, right? That's the point of the planetary accounting network and the standards associated with it. It starts to ask different questions. You're asking questions about how can our organics look at nitrates. You're asking questions about how does a procurement of an organic system actually start to impact our land use, right? So if we start to apply that Māori worldview, then and look at context of place and well-being, we're not just looking at, okay, well, how much does it cost and what physical location does it need to be in? So it's significantly bigger than just, are we building a single plant? We have to look at ownership models, and we have to look at, what are the underlying well-being elements of it. So I hope that provides a bit more context. Now, I'm just conscious of time, and does anybody else still have a burning question that they want to kind of present, and what it's just kind of on the tip of their tongue, they need to get it out? Well, I think we have time for one more.
Liam's raised his hand.
Yeah, I could do one more just quickly. Thank you. I just had a question about digestate in general. My understanding, my sort of lay person's understanding, is that digestate, through the process of digestion, is stripped of a lot of carbon, and so it's high in nitrogen. And so I'm just wondering, if we're using that as a fertilizer, how do we address that exacerbating the nitrogen cycle, which we already know is being exceeded as a planetary boundary?
So excellent question, and again I'll answer that in 2 parts. So but I'll answer the part around the planetary boundary first. The problem we have with nitrogen runoff is that the way we provide nitrogen to plants in terms of solubilized urea solutions limit the ability of the soil for the plants to actually absorb that free nitrogen. Plants can only absorb nitrogen when it's in the form of a nitrite or a nitrate, and that requires symbiotic microorganisms in soil. So there is bacterial activity, there's fungal activity, which then converts that nitrogen into something that plants can absorb. Now, that nitrogen cycle, it doesn't rain nitrogen from the air. So that's why we have the runoff and leaching from nitrogen. The second part with it is in terms of the emissions thereof, in terms of nitrous oxide, which then is a greenhouse gas again, which causes its own share of problems. Coming to the digestate side of things, your point is excellent, but that's some of the key part around our IP is that we optimize carbon nitrogen ratios of the input feedstock ahead of loading the digester. And what that ensures is not only a far more thorough digestion process, it also means that we have a digested product, which, if it requires land application, then will ensure that those ratios aren't out of whack. I think we lost you.
He's still there. He's mentioned. Well, thanks. Yeah. So I just want to give the sorry to cut you off, Liam. I just want to give the opportunity to throw back to Kate. And look, Kate, I'd love you to apply and wrap us up, and just kind of looking at apply your lens to this. And then I'm really keen, because these questions that have been asked are completely relevant to how we can start to look differently at solutions. And so we're really interested to find out about what we can do to use Planetary Accounting Network in real use cases.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. And I think it's been such an interesting discussion, and really, I guess, speaks to the need to be able to put some numbers around this complexity, because so many of the questions have been about that difficult balancing between one impact or another, transport versus water, things like that, which are really difficult to make any sensible decisions about without putting some numbers behind. I guess wanted to share just briefly how we operate, so that if there's people are keen to look at how planetary accounting might be able to help them, there's a few different ways to work with us. So I run two organisations. One's called Planetary Accounting Network, and we're a charitable trust that basically helps people to use planetary accounting, but we also identify where we think planetary accounting can make the most impact and raise funds to run projects. The other is a new company called Planetary Insights, which basically takes these initiatives and systems of planetary accounting to scale. So PAN's about 4 years old, and we're a pretty rapidly growing network of organisations. So all these organisations are working with us to either use planetary accounting for their own decision making, or to test and support our work. And I guess one of the really exciting things that we've been working on is an initiative called Planetary Facts, which really focuses in on the sort of supply chain and product sustainability piece. So we've been developing a standard with a few quite big NZ Inc firms like the Warehouse Group, and it's a new way of being able to communicate sustainability performance, but also to quantify it. So it's inspired by nutritional facts labels on food products. The neat thing about those nutritional facts labels is that they can give you consistent information about any food product in the supermarket. If you go and look at eco labels in the supermarket today, you'll find different labels on every different sort of type of food. Imagine if you could get planetary facts about the carbon, the nitrogen, the water footprint of any product, not just food, across all of your purchases. But also as a business, imagine if you just had that insight so that you could design and improve those products and develop the products that people want. Some of the other initiatives that we are running as well is that we're working with organisations to help them expand their corporate targets from carbon to planetary science-based targets. We're actually partnering with Becca to look at planetary accounting for regions and cities, and how you take that lens to really develop these roadmaps to take forward. And we're working on some education programs so that our new graduates actually come out with that broader systems thinking lens. Planetary Insights is really focusing in on that planetary facts side of things, so that supply chain piece. And we've just opened a beta program, which is pretty exciting, where companies can come and be part of the development so that they can get insights about their whole supply chain across different product categories. So I guess at the moment, the biggest opportunities to work with us are really to become part of the Planetary Facts program with PAN, where you can, there's an opportunity for 10 companies to work with us and pilot our labels on the shelf with real customers over the next 12 months, and also to be part of our beta cohort to actually get those detailed insights about products how you can actually improve the design of these. So I think the discussion today really does just emphasize how much we really need environmental data to support decision making. And so if you're interested to sort of chat with us about opportunities to take that data and apply it to projects that you're working on, I'll leave my details here, and I'd love to hear from any of you.
Okay, that's really fantastic. And I think Germán and I, even with our level of understanding of the whole ecosystem, it really took us probably a few days to get our heads around how do we really start to apply planetary accounting. And I think we've only just scratched the surface of it. So I just want to acknowledge the work that you're doing to try to take this standard and apply it into a software that's going to, I think, fundamentally change the way that we see and approach our world. I love the work that you're doing. I think it is at a level that I think if we were able to apply this framework into New Zealand, it would begin to show the world that we're a better trade partner, and that we would actually turn and pivot our, we used to be a clean green country. I think that is no longer the way the world sees us, right? But if we were able to use something like PAN to start to pivot and turn that back around, we would actually start to see that it would have a huge impact on our economy, not just on our ecology. So, I really appreciate you putting your time into both helping Germán and us and taking your time out today to explain to people what work you're doing. Germán, is there any words you'd like to say in closing before I wrap us up?
No, nothing really, except thank you to Michelle for hosting this, and thank you, Kate, for helping us use PAN to frame the conversation, provide more context. And thank you to everyone who thought it worthwhile attending.
Yeah, and also for the patience during the experiment around using Miro for collaboration in the middle. I really do enjoy these EHF live sessions because it does bring us into a conversation. I hate so much the one-way interactions. So appreciate you suffering a fool that likes to play with new things. So look, with that, I'm just going to close this off with a karakia. Kia tau te rangamari e, kia ranga e ngā iwi o te ao. It's basically let your peace reign over on.
Recently, I decided to do I went down to Dublin about 2 hours from where I live, and I did the real IELTS test because I wanted to test something that has been bothering me for many, many years. Do me a favor, don't skip ahead and look at the results, all right? Don't skip ahead and look and think, oh, you got that result. Well, a native English speaker who teaches IELTS for a living should be getting a band 9. So, it's kind of like Lewis Hamilton doing the driving test and passing the driving test. It is not such a big deal because this is my job. Instead, what I decided to do was this experiment. So the IELTS test is divided into 4 parts: listening, reading, speaking, and writing. What I decided to do was, for 2 parts of the test, go and look at the most popular advice, the most popular tips and tricks for that part of the test, and follow that blindly. And for the other 2 parts, I looked up the common advice, the most popular tips and tricks for those 2 parts of the test, and decided to do the exact opposite. So don't follow the advice, do the opposite. And then let's see what the scores should be. So let's check out what happened. So starting off with the listening test, the 2 most common tips that you see on popular blogs and YouTube videos are, number 1, really focus on keywords. So when you're looking at the questions, focus in on the keywords. The keywords will reveal the correct answer to you. And the second tip is skip ahead. When you finish a section, go straight away and read the questions and try and find those keywords. So it's a very keyword driven way of doing the listening test. And this is the most popular advice out there. It's not the advice that we give at IELTS Advantage, but it's certainly the advice that millions of people use every test day. So for the listening part, I followed the gurus, just did exactly what they said. And I had to abandon that strategy after the first section, because I found it nearly impossible to focus on what I was doing. A huge part of listening is focusing and being able to focus on the question and focus on the listening at the same time. And you really have to do three things. You need to read, listen, and think, and decide the correct answer all at the same time. And I think that I got the first question wrong, because I was really focusing on keywords and then skipping ahead and trying to think about what is happening next, instead of really just doing what I should be doing, which is looking at the question and waiting for the listening and thinking about it more holistically. So I think that I got the first question wrong, and it was an extremely simple question. It was a registration number, a number plate on a car. And I think I got that wrong, because what I was doing was really focusing on keywords and thinking about what was coming next. And what that did was it stopped me actually getting this really simple answer. Like, the first question in the listening test is the easiest one. And I think I got that wrong. And I paid a lot of money for this test and this experiment. And I was thinking to myself after section 1, I better abandon this strategy of focusing on the keywords and then skipping ahead, because my mind was going blank. I couldn't think straight and I couldn't focus on what I was doing. So here's the result. I ended up getting a band 9 for the listening test. But if I had have maintained that strategy, I definitely would have got much lower than a 9. And really, to be honest, I didn't want to embarrass myself. So I followed the common popular guru thinking, and I think I got the first question wrong, and I abandoned that, and I would not recommend that to anybody, because you really just lose focus. And my mind was going blank, and I couldn't really understand what was going on. And that's as a native English speaker. So I did get a band 9, but it was only because I abandoned the strategy after the first section. So a pretty good start, a band 9 so far, but it was quite shocking how difficult I found the first section, and the first section is the easiest section. Moving on to reading, the 3 most common things that you will see online about reading, the popular tips and tricks are skimming, scanning, and keywords. So all you have to do is skim the text, scan the text, look at keywords in the questions, and then magically you're going to find the correct answer. This is all kind of designed to trick your way into getting the correct answer somehow, and to focus on doing it as quickly as possible. It's really about time management, that advice. And I totally disagree with that advice, because it is not a time management test. It is a reading test. So what I did instead was basically the opposite of that. I didn't do any skimming. I didn't do any scanning. I did no keyword highlighting or anything like that. What I did was carefully read the text, like really, really carefully read it. Then I went to the questions, and I basically applied the strategies that I teach for each of the different types of questions, thought about them very deeply, read very carefully, no skimming, no scanning, really thinking about the correct answer to each question. And I believe I got 100%, all of them correct. I got a band 9, as you can see up here, by following exactly the opposite of what the gurus teach. And not only that, I got it all done in about 20 minutes. Now, that is not bragging. Anyone who is a native English speaker should be able to get a band 9 in reading by doing that. But if I was skimming, scanning keywords, I think I would have messed it up, because a lot of the questions, skimming is a waste of time. A lot of the questions, looking for keywords is a waste of time. So by focusing on time management, I actually would have wasted a lot of time, ironically, because good time management is not really about time management tips. It is about becoming better at reading and reading carefully and deciding the correct answer based on your understanding of the text and your understanding of the questions. And all of that skimming, scanning, keywords, that kind of gets in the way of it. Now, some of the strategies that I use do deploy some of those things, but in a very limited way, not answering every question in that way. So doing the complete opposite of the gurus, band 9. The next one was speaking. So I did the opposite of what I was supposed to do in speaking, the opposite of what the top tips and tricks. So again, what I did, what are the most common, most popular tips and tricks for speaking? They are, for part 1, memorize answers. You're going to get questions about your job. You're going to get questions about where you live, in your home. So memorize some answers. I didn't do that. Use idioms and phrasal verbs and things like that. I didn't use one single idiom the entire time. I was told to use idioms, didn't use them at all. Use a very high level vocabulary, didn't use high level vocabulary. What I did was just answer the questions in as simple language as possible and only use high level vocabulary when I absolutely had to, when there was no simple way of saying it. But, you know, where are you from? I'm from the place that I'm from. I didn't say I reside or I dwell in, like, I wasn't using really high level words when I could use simple words. Complex grammar, didn't really focus on using the most complex grammar, the most complex sentences, or the most complex tenses I could think of. If they asked me about the past, I used the past tense. If they asked me what I thought about the future, I would say, like, I think they might be doing this in the future, or I said Elon Musk has big plans for this. Like, I wasn't using really complex standardized grammar that you'll see online. Number 5, I was told in part 2, using these popular strategies, you must focus on the bullet points in part 2. You must address each of the bullet points. If you don't talk about the bullet points, you will not get a high score. I didn't even look at the bullet points. I just talked about the stuff at the top, the topic at the top. And I just talked naturally about that. And I don't know if I used the bullet points or not, but I didn't really consider them. And then the 6th popular piece of advice is part 3 is very formal, it's very academic, so you should use lots of academic words and talk about it in that kind of formal academic way. I talked about it in a really informal, non-academic, very friendly, conversational way. So I did exactly the opposite of the advice, and I got a band 9. So there's a lot of people out there that will tell you if you don't use idioms, you'll get a low score. That is completely false based on, you know, my experience doing the real test. And at IELTS Advantage, we've got like 12 ex-examiners who would agree with me on that. So who is right? Is your YouTube guru right, or is the actual examiner right? A lot of people will say if you miss a bullet point, you will get a low score. A lot of people say if you don't use high-level vocabulary and complex grammar, you will get a low score. This is completely untrue. And this was not because I'm a native English speaker and somehow my pronunciation was so magnificent or that I, got a really high score. It's not done on pronunciation alone. It's not done on fluency alone. It's not done on grammar alone. It's not done on vocabulary alone. In order to get a band 9, you need to be a band 9 for everything. And if you are lacking in 2 of those things, then you're going to get at least an 8.5. That didn't happen. Writing was the most interesting part. So I have seen other YouTubers, IELTS YouTubers going and doing the real test and getting 6.5, getting 7, 7.5 in the writing, and then blaming the examiner and blaming the writing or blaming the test and all sorts of things. I don't think that's right. I think that's probably because their methods are not very effective. If you are a native English speaker and you're getting 6.57 in the IELTS test, then you're doing something seriously wrong. And that's what I did. What I did was I did a few things that are popular advice, and I believe that they're seriously wrong. So what did I do? I used high-level ideas. So very common advice, very popular advice about the writing test is make sure your ideas are very high level, whatever that means. They're impressive. They would really impress the examiner. Number two, make sure that your vocabulary is very, very high level, as complex and as high level and as many C2 and C1 words as possible. Never repeat a word. Always vary your language as much as possible. That's very common advice. Number three, make sure that your ideas are impressive, that they impress the examiner in some way, that the examiner will look at it and think, these are really impressive ideas. And number four, make sure that your grammar is very complex, that you use many different structures, that you use like things like conditionals and multiple different conditionals, and you use multiple different types of tense and complex structures and everything. This made writing the essay really difficult because a few problems came up. Number one, it took me a long time to try and think of high-level ideas, and I wasted a lot of time. Before I knew it, like 8 minutes had gone by, and I was still thinking, like, well, what is a really high-level idea? Then when I started writing, what I noticed was there were certain keywords that I didn't know how to vary. So one of the keywords was hobby. Now, there's only a few ways that but it was some people like high-tech hobbies, some people like low-tech hobbies. So the whole thing was about hobbies. So all I was doing while I was writing, instead of thinking, how do I write a clear essay? What I was doing was thinking, how do I change hobbies? Which really isn't that important. The examiner is testing your writing and clear communication in writing. They're not testing how many different variations of the word hobby can you put down. So that made my job really, really difficult. For part one, I was trying to think of something that would impress the examiner. So I was trying to think of something that would be really interesting. It was write a letter to your boss about the dress code. So to impress the examiner, I wrote that I was working in a restaurant called Hooters. Don't know if you know this, but Hooters is like a restaurant where all the ladies wear very skimpy outfits. So I pretended to be a Hooters girl and complain about my outfit, and the men were harassing me and everything. I thought that was funny, impressed the examiner that way. And I tried to use really complex grammar. So what I was doing was actually deleting good, simple sentences with really effective, simple grammar in it and trying to make it more complex. So everything that I did by following the common advice, the popular advice, that made my job much more difficult. And I got a band 8. So I should have got a band 9, but because my job was made so much more difficult, I was a full band below where I really should be. And that's something that you should really think about. You probably deserve a much higher band than you are currently getting. But if you are doing even one of those things, you're not bad at writing. You're just making your life more difficult by following popular advice on YouTube and on blogs that doesn't really help you get a high score. Because what you should be doing is, instead of thinking of high-level ideas, try and think of simple ideas. Simple ideas are easy to write about, easy to think about, easy to explain, easy to think of examples for. High-level vocabulary actually lowers your vocabulary score because you're trying to think of ways of varying your vocabulary and making it more complex and making your job more difficult, and probably your writing less clear. Impressive ideas, it's just an extra thing that you need to think about. You're running out of time. You don't have time to check your work because you were spending all that time trying to think of impressive ideas. And you're probably making grammar mistakes because you're making your grammar more complex. So have a think about that. By following the advice and listening, I nearly messed up my listening test. By doing the opposite, I got a band 9 in reading in 20 minutes. By doing the opposite in speaking, I got a band 9. By doing what the gurus tell you to do, or most of the gurus, not all of them, there's some good coaches and trainers online, not criticizing all of them. I know you guys think that I'm overly critical, but the reason why I'm overly critical is I spent €200 plus €100 getting my writing rechecked. So that's €300 in test fees. I spent €160 on a hotel. I spent €50 on food, breakfast and dinner, because I had to go down and stay there. Spent another €20 on petrol. I took half a day off work. That cost me probably about €500. So I'm close to €1,000 in just doing this test. And I know that you guys spend an equivalent amount of money, and it makes it even worse for you guys, because if you don't get the scores that you need, that means that you can't go and work in that country of your dreams and achieve and earn the money that you deserve. It's easy for me. All I had to do was drive up the road and I'm back into my big house, working in my nice job, getting paid what I deserve. Most people doing the test, when they follow this advice, don't have that choice. What they are told is, you failed the test. Your scores are lower than you hoped for. We're not going to tell you why. And what people normally do, what their normal reaction to that is, I'm dumb, I'm stupid, I need to go and do more tips and tricks, make things more complex, more impressive ideas, learn more idioms. And then they go and fail again. Okay, I need to find another guru and learn even more tips and tricks and hacks and shortcuts, and then they fail again. This is why I get so passionate about this, because we get emails every single day from students saying, I failed because they followed this advice, this common advice. If this common advice can make a native English speaker fail the test by getting a band 8 in writing, and doing the exact opposite leads to a band 9, that might make you think. And if you think, oh, my expertise as an IELTS teacher and as a native English speaker and as, you know, an educated person from Ireland, that means that, you know, of course you would have got a band 9. Go and look at other IELTS experts from native English speakers who've done the test for real. They're not getting band 9 and everything. So makes you think, doesn't it? So hopefully you find this interesting. If you did and you have questions about how do I actually get the scores that I need, well, you just follow exactly what examiners should show you or would advise you to do, which is do the opposite to most of the stuff you see online. Why is it popular? Because that's what you guys want. You want tips and tricks. What you need is something completely different. If you want something completely different, feel free to get in touch with us and we will help you out as much as we can. Thank you very much. Hope that you find that interesting. Special thanks to the people at the IELTS Test Centre. They were amazing. They made me feel really comfortable, really professional. They did their best to reduce nerves amongst the other candidates and things like that. And it was really, really professional. I'll probably make a follow-up video on what it was like to do the computer-based test. If you want that or any other videos in the future, feel free to subscribe or unsubscribe if you don't like the channel, and feel free to give the video a like or a dislike if you didn't think that this video was helpful. Thanks very much, and hope to hear from you soon. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to Shelley Carney Life Coach. It's our Friday happy hour chat, and I'm your host, Shelley Carney, along with my bestie, Toby Younis. Today we're going to talk about active listening. How does it make you feel when somebody really listens to you? I believe you cannot move forward in any relationship unless both people feel they've been heard.
Toby and I want to provide value to our community, and we hope you enjoy the videos we create. We appreciate you being here to engage with us. To help us in return, you can share your ideas and appreciation by clicking on the thumbs up like button, subscribing, clicking on the bell to receive notifications, and writing a positive comment. Then share our videos with your family and friends so we can grow the channel and reach more wonderful people in the future. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for joining us today. Again, I'm Shelley Carney. I'm a podcasting and live streaming host, coach, and consultant, personal development expert, an interviewer, an author, a presenter, an introvert, and a 9 on the Enneagram. I always include that because it can kind of sometimes inform you about a person's personality traits. And we're going to focus a little bit today on interviewer, what it takes to be a good interviewer and to actively listen. Are you paying attention or actively listening? And what's the difference? Do you know the difference?
So I'd like to believe that actively listening ensures that you're engaged in the conversation, as opposed to sometimes like you're sitting in class. Mm-hmm. When you're sitting in class and you have a recorder with you, digital recorder, that's participating in a kind of non-committed sense. You may not be ready to engage in the conversation. So if you get called upon, for example, the professor says, hey, Toby, what exactly do I mean by a composite? And if you weren't actively listening, you were just kind of, there. You may not get it, but if you're actively listening, you're engaged in your side of the conversation. So every once in a while, somebody will ask me, what do you find most interesting? What do you find most attractive about a woman? And my response has always been, I like the idea that she can hold up her end of the conversation. And part of that holding up your end of the conversation is actively listening.
Yes. Now, another way of looking at that, when you brought up taking classes, is if, for instance, I'm taking a training with somebody, if I am actively taking notes, even if it's just a recorded video, if I'm actively taking notes and planning on putting things into action that they're explaining to me, then I believe that's a more active listening rather than a passive listening of just, hearing what they say, but not planning to take action on it. But why should we listen? What's in it for me if I listen to other people? We can build our relationships and deepen that bond. We can increase our empathy for others when we hear their side of the story. We enhance our own understanding, and people understand us better. And we can learn and develop knowledge. So if they tell me something and I don't know anything about, for instance, when Toby tells his stories about Vietnam, that is not in any way anything that ever happened to me in my life. It's totally new. So listening to his stories informs me, educates me. I get to understand and learn about what it was like for a young man to be in Vietnam during the conflict there. Helps us to solve problems. If we go in already knowing that guy's an idiot and he doesn't know what he's talking about, we're not going to listen to him. We're not going to be able to solve the problem between us. If we come in with an open mind and truly actively listen, then we actually have a chance of solving that problem. And then we inspire positive feelings. When I am listened to, I feel like I'm validated. I feel appreciated. I feel heard and acknowledged. And we can do that for the other person, and we back and forth raise our vibration together.
So is this a good time to interject my sentient sales course?
The whole course?
No, just to talk about what it was.
Sure, go ahead.
So there was a period in time.
If you want to go to full screen when you're talking, that would be good too.
Okay, let me do that. So there was a period in time where, when I was in Washington, D.C., I was helping other contractors learn how to sell to the federal government. And over a period of about 3 or 4 years, I developed something called a sentient sales course and sentient sales technique. And basically, the sentient sales technique said that when you went in to make a sale, that you did as little talking as possible, that you asked open-ended questions and allowed your prospective customer to speak. And not only did it work as a sales technique, I discovered, quite accidentally actually, that it worked as a relationship development technique. So you could meet someone in a train station. You'd start talking. The more you listen to them, the more attached they become to you in kind of a pseudo-emotional way, right? They just want to hear more of your stories, yet you haven't told any of your stories. You just asked questions about them. So that's why I called it sentient sales, because it works on that side of the individual. The more you listen to an individual, the more they become kind of connected to you. And you don't have to do anything. You don't have to tell your war stories. You don't have to tell your success stories. You don't have to do anything. You just have to ask them about them. And the more you do that, the more connected they become to you.
That's right. People's favorite subject is themselves.
Yeah.
And that's what Dale Carnegie said in his book, How to Win Friends and Influence People.
Mhm.
Is the most popular person at the party that everybody likes so much is the one who just went around and asked everybody questions about themselves and then listened.
So Dale Carnegie and area like that.
Yeah. So next slide. Are you actively listening? Robert Baden-Powell said, if you make listening and observation your occupation, you will gain much more than you can by talk.
That's a great quote.
Yeah, I thought so.
If you make listening and observation your occupation rather than sales or live streaming, it's an interest. It's a good quote. I like it.
That's right. You can learn a lot. How to listen. So we're going to go over these one by one, but let's, this is what's coming up. We're going to talk about how to eliminate distractions, physical engagement, how to be physically engaged in the conversation, how to give reflective feedback, how to put aside judgment so you can have an open conversation, and how to share similar experiences and why we want to do those things.
So this picture that you selected from Pexels, it's interesting because I've seen that young woman a lot.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah. So whoever that photographer is, that's like
friend is a photographer.
Yeah, apparently. But the other thing I just noticed is they're wearing exactly the same coat, reflecting one another. I wonder if that was intentional.
Yeah. Are you actively listening? Malcolm Forbes said the art of conversation lies in listening. And if Malcolm Forbes says that, then you know it's pretty important.
Good enough for me. Yeah. I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's pretty, these are people who are highly regarded in their respective industries.
Mhm.
So you have to accept the fact that they probably do a lot more listening and talking as, part of what made them successful.
Exactly. Well, and a big part of leadership is being able to listen to the people around you and
Mhm.
take that information and put it to use.
Mm.
First, eliminate distractions. So as you can see, this young woman sitting at a table waiting to have that conversation. She doesn't have a phone or device out, so she's put away all her devices, cleared her mind. She isn't trying to read the paper or study or look out the window, and she's cleared her mind. She's ready for a conversation. She has allowed the time necessary. When somebody wants to talk to you, make sure you ask them, how long of a conversation would you like to have, or how much time do you need? And then set that time aside so that you're not in a rush to get away, or you're distracted because you have another appointment coming up. Find a quiet space so that you don't have a lot of noise interrupting your conversation, and get comfortable. Use the bathroom, make sure you're not super hungry or super thirsty. Be ready to be present.
I was, I'm going to do this because I thought that was a good idea. I was having a meeting with my good friend Janet,
Mhm.
and we were going to meet at a local restaurant, one that's in Corrales, which is where we often meet. It's not a formal place; it's a very informal, casual restaurant. And they've implemented social distancing things, so
Mhm.
you can't. The tables are not close to one another, so it really wasn't noisy. As you actually, in comparison to how it usually is, right? Pre-pandemic and hopefully post-pandemic. I look forward to going back to when it's just a noisy place. And as usual, I got there a little bit earlier, and she was walking up, and I saw her. And usually what I do is I ask her if she'd like some coffee or something to eat. So I put away my stuff, and the last thing that I was doing was I was putting away my phone.
Mhm.
And she said, "Oh, you don't have to put that away." And I said, "Yes, I do. This is your time." And she just smiled and said, "Thank you." Because we all know that the phone or the mobile phone has changed the manner in which we interact with others, because we put it right there in front of us.
Right.
My phone has a setting that enables me to turn it over on its face,
Mhm.
and it interprets that as "Don't bug me," don't leave me alone.
Mhm.
I don't want to
Do
hear
not
from you.
disturb.
Do not disturb. Yeah. And I find that very handy,
Mhm.
because the last thing I want to do, I think it was Frank Sinatra that when asked once, I can't remember the question, but what is it that you don't do on a date?
Uh-huh.
And his response was, "You don't look at your watch and you don't yawn." That was his thing.
Right.
I added to that, and you don't pick up your phone.
Right.
And if necessary, you put your phone in your pocket. So don't look at your watch, don't yawn, and leave your phone alone.
Right.
So it doesn't even have to be a date, just a conversation.
And that's just showing respect and caring for the other person.
Yeah.
Are you actively listening? M. Scott Peck said, "You cannot truly listen to anyone and do anything else at the same time." So, good thing to remember. Especially sometimes for parents, we need to think about that, because our kids pick up cues from what we're doing. And if we're trying to be on the computer or play with our phones or a tablet or doing something else, and they have something important to talk about, then it's time to put that to the side, at least for a few minutes, and just look at them and let them talk, because that's training them to do the same thing if you want to talk to them. If they grow up seeing you looking at a device or doing another job while they're trying to talk to you, then they'll get the idea that, oh, that's what humans do. That's what people do. That's what I should do. And then when they're a teenager and they won't listen to you because they're playing with their phone, you can remember that you helped to teach them that.
Yeah, it's kind of your fault.
Well, and you know, and I don't blame people because these things happen, but just keep it in mind.
Slides.
Yeah. Next is physical engagement. You want to face the speaker. This is really helpful to engage your body in whatever primary activity you are engaged in. Is face the speaker. That's going to put your body into the conversation. Eye contact. Look into their eyes as they're talking whenever possible. Lean in when you're listening closely. Sometimes I even turn my head if I'm not hearing them well. I turn my head to make sure that my ears can pick up all the sounds that are coming my way. Nod and smile to let them know you are listening and paying attention to what they're saying, and that you are encouraging them to continue with their talking. If you disengage suddenly, they might stop talking and wonder what's happening. Why did you look away? Or if you stopped nodding and smiling, they might think, did I say something that upset you? You know, so continue to nod and smile if you want them to continue to talk. Voice your agreement by, yeah, you know, just to let them know you're there, especially if you're on the phone. You're going to want to do that because they might think nobody's there. Did my phone cut out? If you're not making any sounds. Also just that extra little bit of encouragement to keep them going. And then touch people when appropriate, mostly on the arm and shoulder like this. Would be good if you are having a conversation where you're giving them support. They're feeling sad or down in any way. That extra little physical touch can help them to feel more comfortable sharing more openly. Peter Drucker said the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. Body language makes up more than 80% of our communication. So that's one of the reasons you want to be very focused in looking at the person, so you can even subconsciously pick up those facial cues that you might otherwise miss if you're looking away. Putting something in between you. It's like, for instance, if you're watching a television program, but you're also scrolling at the same time, you're going to miss a lot of the nuance of the program. I know that I've done that. You know, if I'm watching a program and suddenly I get a text and I start messing around with the text, I've totally forgotten everything that I just saw presented. So the same thing happens when we're having an interaction. You want to be looking at the person and in the moment so that you can pick up those cues that you might not have otherwise noticed if you were looking away.
In one of the schools that I attended in my career, there was a whole section on, you want me to open up the screen here? Don't mind me. There was a whole section on how to use a conversation with an individual as a complete exercise in intelligence gathering, from recalling making notes afterwards, recalling the clothes they wore, how they were sitting, how their face looked, what their expressions were, not just what they were saying, how they were moving their hands, whether or not they kept their hands in their pockets, right? Whether they smoked at the time, right? So it literally was an exercise in collecting intelligence on the individual. And I brought that into the sentient sales technique as a method. I didn't call it collecting intelligence, basically analyzing the individual, going beyond just what you're hearing and using what you're seeing or even smelling. You could always, you know, when you walked into the office of someone who was a smoker, you could smell that, you know, and you wanted to make sure you didn't say anything offensive, even though you weren't a smoker. So it's a complete analysis of the individual, and an important part of this listening process, because it's absorbing a lot of other things, but not just what you're hearing. So, and you have 5 senses, you know, so you might as well use as many of them as you can. You mentioned touch, right? I don't expect that you're going to go up and taste them, but maybe they could offer you a Tootsie Roll Pop or something. I don't know.
Reflective feedback is next. This is basically, you're not listening to somebody so that you can formulate your reply or what you would do in that situation or give advice. You're listening to understand. You're listening to learn. You're listening to get their information. And in doing that, one of the things we can do is offer that reflective feedback of repeating back what they've said, paraphrasing, saying it in a different way. So what I'm hearing you say is this: is that correct? Check for clarification. Ask for those clarifying questions like, I didn't understand what you said there. You said you started work when you were 21, and what year was that? You can do those clarifying questions just to help you get that information straight in your mind, what they're talking about. Additionally, it's a great opportunity to empathize with somebody, and you could give them feedback such as, that must have been really hard, or I see what you're saying. I hear that. I can understand what you're talking about. Just that empathy without saying, I know exactly how you feel, because of course nobody knows exactly how anybody feels except for themselves. But to empathize is just to give them that support that they're looking for so that they'll continue to speak.
So one of the techniques that I've used in that case is when I can't empathize, if I don't have a similar experience and I'm not able to empathize with the individual, I want to reflect back to them that although I can't empathize, you're telling your story in such a way that I can feel, you know, you're making me feel something, right? And it's not quite empathy, but it is like, that's such a good story. You know, you touched in something inside of me. And I think that's a good way to reflect when they've had an experience that you can't even imagine. You've just never had that kind of thing. I've noticed on Clubhouse where people get up to tell their stories, some of them I can't empathize. I didn't lead that kind of life. But you think to yourself that that story is so well told that you can see how it changed them, how it made them better, and how they seem to have recovered from it. Then, and that creates a good feeling. You know, a sense of good feeling.
Ralph Nichols said, the most basic of all human needs is to understand and be understood. The best way to understand people is to listen to them.
Wow. Another great quote.
Yeah.
You want to go next one?
Next, we want to talk about putting aside judgment. When you come into a conversation already judging the situation, judging the person, judging their character, judging what they will probably say and what you will probably say, if you've got that mapped out in your mind, then you're not open to having an honest exchange of information. You don't want to come into a conversation judging the person. And this happens a lot with parents and kids. I remember as my son got to be an adult, we had a conversation one day, and I was he was trying to make me feel guilty about something in sort of a passive aggressive way. And I said, I tell you what, from now on, when we have a conversation, I won't judge you and you don't judge me. And let's just go from here. And that really freed some things up for us, that when he wasn't feeling judged, he didn't feel the need to then judge other people. So judge not lest ye be judged. And when you come to a conversation without judging somebody or judging what they're going to say or maybe some action they took that was a mistake. Well, if you can say, well, we all make mistakes, and this is where we go from here. Trust can grow when you allow them to be themselves without feeling judged. Your relationships can deepen. Your happiness increases because you're open to receiving happiness, and you're open to having a better relationship, and they are happier that they're not being judged. And then honesty comes easier when when you know that you can come to that person and say, this and this and this happened, and they just listen to you, and then they say, okay, and then what? Or I see, and they're very neutral or even open to receiving what you're saying. Then you feel like, okay, I can be really honest with this person, and it improves your relationship.
Very nice.
Bryant H. McGill said, one of the most sincere forms of respect is actually listening to what another has to say. And I agree. Respect is super important, especially in marriage and partnerships. And that means, again, putting things aside and focusing on your partner when they're talking, and giving them that respect.
Mm. Do you feel like I listened to you enough?
Yeah. I'd let you know.
Yeah, you would.
Share similar experience. You don't want to do this like too quickly. Let that person explain their entire experience before you jump in and say, oh, well, that happened to me, or that happened to my brother, because then you're sort of jumping into their story and taking it over. You don't want to hijack somebody's conversation, somebody's story. You want them to be able to tell their whole story, and then you can show understanding and empathy by saying, oh, I hear what you're saying, and something similar happened to me when I was that age, and I made a mistake, and I didn't do it any better than you did. So that would reduce their shame and guilt, knowing that you accept them as they are. You're not judging them. You also had a similar experience and made similar decisions and similar mistakes. Then they feel like they are being understood, and it strengthens that bond and reinforces the learning. So for instance, this perhaps is a mother and daughter, or grandmother and granddaughter. If the younger one came to the older one and said, I had this bad thing happen, maybe the boyfriend broke up with her, or whatever happened, something bad happened, and the mother or grandmother listened to her and then said, when I was your age, something similar happened, and here's how I handled it, and here's what I thought and felt and did. Then the younger one could learn from that and see maybe a path forward, whereas before they may have felt like, life will never be better again. And when they hear, oh, they went through the same thing, and look at them now, they're doing great. So we can have that reinforcement of learning and hope for the future.
So I actually have mixed emotions about this one.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is, I feel like social media has had an impact on that kind of structure, I'm not a big fan of bearing your soul on social media. And I know people who do, and it upsets me that they do. Not upsets, I'm not gonna, there's part of me that wants to say, don't talk about that on social media. But one of the reasons is, one of the things that I've noticed about social media is when we're not together like this, where if I'm telling you something, you start empathizing, or at least being aware of what I'm talking about, you can respond to it without respond to it in a way that enables you to say, you know what, I went through that same experience. And not saying, oh, well, here's what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
one up you.
Right. I think that's what happens on social media. And because it's on social media, no one says, I went through a similar experience, here's what I did.
Right.
Right. Hoping that they could reinforce that. And sometimes it doesn't do any good to do that, but, and it's a lot easier to do when you're face to face. On social media, it's easier to say, really? Well, here's what happened to me.
Mhm.
And then what did you call it? One up your story, do a
Mhm.
one up your story, level up your story, so that now your
Right.
story becomes more important than whatever pain the person is experiencing.
Right.
Now, again, I'm not a big fan of bearing your soul on social media.
Right.
If you have a problem, call me.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. And I promise you, what's not going to happen is I'm not going to one up you.
Yeah.
I'm going to suggest that I had a similar experience, and here's what I did if you're open to that advice.
Right.
So social media has an impact on this.
Yeah,
I
I
like,
would save things like technical things, like I was trying to learn how to do such and such, and I bought this piece of software and it's not working, and I need some help. That's great. That's great. Share that stuff on social media because
Right.
people can honestly help you with
Mhm.
things of that nature. But if it's something personal, like I'm going through a divorce or my kid's on drugs or things of that nature, then you're going to want to talk one-on-one with somebody. That's a coach or a therapist or a best friend or a parent or a sibling or whatever. You're going to want to talk that through one-on-one. Putting things out on social media is good if you want advice. If you don't want advice, don't put it out there.
yeah, that's it basically.
Yeah.
So back 2 slides.
Active listening marks you as a leader. As you saw, Malcolm Forbes and some of the other names that we discussed, Peter Drucker, and they focus a lot on listening because when you listen to the people around you, you can take all their ideas and all their stories, combine them into universal truths, and that can inform the way you live. It attracts others to you, right? We talked about Dale Carnegie, go to a party and ask everybody about themselves, and they get to talk about themselves. They remember you as the person they like the most. It attracts people. Creates authority. When you listen to people, it gives you this status of perhaps a coach or a mentor or a parent or, the person who is the one that everybody comes to when they have problems. You are the guru, right? Gives you that authority. It demonstrates a growth mindset when you are open to listening without judging. You say, well, I don't know anything about that. Why don't you share your experience with me? And you just let the person talk. That demonstrates that you're ready to listen and learn. It encourages others to share their story with you. When you don't interrupt them, when you let them speak and you continue to encourage them with your body language, they will continue to flow with their story and you'll get to learn a lot more about them. And it offers that opportunity to learn. Again, they may have some bits of information that you didn't know anything about, and it could spark something in your mind that helps you in the future to grow your business or have better relationships or whatever it is.
So I am actively listening to your presentation, but I regret the fact that we're not going to get the opportunity to discuss how well drawn that paramecium on the whiteboard is.
Well, as you can see, that teacher is listening to that student. So I have a free gift for you for watching today's video. It's all about conducting interviews. Since we're talking today about being an active listener and working on your listening skills, one of the great ways to practice listening is by interviewing others. So this is an excellent companion to this presentation. It's an ebook. It's your free gift, and it teaches you to master the art of successful interviewing. And that link for this ebook is in the description box of the video.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That was, I got to tell you that this is the result of the fact that Shelley and I did a presentation on interviewing top 10 interview tips on Tuesday. And between Tuesday and today, Shelley took that and transcribed it. It's not an exact transcription, but took the best out of that presentation and turned it into a download. So I strongly recommend that you download this. And I know at the end, she probably put a link to that presentation.
I did not.
Oh, okay.
I put a different link.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm. Put a link for them to contact us.
Oh, okay.
So that they can learn more.
No, that makes sense. So yeah, that link is in the description box below.
Yeah. Active listeners are great podcast hosts. So if you want to be a great podcast host, you want to practice your listening skills and your interview skills. They're dynamic interviewers, meaning they hold up their end of the conversation so that it's not just the interview guest who's doing all the talking. They are giving that extra fulfilling material that keeps it flowing like a conversation. They're inspired writers because when you listen to others, you're able to write from different viewpoints. You can be much more creative in your writing. They're productive team members because they listen to what their role is and what their goals are, and they act on that information because they've listened well. And they're highly paid coaches because a coach is very much about listening and asking questions and getting more information and getting that person to talk so that they can pull out the answers themselves. And that conversation is the tool for doing that.
So I'm going to leave this slide up rather than opening up because I have a comment to make on it. And that is, when I was in my career in Washington, one of the things that people would hire me to do is write white papers and case studies for them, because white papers and case studies were the marketing tools that some of these high-tech companies that were marketing to the government required. And everyone perceived them as really difficult to do. Like it would take them months to do it. And the reputation I had was that I could go from zero to having a completely published white paper in 30 days, which may sound like a lot, but when you're talking about the technical level white papers that the government expected. And my routine for that was to ask them to give me 10 people that worked on the project team. And make it a variety of people, from leaders to line workers to implementers, etc. And basically, I would interview them as if they were on my podcast. Not that there were podcasts back then, but it was that conversation, because I'd record every one of them. I would have them transcribed, and it was my conversation with them, the interaction between them and me, and the transcript that was the basis for creating the white paper. And the white paper wasn't just a set of quotes from them. It was actually a storyline that came from the transcript, and I would add where I needed to. But the important thing about that was you could not do that if you were not actively listening to the individual and what they were talking about, not only for the purpose, because I knew the 10 questions that I would want to ask each of these individuals, but I also knew that they were going to say something that was going to cause me to ask another question. And the reason I recorded them, and usually if I could, I'd record them on a video camera. And this was back in the days where we used tape, videotape. Because what it enabled me to do was not worry about making notes. And the less time I can spend making notes and paying attention to them, the more valuable that is to me. So if they allowed me to record them, and literally, I don't ever recall somebody saying, no, I don't want, are we going to do this on camera? Yes, we're going to do this on camera. It's for my purposes, right? It just makes my job easier. I'll say yes. But it was so that I could see them, not just hear them, and not interrupt myself making notes. I literally have, me in my notebooks. That was a period in time where I did not fill notebooks with these conversations. I just watched and listened and asked questions. And it was an amazing experience. And it's something that became a skill, that you can take into whatever you're doing in the future. So, like us now.
Yeah. That's right. So I invite you to connect with us and schedule a free consulting call to define your social media goals, assess your specific needs, clarify your best options. These are our links, which are also in the description box below the video, messagesandmethods.com, shellycarney.com, tunis.com. Those have all of our links. Those are just our pages with our links so that you can choose what you want to do or what method you want to use to reach out when you get there. If you want to email or if you want to call or text or write to us or whatever it is you prefer to do, reach out on social media, however you like to connect. And we hope that you'll do that.
And as we mentioned earlier, you've got that ebook that Shelly's offering you. Make sure you go pull that down. And then once you've gone through the ebook, go back and follow the links that Shelly has set up for you in that ebook to get more information. So here's something nice for you, Brian says.
Well, thank you, Brian, for being here. And please do share with your family and friends.
So, okay. And
thank you all for being here today. We appreciate you, and we hope that you got something valuable from this conversation. And we will be back tonight at 7 o'clock for AGK Gaming, and again next week for the podcasting and live streaming channel. And if you missed last Tuesday, go back and watch that, because we do give those 10 interviewing tips through video. So check that out as well. Thanks for being here. And for Shelly Carney Life Coach, happy hour on Friday. I am your host, Shelly Carney.
And we'll see you guys. My name is Toby Younis. I'm her co-host. I'm her button pusher. I handle all the technology here, folks. But we will see you tonight on AGK Gaming. We look forward to that. We'll have a lot of fun. We'll start with some Drawful and end up in Among Us.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Mark Podolsky, the Land Geek, with your favorite niche real estate website, thelandgeek.com. And the team is off for July, but because I was traveling in Southeast Asia, I'm not taking July off. I already took my June off. So it is a total pleasure for me to interview one-on-one. I don't know if anyone else is going to jump on. They might, with Michelle Bridger, whom started her journey in land investing. And these are always my favorite podcasts, is we get to hear a case study about someone who's just a little farther ahead in their land business than you, and how they have proceeded and what their journey was like. So Michelle Bridger, welcome. How are you?
Mark, I'm wonderful. I'm so happy to be here. It's an honor and a pleasure.
The honor and pleasure is all mine, as it will be for the listeners. But let's just rewind the tape, Michelle, and let us know, what were you doing before land investing, and how did you find me, and then how did you start your journey?
Okay, great. So I've owned my own business for 9 years, and it's an advertising agency. I had been praying for a while that I would find an additional business that had passive income, that was a good plan B, that would be additional revenue, something if something really went wrong with the first business, I would have this great backup. It would also then lead me into retirement years so that I had ongoing income. So this was my dream about what I was looking for. And in December 2020, two things happened. One, there was huge disruption in my industry, a tech issue that really affected us, not my business, but much broader in scope. Anyone that was doing a similar type of business, it was, oh my gosh. And that was, again, a real wake-up call about the instability. And my clients are great. They come, they stay for a long time. But when they leave, the income stops. And so the other thing that happened was I had a great vacation planned, and last minute that got canceled. But my team knew that I was off. I was already off. I'm like, this is my week. I'm going to figure this out. In my mind, I had all these like, well, what about this? And what about this kind of business? And would this be viable? And I just said, nope, this is my week. I am going to figure it out and walk away at the end of this week with a plan. And I'm going to enact that plan. So it was going to be a busy, but it was a very productive week. And I really dug deep. I researched all these different ideas that I had about, well, what about this? What about that? And during that week, I came across this podcast and listened diligently. During that podcast was someone giving their testimonial. They had been doing the business part-time in addition to their corporate job, and they had built the land business up through 2 years, and then he wanted to retire his third year. And so he looked at his numbers and he said, if I just do more of this mailing, then I can see that it's going to do this to the business. And I want to finish at the end of year 3 at 25,000. And I got it. I saw that, you know, he knew his numbers, that it was a numbers-based business. I get it. My other business is data run. And so I'm like, if you can do it, I can do it. Because then at that $25,000 mark, when his first child was born, he would retire from his corporate job. So that made sense to me. And then I listened to Dirt Rich, your book, Mark, and I got it. Like it's not a complex business. It's just the same thing with systems. And it made sense to me. And then I had a sales call with your team and thoroughly looked at the business and prayed like crazy. And I was all in. December 31st, I was all in, and started January 13th in flight school. And I've been all in all the time. Now it's been part-time in addition to the long hours that I put in with my other business. Then I've been doing this business, but I'm super happy with the results.
Okay, so when you started flight school, you've got this full-time business you're running.
Yes.
How did you feel? I mean, how was your energy level? Because a lot of people ask us like, hey, I've got this going on. I've got a big life. Will I have actually enough time to do this business alongside with either my high-stress corporate job or my full-time business? How was that for you?
So I knew that I was very motivated to make it work. I decided to do flight school rather than the do-it-yourself toolkit just on my own time, because I knew that I needed the accountability and I needed the hand-holding to be able to walk me through the process. Or I would still be saying, oh, I really still want to do that land business. Now, that motivation caused me to just make time. And so I'm an early riser anyway, 5 a.m. every morning on the nose. But that time now I set aside like, okay, so I set aside an hour. I'm going to make sure that my team has what they need, or I'm doing the most important thing during that hour. And then I work in the middle of the day. I'm doing X at the end of the day. I'm spending a couple hours on it. So it was long hours, no doubt, but I am happy with the results, and I made it work because I'm still making it work because I still run both businesses. I'm still making it work just simply because I want to. I'm passionate about building the land business and have made the time for it.
Now, what were your results in flight school?
In flight school itself, I kind of think I wasn't ready for that question, Mark. Like in terms of, I was buying property. I was selling property. So by February, we'd already been, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks, but we're required to buy a property. So I bought a property and I sold that one. I also, during those 16 weeks, I also was buying and selling other properties. So as to how much, that part I don't remember how many I bought and sold, but I was actively buying and I was actively selling. I had property on terms. I don't think I sold any for cash during that time, but I was on the move. I was doing it.
You're executing. And so why did you join the one-on-one coaching program? What convinced you, do you think?
So the one-on-one coaching program, again, I don't want to stagnate in the business. The business is too good that I don't want to stagnate. And there's so much that I still don't know. Flight school to me was amazing, and there's so much more to learn. So there was flight school, and then I took about 3 months off so that I could, I just took about 3 months, not off of the business, but off of the training so that I could get certain pieces in place and then be ready for one-on-one coaching. But I wanted that accountability. I wanted the personal look at my business. I wanted the community. I wanted to know what I don't even know what I don't know, being so new in real estate. I'd never done real estate before, never done this. So I've, been really, really happy with all the coaching, all the training. It's been just what I needed.
So what do you love most about the business? And what was the first thing you wanted to outsource? You're like, I can't wait to get this off my plate.
Okay, good question. So I already know to delegate. So before I ever started flight school, I had hired virtual assistants. So because I knew I would need them, and I knew that I absolutely could not do this business on my own. You really can't. There's just so many steps that you have to outsource it. So what did I knew right away, the list, the pulling the list, scrubbing the list, looking at comps. So I oversee that, but then the detailed work, especially the scrubbing the list and things like that, that I outsourced right away, creating the agreements, the contracts, the deeds, the using LG Pass, that was outsourced right away. Then it was probably 9 months in that I had brought on an intake manager to manage when we buy property. So again, I still oversee that process. I know what's going on, but she's handling the details of that, of reaching out to the sellers, etc. I actually love working with the people who are buying. I think that's really fun. But it's also getting tiresome. So soon that will be off my plate as well. I hate the very detailed work. I love working with the people who are buying the land, but I also know that it's time to let that go.
Okay. And then as far as from the very beginning of flight school to now, which you're almost at the end of coaching, how many hours a week are you working in your business?
I would say I'm working about 15 hours per week in my business, in my land business.
So about 2 to 3 hours a day?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's common that I'll put in about a half a Saturday in as well. And Saturdays are for systems. S is for systems. So my Saturdays, if I'm going to be working any part of it, it's about how are my systems, what needs to be a new system, what system needs refined, what holes did we find in the systems this week, what needs fixed. So high level stuff.
Okay. And is most of your time now on selling, or what's left for you to do in your business?
What's left for me to do? It's more and more marketing. Refining the marketing process. So I have people who are posting ads. I have people, I have a copywriter, bringing on another copywriter. So it's doing more. I would say it's doing more better, and constantly looking at how we can do more marketing better. Right now I have 27 properties in inventory, which is a good number for me right now. And so we have plenty of land to sell, but it has been selling really fast. And so gotta, keep bringing in more. We sold a property today. So it's just buy land, sell land, buy land, sell land. Very simple and very systematizable.
Yeah, I love it. So I know, like in Grill the Geeks at boot camp, everyone asks the same question. How much do you spend a month on your team and tools?
That's a number that I should know, Mark. So you gotta warn me on these tough questions.
Would it be 1,000 a month? 1,500 a month?
It would be. Give me just a second to think about that. I would say it's 1,700 per month would be a guess, and that's a great question. I have a bookkeeper, but I haven't looked at that in a while, so that would be a good question. But I bet it's around 1,700 per month.
Okay, let's talk about some fun numbers.
Let's do.
So, what have you been able to accomplish since you've started the business?
So look up here because I have my little numbers.
Okay.
So my business is based on retail, but I have sold 5 properties for wholesale. I've sold 21 properties for cash, which was $162,000 in cash. I have 47 properties under contract. And this is the fun number. It's right now, currently, I have $8,125 per month coming in passive income.
Okay, so 8,125 a month in passive income.
Yes.
So let's just do some math. So that's, if we multiply that by 12, that's 97,500 a year in passive income, just mailbox money. And how does that make a difference in your life?
It's just so cool when you see money, you did the work once and now it keeps coming in. So I'm just so pleased with that because I see that this business, it works, but I knew that before I ever started, that I can continue to scale it, that I have the skills right now and the knowledge base to continue to grow that more and more and more, and to carry me into retirement as a solid base for that. And then I'm just eager to know how to do more better. So to learn more and to keep growing it. So it's a wonderful number because, I don't know another business that's as clear and I don't know of another business where you can bring in a 6-figure income in less than 18 months. That's a sweet deal. Like
I don't either. Everyone starves their first year in real estate. This is the only niche I know where you can ramp up really quickly.
Yeah, in passive income. So 6 figures in passive income per year and growing it with that in 18 months is just, I'm happy.
I love it.
A great training system, Mark.
Thank you. Do you know what's an interesting number about that? Is that if you went to the bank and said, okay, I'm going to deposit this much money in the bank to earn an aggressive 2% interest per year, you would, to generate the passive income that you're generating right now, you'd have to deposit $4.875 million.
Wow.
And so would it take you longer than 18 months to save up that kind of money?
Oh, yeah, you better believe it.
That's insane.
Oh, longer. Yeah, isn't that fun? Yeah.
It is so amazing. So if you're listening to this, so for someone listening to this, what would be your advice to them if they're just getting started and if they want to replicate the results that you've been able to do in the last 18 months?
I think the reason why I've been successful at this is because I've been all in. So having been in business, or I don't know that that's the key, but I could see that this was a simple business, and that it's what you were doing was you had a business that model that was simple, and it was, you taught the systems, like that's so big in what you guys do. And the product happens to be land. That all made sense to me. And so it's what I could see was that all of this made sense, that it worked for you, it worked for so many others, that it's a great product, which I love land anyway. And so I've just been all in. Like, I haven't done it perfectly. I still have some systems to put in place and more people to plug in, but I get it. And I've just been all in from the start to make this work. And I would just say, if you're considering it, just do it. Just be all in. The training is amazing. Do flight school. Don't just dip your toe in the water. It's not a business to me that if you just dip your toe in the water and just see, well, can I buy one property? Can I make it work? Well, I don't know. It really is best because of the cost of the software, because of the cost of having a team, because of seeing your results and getting traction and going. It really, to me, has made all the difference to be all in.
I think that's almost the blueprint for success in life, in any aspect of life. If you're just dipping your toe in the water with your relationship or your job or a hobby, and you're not fully committed to really being the best version of yourself in that area of life, you won't get the results you want. I think that combination of commitment, we talk about burning the ships, and grit is so important to success in any endeavor in life. So before we get to the tip of the week, I do want to ask you about your grit, because it can't all be butterflies and rainbows in the land business. Tell us a story about a time where things didn't go well and you had to pick yourself up, and how that went.
Grit. So in hiring, I don't know if this is a great story, Mark, but I would say that I've just grit, just do it. But I spent time to create a job description for someone who was going to be the marketing manager. She sounded really good. I thought that I had the systems in place to train her and explain it to her. But she, like, apparently either she wasn't a fit and she didn't get the systems, but she felt like she didn't have enough training. And so she just quit on me. And I was like, she had sounded really good. So I don't know whether it was truly, my systems could have been better. They really could have. I expected her to know more coming in than I should have. My systems should have been better. But I was so busy, and I was really sorry to lose her. And I cried, and then I moved on. It was a Friday afternoon. I met with her. She said goodbye. And she had only been with me for like 10 days, but her communication was poor, but my systems were poor. And so it just simply wasn't a match, but it just was like, oh, darn. And but after a good cry, I picked myself back up, and Monday I was back at it again. And now I have two great people in my marketing team, and they're well-trained. They're just singing along. I'm super happy with them. One of them gets a bonus every time we sell a property, and that's super motivating for her. And so I'm happy with how things are in marketing right now, but that just took grit. Just create better systems, move on, put the right people in place, and next.
Wow, it's so inspiring. Okay, last question before tip of the week, because I forgot to ask this. What's your favorite deal that you've done?
favorite deal. It's just like how fast land can move. So property was just closing. I had bought it for $2,700. It was 5 acres for $2,700. And just before, like, he just closed it, and then I just like within that same day, I had it sold. So it wasn't like I resold it for cash for $7,500, but that was sweet. Like, that's a lot of money. That's to make instantaneously, like sells it same day. But the fact that you can just move things so fast, and the pace of this business, I just love that. I just love, it's just fun. I just have a lot of fun with it. Like, let's see how fast we can sell this puppy. So it's fun.
Yeah. We don't talk about the joy of it enough, because, so many people want to solve a money problem and their time problem. And in that process, they're only looking out at the horizon of like accomplishing their goal. But there's so much joy in between during that journey. As you get more confident, as you start putting your systems in place, there's all these little wins, and the business can be so joyful if you just look at, where you started and how far you've come. Don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. I do. And people will ask me, like, are you holding them for an investment? Nope. I don't have any property right now that I would not sell. And so we're moving them really fast. Like, we're selling a lot. It's just been a great quarter, and it's not slowing down. And so just buy property. How quickly can we sell it? That is just fun. It's a lot of fun.
I love it. All right. Well, Michelle Bridger, we're at that point now in the podcast where I'm going to put you on the spot one more time and ask you for your tip of the week, a website, a resource, a book, something else actionable for the Art of Passive Income listeners to go improve their businesses, improve their lives. But before you do that, I have to give a shout out to our sponsor, which is Flight School. All I'm going to say is, if you want to replicate the results of Michelle Bridger, go into Flight School. Schedule a call with the team. Just go to thelandgeek.com/training. Oh, and by the way, that Flight School tuition ain't going to cost you nothing. Guaranteed you're going to make it back 180 days or less. So you got nothing to lose. Just show us your work. thelandgeek.com/training. Michelle Bridger, what is your tip of the week?
So my resource is a book called Tapping into Wealth. This is by Margaret M. Lynch. It teaches a technique called emotional freedom technique. It's also called tapping. So many people teach this technique, but this is a great book. I recommend the technique, and I recommend this book, Tapping into Wealth. So it's how emotional freedom techniques can help you clear the path to making more money. So it's a simple, scientifically validated process that clears inner blocks and limiting beliefs that keep you stuck. So give it a try.
I remember reading this book about the tapping technique years ago, and for whatever reason, I didn't have the self-discipline to keep up with it. But I do remember, just for my own experiment, doing it, and I do remember feeling better. And yes, for whatever reason, because I have like self-development ADD, I went into something else, probably like meditation. I don't even know. But now that you have that book, I'm going to buy the book, and then I'm going to see you in San Antonio at boot camp.
You bet. I'll be there.
August 12th through the 14th.
Yep.
So for those of you listening, come to boot camp, August 12th to 14th. Go to thelandgeek.com/boot camp, and let's start our own tapping group and see what the results are. So after you listen to this podcast, get the book. Let's all tap together and just compare notes at boot camp and see what amazing stories we can just compare notes and see. My tip of the week is learn more about Michelle Bridger and her land business. All you have to do is go to bridgerlandcompany.com, bridgerlandcompany.com. Michelle Bridger, this has been so inspirational, so motivating, and what a treat for myself, the team, the listeners. You are just a land gem and such a valuable member of our community. I cannot thank you enough. I hope you feel the gratitude.
Thank you. Such an honor, Mark. I really appreciate all your training and all that you do. And it was just wonderful to be here.
Well, thank you. If you're listening and you got value out of this podcast and hearing Michelle's journey, do us 3 little favors. Follow, rate, review the podcast. Send us a screenshot of your review. support@thelandgeek.com. I'm going to send you for free a signed copy of Dirt Rich. So please do it. Michelle, are you ready to do this?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Let's freedom ring.
Ring.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for listening to the Art of Passive Income podcast. Are you ready to learn how you can start building a passive income without renters, rehabs, renovations, or rodents? Schedule a free consultation at thelandgeek.com/training. Let freedom ring.
All right. Well, I want to thank you all for coming here. My name is Mike Anderson. Here's my particulars. My company, the PTR Group, I've been a speaker here at Embedded Linux Conference and many of the other OSS shows for about 20 years now. And we have been, my particular company, PTR Group, we're a consulting house, and we do a fair amount of work with different customers in the embedded space mostly, although we also build space robots for NASA. We handle all the software that's done in the space refueling mission for Restore-L at NASA and for RSGS at DARPA. So we've been in the business quite a while. I sold the company. I was one of the founders. I sold the company last year, the end of 2018, or excuse me, beginning of 2018. And then in February of this year, we got bought. The company who bought us got bought. And so I go from a 24-person consulting shop to a 40,000-person industry. If you want to have, for instance, a nuclear submarine or an aircraft carrier, hit me up. I can put you in contact with the right guys. That's what Huntington Ingalls does. All right, so let's move on here. So we're going to do a quick overview of the C group interface. We'll then talk about enabling and using C groups and what we can actually control with C groups. We'll talk about I'll show you a couple of example usages, and we'll get into a quick summary here. This is a very short session. It's only 35 minutes, I think. So we'll have to move through things pretty quickly. So there's not a whole lot of depth I can really get into in the short time, but we'll do the best we can. All right, so what is a C group? It stands for control group. It was actually added to the kernel in the 2624 timeframe. So it's been in the kernel a long time, but it didn't get really significant enhancement until the 3.15, 3.16 kernel timeframe. So it is a mechanism that's basically focused on trying to kind of hierarchically organize resources across multiple platforms, or excuse me, across multiple applications. And it applies to any schedulable entity. So this means that it works on containers, it works on VMs, it works on threads, it works on processes. So any schedulable entity inside of the kernel can be subject to C groups. Now, this becomes particularly interesting when we start dealing with multi-tenancy inside of large VM environments, where I need to be able to significantly limit the amount of resources that are assigned to a particular tenant or to a particular set of VMs. So we'll get into the details of that here in a moment. So exactly what does it do? Well, a lot of times we're interested in trying to place restrictions on applications. If we're doing safety critical applications, we need to make sure that no particular application hogs all the CPU or hogs all of the memory or consumes all the IO bandwidth or all of the network bandwidth. So we need to be able to control that, and that's exactly what C groups does. Now, as a mechanism, it manifests itself in sysfs. It is a file system, so it's a virtual file system, a lot like ProcFS. You do have to mount it Depending on which version of the kernel you have, it may be automatically mounted or you may have to mount it manually. I'll show you how to do that in a moment. But the key thing here is, let's assume that I have a couple of processes that I want to be able to guarantee that no single process consumes all of the CPU. I want to be able to guarantee that both processes get exactly 50% of the CPU. With C groups, I can do that. In any other mechanism, if I just let them run, then I'm not going to be able to control them that way. More importantly, I can also do things like lock them to specific CPU cores. So I can do CPU pinning and a few other things. We'll talk about all the stuff we can do with C groups in a moment. There are two parts to C group. Now, is it C group or is it C groups? It's C group if you're referring to the components in the kernel. It's C groups if you have groups of C group. So it's kind of weird the way they define it, but that's okay. As far as the core is concerned, it's really responsible for establishing that hierarchy inside of the kernel. Now, the core is integrated in with eBPF. So if you're into Berkeley packet filters and all the things that BPF can do, then you'll find that C groups is integrated quite nicely into that whole environment and can actually be controlled and provide additional information for you. The other piece of C group is the controller hierarchy, and the controllers themselves are the things that we're going to focus most of our effort on, because those are the things that manifest down in user space. So the C group hierarchy is actually manifest inside of sysfs, excuse me, by default. You can mount it other places. You can have multiple different mounts of the same C group interface in multiple locations in the file system. So the reason we might do something like that is a case in a multi-tenancy environment where I have individual companies in their own separate disk areas. So I may mount a C group interface inside of their particular disk area because I want to control that particular VM or set of containers separately from other VMs or sets of containers. So in the normal mechanism, if we're going to use mount, we'd use mount-t C group 2, none, and then whatever mount point we wanted. Now, if you've got a C group 2, it implies there's a C group 1 someplace, and there is in fact a C group 1. C group 1 has now been deprecated, but you'll still find a lot of systems that still use it. You can actually mount C group 1 and C group 2 simultaneously on the same system. So that makes for some really confusing times. I don't recommend that you do that. Just use C group 2. The major reason they came out with C group 2 was to make it more compatible with Kubernetes and other similar sorts of mechanisms. So they actually saw, hey, yeah, the C group 1, the hierarchies are kind of weird and it gets a little difficult to manage. So they simplified it considerably by simply saying, okay, let's just use C group 2 and we'll clear a lot of this stuff up. Now, not all distributions enable C groups. And even if they do enable C group, they may not necessarily enable everything inside of C group. So here's a quick little snapshot out of my 521 kernel. Obviously, it's an eye chart. You can't really see it very well, but there is a thing that says C group support. And when you enable C group support, there's a whole bunch of options that show up, which are all the individual C group mechanisms, the controllers themselves. So we'll talk about what the controllers are, but just understand that if you go to use C groups in your distribution, you may not necessarily have the C group mechanism turned on in your kernel, which may mean you have to go back and rebuild the kernel. Now, most of the major distros, Ubuntu, Red Hat, SUSE, most of those distros have C group turned on. Whether they turn on everything in C group remains to be seen. You have to kind of look at it and see which ones are which, but at least you'll have a likely case that the C group will be turned on in most of the major distros. Now, there are some user space interfaces that you also have to have. In particular, libcgroup, cgroupbin, cgrouptools, and cgroupfsmount. Now, depending on your distribution, that's what they're called in the Debian world. If you're using one of the Red Hat or SUSE distributions, then your names may differ. But these are all user space tools that are focused on being able to manipulate and control the C group. So once I have the C group file system mounted, I can look at it here in the hierarchy, and you'll notice there's a whole bunch of things that are put together on this. We have, and we'll go through most of these functions here. So whether it's block IO, the CPU sets, the funky one is freezer. Oh, that's an interesting one. We'll talk about that one. And some of these others. We'll go through most of these just so that you understand exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And remember, this is a virtual file system. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a C group and then add processes to the C group. And then once we've added them to the C group, we can then associate these controllers to them. So what sorts of things can we actually control? Well, the first one is block IO. We're interested in making sure that no particular application takes the lion's share of all the disk IO. So for block IO, we're trying to limit it based on block IO performance. We want to make sure that this particular application gets no more than 35% of the disk IO. This is, of course, part of this, if you've never been in the service carrier or the service provider business, we have these things called SLAs. And an SLA is a service level agreement. So that's a contract between the service provider and the customer, where the service provider guarantees to the customer through the SLA certain percentages of performance. So they will guarantee that you will get X number of CPU cycles per second or X amount of disk IO per second. And in order for them to be able to guarantee that those numbers are met, they'll typically use C group in order to enforce that. And this also gives us the ability to do some accounting on that. So if somebody comes along and says, hey, you're not meeting my SLA, if the service provider can't meet the SLA, the customer gets money back. And no service provider wants to do that. So they're going to be able, they're going to focus on whatever tools they can get in order to be able to demonstrate to the customer that they've actually met the details of the SLA. So the first one there is the block IO. We just talked about that one. The next one is CPU. CPU deals with what percentage of the CPU you get for a particular application. Now, each application has at most 1,024 units of CPU time. And we can then adjust the units accordingly to limit the amount of CPU time a particular process gets. I'll show you an example of that here in just a moment. CPU sets. CPU sets is an interesting one because if you're familiar with the hardware, of course, when we're dealing with hardware, we have the L1 and L2 caches, potentially a tertiary cache if we're dealing with the x86, and then we have physical memory that we're trying to pull applications out of. So when I get ready to fetch something from the processor, and if it's in the L1 cache, then I can usually fetch it at the speed of the processor. So I'm really not losing any time if I'm running out of the L1 cache. However, the L1 cache is limited in size. Even on the big x86 platforms, having 32 kbytes of L1 cache, that's a big cache. And that's because the L1 cache is oftentimes implemented with like a 64-way set associative memory. It's extremely expensive from a silicon real estate perspective on the die. So we'll have 32 kbytes of L1 cache, but maybe 6 megabytes of L2 cache. So the L1 cache is made up oftentimes of static memory, whereas the L2 cache is typically dynamic memory. So if I have an L1 cache miss and it's in the L2, it's probably going to cost me anywhere from 5 to 10 clock cycles to pull something out of the L2. If I have an L2 cache miss and I have to go to the tertiary cache, then it's going to cost me 20 to 25 clock cycles. But if I have to go all the way out to memory to fetch that instruction or fetch that piece of data, that's going to cost me anywhere from 200 to 300 clock cycles. Now, understand in a processor like the x86 is a superscalar processor. A lot of processors these days are, which means that I'm executing more than one instruction per cycle. So let's assume that I'm running 10 instructions per cycle, which is one of the older x86 platforms, but let's just do that for the math. If I have to reach out to physical memory and it costs me 200 clock cycles to retrieve something from physical memory, well, that's 200 clock cycles times 10 instructions per cycle. That's 2,000 instructions that I've lost for one fetch out of physical memory. And I will never get that back. So how does that impact us with CPU sets? One of the things that we want to do with CPU sets is we want to lock processes to particular processor cores. And by locking, they call it CPU pinning, And when you pin a process to a processor core, you lock it into the cache. So when you allow an application to migrate from one processor core to another, it's coming into a cold cache. And therefore, all subsequent accesses for the first several thousand will be cache misses and force you to go out to the either to RAM or to the L3. So allowing an application to move back and forth is a significant problem if you're trying to guarantee performance. So what the CPU set C group does is it allows us to specify a number, a collection of processor cores that we're going to allow this application to run on. And by setting that collection of processor cores, we can then say, all right, I want to make sure that everything that's health and status monitoring runs on processor cores 1 and 2, and everything that's customer focused is going to run on the other processor cores. And I may, in fact, lock particular customers to particular processor cores, again, to optimize the use of the cache and guarantee that I can meet my SLA. So those are something that we would typically do through C groups. There's another mechanism to do this. This is called the task set mechanism in Linux. And task set allows me to lock applications to particular CPU cores from the command line. So you can also do this from the command line. You can do this with CPU sets. You can do it from the command line, or you can do it from within a GUI like virt-manager. CPU accounting just gives me information about the accounting usage. This might be something we would want to do in order to be able to guarantee and prove to a customer that we've met their SLA. We have devices that allows me to set which devices a particular environment or particular process can get access to. This is important. How many of you have ever heard of network function virtualization? Anybody? A couple of you. All right, so network function virtualization has to do with how I can take, say, an Ethernet card and dedicate 5 of the 32 channels off the Ethernet card to a particular VM or to a particular container. I can do this with containers as well. So they have some low-level stuff they do. They call it SRIOV, single root IO vector IO virtualization. They also have, Intel has their version called VMDQ. It's part of the VTC virtualization. The vPro virtualization is part of that particular architecture. But oftentimes what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to say to a particular application or container or VM, no, I'm sorry, you cannot open the modem. Or you cannot open device, the card reader, the smart card reader. Or the smart card reader is dedicated to you so that nobody else can get it. So that's what the devices option does for us. The freezer, we'll come back to that one in just a second. Huge TLB for translation look-aside buffers. This is an option we can turn on in the kernel. You've got your machine that's got 64 gigabytes of RAM. How do you take advantage of those 64 gigabytes of RAM? One of the mechanisms is called huge TLB. If you turn on huge TLB support, some of the virtualization layers will automatically take advantage of it. If you have a virtualization layer that understands huge TLBs, you'll get about a 10 to 15% improvement in performance for that particular VM. So it's a significant piece, but huge TLB allows me to control which applications have access to the huge TLB facility. Memory, that one's pretty straightforward. That is how much memory I'm going to give to a particular application. And then I can deal with both user space memory, kernel space memory, and swap usage. So I can track it, I can limit it, I can make sure that I can account for it. All of that sort of stuff can be done through the memory functions. NetCLS, this is the classification interface. This one is particularly interesting for those of you who have quality of service requirements. So the Linux quality of service code has both classless and classful queuing disciplines inside of it. And when we're using the net classification option, we can then put tags on network traffic that will then force them down particular paths inside of the quality of service code. So I can guarantee that video, for instance, is going to be treated in one way, whereas bulk transfers like FTP would be transferred in a different way. So I could do traffic shaping, I could do traffic scheduling, I can do traffic policing using the net classification option. One that's similar, somewhat related, but because it has to do with networking, is the network priority code. Now, the network priority option then says, oh, well, I want to prioritize this user's application over this other user's application as far as network traffic is concerned. So if both of them are generating network traffic, I'm going to take this one first and then deal with this one. So I'm going to be able to set priorities on traffic. Now, I talked about the freezer. Let's talk about specifically what freezer does. Freezer is like putting your laptop to sleep. So with freezer, I can say all of the applications, all the processes that are part of this process group, part of this C group, go to sleep now, shuts them off. Now, I can then move them to another application, to another processor, and wake them back up again. So it's like process checkpoint restart kind of things you can do with the freezer interface. And it can also be used for, some of the virtualization layers actually take advantage of it. So for instance, KVM knows what to do with the freezer interface when it gets ready to migrate VMs from one place to another. Perf event, this is going to give me per CPU a mechanism basically to monitor threads that are given in a particular C group. I have the PIDS interface, which then allows me to keep track of parents and children when you get forked. So when you fork something off, who does it belong to? RDMA is the regulation of the DMA mechanisms. So if I'm going to be doing high-speed DMA from kernel space to user space, this is a way I can control that. And then Unified actually splits out the control interface not by process, but by user. So I can then get to the point where I go, okay, well, let's say user A has 4 processes, user B has 20 processes. Well, in the grand scheme of things, user A is getting 1/4 of the CPU that user B is getting, because user B's got more processes that are all looking for CPU time. Well, what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to say that user A and user B are equally important. So give user A 50% of the CPU, so his 4 applications get 50% of the CPU, and user B's application, their 20 applications, get 50% of the CPU. So I can then do balancing at that level as well, which is really handy, again, for service level agreements where I have multi-tenancy that I have to deal with. So kind of the good and bad about the C-scope interface, or C-group interface rather, is that there are a lot of knobs that you can twist. And so many adjustments that sometimes it's kind of mind-boggling. Here's an example of just one of the C-group mechanisms, one of the controllers. This is the memory controller. And you'll notice here that we have kernel memory. We have memory usage limits. This is in user space. We have maximum usages in bytes. We have swapping. We have control for NUMA interfaces. We'll talk about that in a moment, which is becoming an increasingly important interface in a lot of the larger systems. And then I happen to have LXC and LXD installed on my platform. So when I took this screenshot, we saw a couple of extra things that were out there specific to LXC and LXD. So here's an example of manual C-group interface. I've got this test script here, and all it does is it prints a message and then goes to sleep. And it does that forever. So what I would like to do is I would like to then create a C-group. So I'm going to do, and this is going to be doing it by hand. We'll show you in just a minute how you can do it automatically as well. So we'll do a make dir inside of the C-group hierarchy. In the memory controller, we're going to create a new object called foo. And so this is just a directory is all we're doing here, but now we're going to add things to that directory. So we're going to echo 50 megabytes here into the limit in bytes option. So this will then set the maximum limit for the foo group. Anything that's in the foo group will have this maximum amount of memory associated with it. If you did around and did a CAD on that, it turns out that the way these things work is they always round up to the next available page size. So on the x86, those page sizes are 4096 byte pages. And if you look at 50 million divided by 4096, you get these numbers. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll create an application. We'll launch it, and we'll get its process ID. Now, we need to get its process ID because that's the major mechanism that we use to add things to a C group. So now I know the process ID is 31344. So I'm going to then echo 31344 into the foo memory group cgroup.procs. So that's going to add it to that particular process tag inside a C group. We will then take a look at this using the PS command. We'll say, show me the C groups associated with process ID 31344. And this shows me that I have memory is associated with the foo group that I created. So that's the only one that's actually specific to foo. So now I can run the application, because I'm running the application at this moment, I can take a look at how much memory it's actually using. So I can take a look at its current usage in bytes and see that it's using only about 262 kbytes worth of RAM. So I can limit it, I can monitor it, but I can also control it in the way that it dies. So let's assume that I have a memory leak. I can then set up the killer in such a way that it understands that this application, when it exhausts all the memory, is supposed to be killed and restarted automatically. So obviously I've got a memory leak. I need to report that and fix that, but I need to be able to also keep the system running while the DevOps folks are out there trying to figure out what's wrong. So I can then use the C group interface to be able to control that and make that happen. Now, here's an example of using this using libcgroup. And libcgroup has with it the C group tools. And these tools include applications like CG create and CG exec and CG get. So we'll see how those all work. So CG create allows me to create a group. So I'm going to create a group in the CPU controller called group A. I'm going to do the same thing for group B. Now, this is the CPU controller, so this is controlling what percentage of CPU time each one of these applications gets whenever they're a member of that particular group. So I'm going to use the CG get command. I will get the number of CPU shares for group A, and it comes back as 1024, which is the maximum number of CPU time slots for that particular application. And that's the default. We have the same sort of thing for group B. So now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to test this out. So let's create a couple of applications. We're going to do a CG exec into group A, and we're just going to do a DD. And we're just going to grab lots of nulls and send them off to the bit bucket. So we're just going to burn a lot of CPU time. Basically, I didn't want anything that would incorporate any disk I/O or network I/O or anything else. Just measure CPU performance. Do the same thing for CPU group B. Now, because both of those were both given the 1024 chunk slots, you will notice that they actually end up eating 50% of the CPU for each one of those two applications. Now, if that's not what I want, I can then go in and adjust it. So I can say that the CPU shares for group A are 768, or 3/4 of the actual full value. And for CPU group B, I'm 256, or 1/4 of the total value. And sure enough, when we take a look down here at the percentage of CPU time being used, I've now got 75% of the CPU going to group A and 25% of the CPU going to group B. So, and the dot, the actual decimal point out there had to do with the startup code and a few other things, so it ate up a little bit more than it should have. But once it gets to steady state, then it settles down and locks in at 25%. So we have effectively here a mechanism that allows us to control what's going on in our system. We can control memory, we can control network I/O, we can control disk I/O, we can control the assignment of CPU cores, groups of CPU cores. We can do all of that through the use of the C group interface. Where this really starts to become important is when we're using either containers or VMs in a multi-tenant environment. If we're just running on-prem and we're just running our own code, then it's not really all that important. But it's when you're a service provider and you have to guarantee service to particular customers, or you're writing a mission critical application that has to have a particular percentage of the overall CPU, then this starts to become important. Some of the container solutions like LXC and LXD have an automatic interface to C group. We saw that when we did the little screenshot there. Others, you have to do it by hand. There's a monitoring tool. Actually, Kubernetes has a mechanism to go in and dork around with us as well. So we can either do it manually or we can allow things to happen automatically, depending on the policies that we set. Now, C group mechanism is tied to namespaces. So if we have a particular namespace defined, then we can add the namespace to the C group, and everything that's a member of the namespace then becomes controlled by that C group, whatever controller we added to it. We can have multiple controllers associated with a particular group. So I can limit not just memory or CPU time, I can limit everything on a per group basis. So if I have a namespace that I've got applications that are a member of that namespace, I can then drop the whole namespace into the C group interface and then control the namespace from there. So that's another capability that we have with this. And so that with namespaces and C groups, although they're not the same thing, they are closely related to each other. So we can actually take advantage of both interfaces if we need them for whatever application we're trying to do. So I got a couple minutes for questions. Anybody got any questions? Yes.
So on the slide number 17, where you showed this.
Yeah.
I was wondering what would happen if there was another process, not in a C group, that also brings CPU. What would we see?
Yeah. So in fact, this was just a snapshot of the top two. And it has to do with whether I've allocated them to specific CPU cores. So if you have multiple applications that are running on the same processor, and you typically do, then they're going to get in your way. So I can guarantee that these particular groups are well behaved, but anything else that's running on the platform may not necessarily be well behaved. So this is where the CPU sets C group comes into play, because now I'm going to assign C groups in such a way that the ones that are important are locked to their own CPU core and nobody else plays on that CPU core. So the scheduler will continue to run, and it will schedule things as it normally would, but it will not allow anything that's not a member of this particular C group to execute on those CPU cores. So I can then basically restrict the access to particular resources using this mechanism and taking advantage of the CPU set mechanism. Well, there's another thing that you have to do. It gets a little bit more complicated than that. I wish it was that simple. But you do basically have to then tell the scheduler, don't schedule anything else on these particular CPU cores. So that's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's essentially what you're doing, is you're saying these CPU cores or core and this, because of the way the CPU set mechanism works, inside of a virtual machine, say VMware, I have virtual CPUs. Each one of those virtual CPUs is a process. So I can then set my C group restrictions on a per process basis for the virtual CPUs and control everything that happens inside of the VM. They do the same thing for containers, but it's a little more visible when you're controlling the virtual CPU. Yeah. Yes. Now, so they do in fact inherit the C group settings from their parents. If you're in a hierarchy, you cannot subvert the hierarchy. So you can't have a child process down here that's in a C group that only gets 25% of the CPU, suddenly say, I want 75% of the CPU. So you can't subvert the hierarchy. That's locked in.
So, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you had assigned a process 25% of the CPU, and then its children start chewing up core as well.
But they will only get 25% of the CPU. The whole group will only get 25% of the CPU. So yes, you had a question back there.
Yeah, so let's say we've done all the allocations per C group for networking, CPU shares.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a alerting or thresholding that can be done through an EPF?
Yes, you can. So you can have it not only tell you that something is not looking right, but you can also have it reach in and start controlling things. And this can also be done as a script, by the way. So we can have it all basically set up so that it just starts up and just runs this way, and we don't have to sit there and interact with it in any way. Yeah, your question?
Can I, the system administrator, subvert the hierarchy? If I have an application in a C group that gets 25%,
Mm-hmm.
it's a child, I take that child's PID and I move it, or can I move it?
Yes, you can migrate it to another C group. So yes, you can, if you're the system administrator and you know where the hell you're moving it to, then yes, you can in fact do that. But it's no longer under the control of that C group. It's now moved someplace else.
The C group hierarchy doesn't necessarily follow the process.
Not, well, it does when you normally spawn it, but yes, you can in fact subvert it. It's like all Linux. There's always a way around it, right? Yeah.
Is there a good way to, after I've done all this work to set up these C groups, is there a good way to, instead of going back and manually writing these scripts, like pull my current C group?
Yes, that's inside of the C group tools. There's a mechanism to do that. And then if you're using things like Virt Manager will automatically be able to do it as well. There was a question over here. Yeah. Yes, CPU share, the question is, are the CPU shares relative to 1024? Yes, they are. That's a full CPU. That's correct. Yep. And it's real powers of 2, not bogus powers of 2, like 1,000. Yeah.
But by default, both of those processes got 1024. So didn't it add their shares together and then figure out their respective?
So yeah, so when you do 1024, it's unlimited CPU time. And all we're doing is we're simply restricting it from the unlimited CPU time. And so the same thing applies to bandwidth, disk I/O, network I/O. 1024 is unlimited, and you're basically restricting it from there.
If you only had those two groups, you probably could have D was 256, and then the other one would have gotten the rest.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, just a sec, we got another one here. Yeah.
So if you just had the one group A, would it be allowed to go above 75%?
No. No. So if I restricted it to 75%, then it wouldn't matter what else was running, it would still only get 75%. Yes?
In this exact example, what would have happened if you tried to set these CPU shares higher so that the sum exceeded 1024?
Then it would have jumped them to different CPU cores. And this is again where we get into the CPU set stuff, because what's going to happen here is understand how the completely fair scheduler works. The completely fair scheduler tries to be completely fair. And that means it's got this red-black tree that's implemented that then keeps track of what CPU time you should have gotten in the perfect multitasking environment. So it's actually tracking what CPU time you should have gotten. And the one that's on the left-hand side of the red-black tree, the one that gets dispatched next, is the one with the gravest need. And so when we're tinkering around with these kinds of things, now we have to understand how the completely fair scheduler works. And of course, we can completely subvert that by moving its priority to a higher priority than 0. And it also has, you can still mess around with the soft priorities as well. So the things from -19 to +20. So you can still do that as well. Yeah. By default, it's overall in the system. So mine's a hexacore. If I look at it across the system, it's across all 12 cores because I've got cores plus threads. If you did that in the, well, what will happen in the CPU set, you actually assign a flag for each CPU core you want it to run on. Yes.
Welcome to the Mirror Talks podcast, where we deconstruct some of humanity's most disconnecting and limiting assumptions and offer an alternative, a free state of consciousness, unbiased, naturally wise, and genuinely loving. We will shed a more enlightened perspective on everyday experiences to help anyone willing realize their true potential and inspire a contemporary spiritual life lived in service to all. Say goodbye to the man-made paradigms of distorted ideas. Let's become pure, free, and actually intelligent once again.
We just finished recording an episode on deep suffering or deeply afflictive states, whether it's depression, chronic depression, or sort of more of a daily happening, jealousy, or being upset about something and it just sort of takes over your mood, and just how to deal with these states and really how to transmute them and take advantage of them. So one thing I just loved about this episode, and that I think you'll love too, is that in addition to being very technically precise, Bentinho outlines 3 methods for really transmuting these deeply afflictive states. So in addition to being really technical in that way, it's also a meditation of its own. So I was even thinking, as we were recording this episode, I was thinking, like, if I'm in another deeply afflictive state in the future, I'm going to remember this episode and I'm going to come back to it just for a reminder. It's like, it's just like piercing the bubble of that, of whatever suffering might come up. So really, this is a resource in and of itself. In addition to that, there was a really special, cool ending. Dennis asked a question about social anxiety, which prompted Bentinho to go into just the coolest delineation of how the ego is hiding from us, and really how that mechanism is what causes the suffering and the deeply afflictive states. So basically comes at it from a whole nother angle. So it was a wonderful episode, really a resource forever, I think. And I know you'll enjoy it.
So welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Mirror Talks. Again, here with me, Kelly and Corey. How are you guys?
Great. Good.
Awesome.
How are you?
Really good.
Nice.
Actually, really good. Yeah. So, as we're wrapping up the recording of our first season of this podcast, we were feeling into what other episodes to still shoot. And one that stood out pretty evidently is to give people some tools and some perhaps reassurance and some sort of a compassionate, understanding space where they get some acknowledgement for the phenomenon of experiencing deeply afflictive states of mind, states of emotion, and so forth. So what's an afflictive state? An affliction or afflictive literally means something that's causing pain or suffering. So deeply afflictive states are states that just feel like impossible to escape. They have debilitating effects on our mental, emotional, physical well-being. They can even lead to physical illness. It's something that sort of can haunt us along the lines of PTSD. It's something that makes us feel like we don't want to get out of bed in the morning. It derails our sort of sense of purpose and our sense of flow during the day. And so these states are quite common in humanity, and I think everyone who is human will at one point or another experience something like that. So we figured we have addressed the mechanics of the emotional guidance system already, but this is kind of a beast on its own, like how to deal with deep suffering, with intense suffering, with debilitating suffering, with deeply afflictive states. So that's the intention for this session.
Awesome.
If you guys have any prompting question, feel free.
All right. Well, I know a bunch of people who spend a lot of their time, most of their life, in a deeply afflictive state. You know, like chronic depression or whatever it is, some sort of addiction. So I think it is really quite common. And I wonder, like, for people who this makes up their norm, this is their normal life,
their daily background noise.
Right. how do you break through to someone like that? How do you break through a cycle like that?
If you're that person, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I want to refer back to sort of a core structure that people can fall back on. And that is, I'm quoting the law of one, that the path consists of 3 steps. Step 1 is know yourself, know thyself. In other words, understand yourself. And this sentence, know thyself, in this context, it doesn't mean know yourself as the absolute infinite reality, know yourself as God. In this case, know yourself means know what's happening within you, know what's going on in front of your consciousness, know what's going on the screen of your experience, the screen of your life. What's happening within you? Why are you having, first of all, recognize and acknowledge the thoughts and emotions that arise. Like recognize them, acknowledge them.
As opposed to ignoring them or being in denial.
Right, yeah, which would be not knowing them.
Got it.
Right? So know yourself is a process of acknowledgement, of observation, of becoming familiar also with your own patterns and recognizing the patterns in your emotional responses to things. Recognizing the patterns in your thinking and so forth. So a full-bodied knowledge of oneself is ideal. To know yourself as clearly as you can. This is how I typically react in these types of circumstances. This is the bias that I have. This is the belief that I have. These are the preferences that I have. And when this kind of thing happens, this is how I emotionally respond. This is how I respond in terms of action. This is what I'm thinking. This is how I'm feeling. This is when I feel victimized. This is when I feel arrogant, and so forth. Just all of it included. Ideally, the holistic being, the holistic seeker, knows themselves fully, knows themselves on all levels as much as possible. There are other priorities than knowing yourself in every detail on all levels, because that could be the study of a million lifetimes, right? So we got to take that with a grain of salt at some point. But the basis is there. The basic instruction is know yourself, understand yourself. Step 2 is accept yourself. So now that you know yourself, now that you see your patterns, now that you've observed your pain and you kind of begin to understand it, or maybe even fully understand it, now it's time to accept/forgive /release/let go of that which you know. To just let it be as it is, to not interfere, to not blame, to not judge, to not hold on, to not constrict, and so on. So again, step 1, know yourself. Step 2, accept that which you now know about yourself, accept yourself. And then, and for the most part, almost only then, does the 3rd step open up, at least in a holistic, integrated manner. You could try to skip to step 3, and some people do, but very few do so successfully. And so I don't recommend it. On the whole, periodically, one can do it, but on the whole, it's important to understand yourself and to accept yourself, to incorporate that. And at step 3, that opens up once we know ourselves and once we accept ourselves. And once, therefore, we're in a sort of a state of peace with ourselves and equilibrium and acceptance. So once we know ourselves and once we've accepted that which we've now discovered about ourselves, the 3rd step opens up, and that is, at least in Law of One, they state it as become the creator. And this is really the step where spirituality in its truest form begins. The first 2 steps are prerequisites, and that's what we're mostly going to talk about today, is like how to accept that, how to attain that self-knowledge on a relative level, knowing my relative self and accepting my relative self. And relative self simply means anything that moves and changes and has shape and form and dimension and emotional charge and belief systems and so forth. Those things are all relative. They're all contextual. They all exist within the realm of perspectives, belief systems, thoughts and emotions, and physical events. Seemingly physical. So a lot of my work focuses on the 3rd step. Also, a lot of my work focuses on the first 2, but a lot of my work focuses on the 3rd step. So we won't talk too much about that today, but it's good to notice or to know that it's part of this 3-step formula, right? So we have to know our relative selves, accept our relative selves, and then it's like our beingness, our mind, body, spirit complex becomes sort of this fit, integrated, whole, potent trampoline for us to take the shuttle up into spirituality, true spirituality. transcendence, awakening, enlightenment, self-realization, higher states of consciousness, and so on. But how can one have access to that in debilitating states of suffering?
Right.
For the most part, one can't. I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible. And part of the methods that I'll be prescribing, so to speak, will allow for that access to deepen. So when we are in deeply afflictive states, the experience is that of extreme disconnect from source, from the creator that we are ultimately. So that third step of that true spiritual step, that quantum leaping into self-realization, enlightenment, realizing the oneness and so on, the universal love, we feel very disconnected from that. In fact, that is the pain. That feeling of disconnect, we can never be disconnected, but the feeling of disconnect is generated by some perspective, some belief that has such an opposite view to the truth of God, to the truth of source, to the truth of existence, to the truth of oneness, to the truth of our infinite worth, to the truth of our eternal nature, to the truth of our absolute freedom, to the truth of the cosmic perspective. Our perspective in a deeply afflictive state is so contradicting that infinite abundance, infinite love, and so on, that we feel the contrast between the truth and our perspective so strongly. And it's so strongly that it doesn't typically let us go. It doesn't allow our attention to wander away or to sort of rise up to the higher levels. And so we feel stuck in our bodies, we feel stuck in our emotions to a debilitating extent where we can't even mentally function normally anymore. We don't want to see other people. It's got all kinds of expressions. So for the basic understanding of this contrast between our connection to source, the truth that's always here, and our perspective, I'll just refer people to the episode we did in depth on the purpose of emotions, the emotional guidance system, how to use them, and also and so on. So people can watch that or listen to that, which is actually good prerequisite content for this episode. So now we're just highlighting, we're singling out the experiences that are so distracting that we can't focus on our spirituality anymore, such as chronic depression, sort of existential angst, deep sort of confusion, lethargy because of this deep-rooted sense of unworthiness, perhaps.
Or even temporary jealousy or heartbreak or...
True. Yeah, the responses that we give to certain circumstances, certain catalytic circumstances that then trigger our perspective, our belief that we're lacking something very important to us.
Right.
Which is another way of saying, like, we believe we're disconnected from source. So how to deal with those states if you experience one? Whether it's through like a sudden heartbreak or the death of a loved one, or whether it's just sort of a state that you have become familiar with for quite some time, but it won't let you go, like it's causing you deep suffering every day. There are several ways to handle this that has benefits, beneficial ways to deal with it.
Cool.
Without having to use substances and so on. Now, there's a lot of nuances here because it really is a case-by-case basis in the end. So people have to sort of take this general knowledge and apply it in a way that is helpful for them in their situation and their selves. So they have to know themselves and then apply this to themselves in the best way, according to their own intuition. So a few ways that we can use these afflictive states. If the afflictive state is not too intense, because here's the thing, more context, this is important. The reason these states stay with us when they do, when they are there, the reason they don't dissolve is because we're not gaining the understanding and the acceptance that are the first two steps. Because it sucks our consciousness into such a tiny little confined corner or perspective or point of view within the overall infinite existence that we really, in that sense, feel trapped. And because we feel trapped, we lack perspective. If we feel trapped in a little box, we lack the meta view. We lack the overview. We lack context. We see no context. All that we see is that we're suffering, that we're in pain, that our loved ones left us, or some other kind of catalyst. So we only see the details of the event that we select based on our insecurities and our fears. And we only see our perspective. So we're stuck in it. That's why it's so deeply painful. It's because we're lacking understanding. We're lacking perspective in that moment. Understanding and overview or perspective are somewhat synonymous. So if we don't have that perspective, then naturally our perspective is so small that it will contradict the nature of reality. And so we feel that strong emotion. If the afflictive state is not very afflictive, if it's just a general emotion, I would typically recommend people just use the emotional guidance system and they observe their emotion. They observe what they must believe is true in order to feel this way about this event or that person or this happening. And when we have just a general emotion, that's quite easy to do because we're not sucked into it all the way. Mm-hmm. So we still have some understanding. We still have some context. We still have some overview. We still have some access to the greater picture of things. We still have access to other points of view. Now, this one might be triggering. This one might be painful. Mm-hmm. But because we have access to, at least to some degree, to other points of view, it's manageable. It's something we can observe. We're not completely locked into it. We're not completely identified with it. And therefore, we have the space to observe it. Mm-hmm. We have the space to understand it. So then in that case, which more applies to our session about the emotional guidance system for most sort of everyday general emotions and reactions. So let's say there's just an everyday sort of emotion. Something gets triggered in us and it feels very annoying and it feels frustrating and it draws our attention in. However, we can still rationalize. We can still see that it's maybe not entirely true. On some level, maybe we realize that we're being a little irrational because we have access to other points of view. But when you're in a deeply afflictive state, you have no access to other points of view, or very, very minimally. Therefore, you might be able from the back of your mind to sort of know that you're no longer being rational, but you don't have access to that point. You're not seeing it from that point of view, right? So again, you're boxed in, you feel imprisoned in your emotional experience. So this is where the understanding part makes sense as well. The more space we have from our present perspective, from our activated perspective, the more distance we have, the more overview we maintain, the more we can understand that no point of view, although it's logical from its own point of view, the perspective is logical from its own point of view. We at the same time can realize that it's not the whole truth. We have access to we can, what's the word, relativize? Is that a word?
I don't know, but I like it.
Make relative to. We can see, we can compare perspectives and be, well, maybe this is an overreaction. What's going on here? Let me look at it. It doesn't grip us by the gut or the heart and just takes us over. So again, in that case of the general everyday type of emotional reaction or trigger, apply the emotional guidance system and use it as a tool, as a reminder to get to know yourself. So the question, one of the main questions to ask yourself to get to know yourself is, what must I believe? Or what perspective must I have? What definition or belief system must I have in order to have this feeling about this situation? Because again, if you didn't have that belief or definition or perspective, you wouldn't be able to have the emotional feeling. So every emotion is an invitation for us to get to know our perspectives. And this is the process of know yourself, understand yourself. And then once you understand it, like, oh, this is why I feel this way. Because I believe if this person says that I'm not good enough. Great. I've now identified that belief. And I can now relativize that, meaning contextualize that, meaning compare it to other perspectives, other things that I've learned in life, other things that I also believe in and know. And through that comparison or relativizing principle, again, I don't know if that's an English word, but you understand what it means now, to make relative to other perspectives. Because we can do that, we maintain greater access to more of existence. And therefore we feel better than we do in an afflictive state where we only have access to one perspective for the most part. Or it might be a series of perspectives, but it's all rooted in this one sort of core belief that's being triggered. So then moving on from the general emotional triggers to those more deeply afflictive states of deep suffering, intense suffering, debilitating suffering, where our entire sense of self is wrapped up in it and we lose access to the vaster context of existence. And we can no longer make our experience relative to a bigger contextual view, the meta view. What to do when that's the case? When you're just gripped at your very core and there seems to be no way out. And I mean, this is the state people are in when they are contemplating suicide. It's like, I don't know how to get out of this state, right?
Mm-hmm. I think in many ways, aside from people who are suicidal, it's way more common than we think. Just people actually boxed in this little, completely limited, completely separate. I think it's quite common. I think a lot of people just live their their 9-to-5 work life with this type of a.
Totally, I agree.
Yeah.
So then moving on from our everyday sort of emotions where we don't lose all touch with reality. We don't lose all touch with other perspectives, even just human reality, because I mean, human reality, meaning human perspective, the perspectives that are sort of accepted by all human beings to be true to some degree, the paradigm of the human mind, basically. To me, comparatively to what I know, that is equals suffering. It is an afflictive state. However, compared to the even deeper, more boxed in afflictive states and perspectives that we can have, that's actually a breath of fresh air. Mm-hmm. It's context. It's what we call reality. Like, I can rationalize, I can see that I'm being kind of irrational, that it's not completely true what I'm thinking. But again, if we then move into those deeply afflictive states where all of our energy is sucked into this box of a perspective, of a belief, then how do we deal with that? Because now, even if we know about the emotional guidance system, we may not have access to it. We may not have access to any kind of wisdom or any feelings of relief or any sense of a bigger perspective. So then how do we deal with that in that moment when we have no inspiration to go on YouTube and watch one of my videos or listen to a guided meditation or meditate ourselves, when it's just so consuming and so distracting? What do we do? What's left? In this type of state of mind, state of attention, state of consciousness, state of emotion, we cannot always go the route of understanding ourselves because we don't have access to it, because understanding requires context. You see, you cannot understand something unless you stand under it, so to speak, unless you're beyond it. So as long as we stand beyond what we're perceiving, as long as we have space around the perspective that's generating the emotion, we can observe it, trace it back to its root belief or perspective, compare that to what else we know about life, what else have we learned, what else do we truly believe, and or faith in our infinite nature, even if we don't fully believe in it yet, but we can compare our painful perspective to something that we've learned in sort of these spiritual teachings, for example, and we can gain faith, and we can in that way ease the emotion, deepen our understanding, and release the core belief and accept ourselves in the process. But if you're completely sucked into the moment energetically and you don't have any access to any of that, what do you do? Like I said, you cannot really understand because you lack perspective. Therefore, the understand yourself step kind of goes out the window. And that's quite okay. We don't always have to understand why we have certain emotions. It's helpful, but we don't always have to. Sometimes not understanding our emotions and having such a deeply afflictive state that completely draws in our attention and boxes us in is a great teaching tool that teaches us other types of understandings, quantum leaps, and it can sort of enforce a self-acceptance at a deeper level because we don't even have the understanding. If we understand something, typically it's easier to accept it because now our rational mind is involved, our logic is involved, our perspective is involved, our conscious mind is involved. But what if you can't understand exactly why you feel the way you feel? You just feel overwhelmed by the feeling. Now you can, in a sense, skip the understanding step. It will always come later anyway. and try to go to the acceptance stage if you can. So here's one way to deal with afflictive states. And to use an analogy to further elucidate the distinction between sort of an everyday emotion that's not super high on the scale of being afflictive versus a deeply afflictive state would be like being on a train station and having many different trains to choose from. You can go on this train, that train, and they go to different directions. So you might experience the train that's right in front of you, but you can get to a next, to a different, platform, and take a different train. So you have options. The difference is options. Perspectives are available to you. In a deeply afflictive state, you're already on the train you're on. And what can you do when you're on the train you're on? You can't jump off. You can't choose another train. So it feels very limiting. It feels very constrictive and therefore debilitating. You're on a train you don't want to be on, and you're going in a direction you don't want to be going in. But you're on it, and you can't, the only thing to do would be to jump out of a train, but that would equal suicide, which I would try to avoid. So then you're on this train, and your only option is, therefore, to accept. What is to accept your current state? So, but even the thought, if you're in a truly deeply afflictive state, even the thought of self-acceptance is not always that available.
Right.
So in those more extreme afflictive states, I recommend, there's a couple of things you can do. I'm going to prescribe 3 methods. One is use this as an invitation, because you have no other options in that moment to change your feeling state. You always do, but it doesn't seem like you do. You don't feel like you have access to it. You try as hard as you can, but it's not working. So since you have no other options anyway, use this as an opportunity to get to know the ability that you have, the innate ability to direct your focus. So this is different than trying to work with the perspective. So give up working with the perspective. Again, only when you're in a really deeply afflictive state. Otherwise, it can be helpful to deal with perspectives and understand them. But if you can't, then you simply can't. And so in that moment, what I would recommend is grab a hold of your attention itself. Notice that you can direct your attention to something. Now, ideally, this is the God state, for example, the state of awareness, love, light. But sometimes you simply won't be able to do that. Or you will feel like you won't be able to do that. So, but that doesn't matter so much. You can focus your attention on anything that takes you out of the perspective that you're in. It may take some time. So this is practicing concentration. So you're using your deeply afflictive state as a concentration exercise, because you have no other options. It's either intense suffering or slightly less suffering with the training of your concentration. So choose anything, the image of a mountain, or the concept of space, or a feeling in your body that's not affected by the afflictive state. Some feeling of peace, some feeling of stillness, perhaps, in the storm, amidst the storm of your emotions. But the key here is to not try to change what you're experiencing, because you already hopped on the train and you have to wait until the next station. In between, you can't do anything. And right now, your afflictive state can be seen as being on a train in between 2 stations. And at some point it's going to change. Some people are on a very long train ride from one station to the next. But the train can be rerouted to an intermittent station that you didn't see coming if you practice concentration. Because focus is everything in these states. You always have access to focus on one thing more than the other, always. This free will is never taken from you, no matter how afflictive your state of emotions is. If you grab a hold of your concentration, of your attention itself, and you direct it onto something that is not directly related to your suffering, like I said, a mountain, or a memory, or space, or if you can, faith in God, faith in that all is well, that a station will come your way. So just simply write this one out. Don't try to change the train, because you can't. Don't try to change your emotions because you can't. Don't try to relativize your perspectives because you can't. If you can, great. But if you can't, and you notice repeatedly, I can't, it doesn't work, it continues to even make the emotion bigger and more highlighted. And I feel even worse because it's not working and da-da-da. So then you got to get out of the frustration about your afflictive state as much as you can. Because there's often a lot of layers of frustration and unself-worthiness and lack of self-esteem and all that added onto the afflictive state when we're having it because we can't change it and we can't function properly. And so we blame ourselves further and judge ourselves further. But this is not due to the afflictive state. This is due to our lack of concentration on something else. Mm. So in those moments where you're on the train, you can't change anything, seemingly, grab a hold of your attention and just focus. Focus as pristinely as you can. Ignore, let be, allow whatever is to be exactly as it is, and take your attention itself and focus it, point it in a different direction. Point it on something that is not that perspective or emotional state. That's not that circumstance. You could call it ignoring. Ignore what is experienced as much as you can, which is better in this case than trying to change it. So you ignore it as often as you can, as frequently as you can, for as long as you can. And this is not something that requires like physical effort. You know, I don't want people to have the image of like squinting eyes and like, wrinkles forming on your forehead, like you're concentrating. It's not that, because that's all part of the afflictive state. So it's like you want to almost drop underneath your current experience. Let it be, give up, don't try to change it, realize you can't change it right now, and that's okay. Find some acceptance with that. And instead go one step back to your attention itself, knowing that what's right in front of you, if you open your eyes, is the suffering. But if you close your eyes, symbolically speaking, if you go back one step in your interior experience, you can grab a hold of your attention itself and you can concentrate on something else. It doesn't have to be meaningful, but it can. But not if it conjures up more negative emotions. Because if now, let's say you're now using that, you're grabbing your attention and you're starting to focus on God and the spiritual teachings. But because you have no access to it, all kinds of negative thoughts about it start flowing in and developing a negative relationship to spirituality or to God, or like, why am I experiencing this? God must not love me. So then that's not a productive way. That's not effective to concentrate on that. So in that case, something meaningless is actually more effective. So focus on the substance of wood, for example, like, because I'm just looking at this table right now. It's a beautiful wooden table. And just appreciate the way that the light reflects off and how it shows different textures. And just keep focusing on that. Bring your attention to the detail of something else. And mostly two things happen. One is you begin to take away the energy, the inertia, the momentum behind your perspective. So you're starting to rob it of the fuel that it needs, which is your attention, to survive. So you're actually suffocating the core perspective in that moment that is giving you such a deep afflictive state, such a contracting feeling. And you're depriving it of that fuel, and you're beginning to reroute it. And don't be in a rush with this. Just know this is a long-term game, almost. Nice. Like, it can take you hours. And it's okay. It can take you hours to find some relief. But what's your other option? Right. Your other option is just to further exacerbate what you already have going on, further add fuel to that momentum, and further frustrate yourself. So since you have no other option, since you can't go to the beach and hang out with your friends and have fun, since you can't go plan your next most exciting project because you have no energy for it and you're so distracted by these emotions, then really suddenly it sounds quite appealing to focus on a wooden table for 3 hours, right?
That's
because
great.
It's not normally appealing. It wouldn't normally appeal to the ego. But if that gives you even a little bit of relief, when you're in like intense physical pain and it just dissipates by 20%, it's like, you feel even better than when you normally feel when you have no pain and you're just distracted and it's just a random moment.
Yeah.
Because the contrast of going from intense pain to slightly less pain feels like pleasure almost. And you can train this in yourself to concentrate on something meaningless and hold on to that, not with tension, but with subtlety, if you can. So ignore the loud thoughts as much as you can. Let them be, accept them. Don't try to change them because it's not working. Drop into a subtler realm where attention itself becomes aware of itself. And now you can redirect this attention to a completely different view. And it might take practice because you're distracted by your thoughts. So you concentrate little by little, little by little. You notice more details. And what you start to notice after a while of going back to your new, let's say the table that you're focused on, or the image of the mountain, or some feeling in your perspective that's not bothered or that's not somehow affected by the rest of the canvas of your experience. If you can find one little spot in the canvas, in the painting of your present experience, that's somehow not turbulent, that's somehow still or unaffected, and you just develop that sober attitude, just radically stop wanting it to disappear, the suffering, radically stop wanting pleasure, radically stop wanting to change your life, just stop all that because it's not working. All you do is you suddenly become excited about the simplest, soberest, most mundane thing, which is to focus on wood. And first of all, you start to discover things about wood you never knew. But the most important part here is that you're suffocating the perspective. You stop fueling the perspective that generates the afflictive state. So you'll start to notice more and more and more relief. And now this energy momentum of your attention begins to pick up momentum in a different direction. And you're gaining perspective again. Don't immediately go back, try to understand the suffering because you're not ready yet. You're going to be sucked right into that vortex of momentum, and you're going to be stuck in the same perspective because the more you think about it, the more convincing it seems again. Have you experienced that? Where there's some situation in your life and you have some relief from it for a little bit and you're like, oh, I'm done. Maybe I'm over it or whatever. And then you get some text message or like some picture on Instagram that reminds you of this or that situation or that person that has something to do with. And boom, you start thinking again, this was unfair. This is not good. This is, but this is going to, and immediately you're back in the vortex. And when you're back in that energy of negative, afflictive states and perspectives, it's again going to be pretty hard to get out of it.
Yeah.
So you want, if it's a truly afflictive state, give yourself permission to ignore it for quite some time.
I love that.
Not as an attitude of denial, but as a sign of faith in yourself that you'll come back around to it when you're ready. But right now you don't have the means, meaning understanding or context or perspective or meta view. You don't have the means to deal with it, to understand it, to resolve it, to heal it in a relative way. You got to go and ignore it for a while. And you've got to take your attention away from fueling that perspective. You've got to gain different experiences that are outside of that box, that give you confirmation of your worth, that give you confirmation of your self-esteem, that give you positive self-esteem, that give you confirmation that there is hope, that give you confirmation that there's other things to focus on in life, that give you confirmation that maybe it's not as bad as it seemed. And focusing on a wooden table can be your initial way out of that energy momentum, something meaningless. And it's all about concentration, subtle attention, redirection, repeatedly. Just commit fully to that, because what's the alternative, my friend? It's absolute suffering and pain and destructive behavior. So suddenly, doesn't it sound quite exciting to redirect your attention and concentrate? Place your attention on something that allows you to not be in the perspective that generates that emotional suffering.
Nice. I love the rationalization of that, of just looking at the ultimatum of an afflictive state. Like, if this is my only option, then it makes anything else quite appealing.
Nice.
But I think a lot of times people just don't have the context even enough to make it into an ultimatum. They think they're going to solve it by continuing to think about it and think about it. But so that's what I love, the permission to just.
That's a great point. Yeah. They think that by staying in it, they're somehow going to fix it.
Right.
And this at least gives you a direction of your focus. Because I think one of the worst things about those states is feeling how directionless it is. And you're kind of searching for a direction. You're like searching for a way out, but you just can't find it. And it becomes your whole reality, your whole world. And when there's sort of a way out or a window, it's such a massive relief.
great. Yep. So the second method, which is very closely related to this one, but it's just sort of the next somewhat more advanced, perhaps, step. And whether or not this is a more advanced step kind of depends on your prior experience with resting in awareness, with resting in sort of pure presence and beingness and awareness aware of itself, or attention aware of attention, or consciousness aware of consciousness. This is a subtle practice. This is the science of self-realization, or the art of self-realization. It's where the self, that witnessing consciousness, becomes aware of its own essence, its own nature, its own presence, its own existence. And then it more and more maintains that existence awareness, that self-existence awareness. If you can do this, that's fantastic. It's the same exact principle as focusing on wood and just staying with it, subtly staying with it, subtly staying with it, getting distracted by it, returning to it, staying with it, generating a different momentum. If you can apply this principle of concentration on attention itself, then you start to drill in the direction of the well of well-being, the well of joy, the well of love, the well of bliss, the well of transcendence, the well of knowing yourself. So that's great if people can do that. If they can just stay with that sense of I am, I exist. And sometimes we give ourselves, from a higher self's point of view, we give ourselves these catalytic events to really purge ourselves of the perspectives that lay dormant within us, that then come out full force, and we have no other perspective, no access to other perspectives. We really feel the full blow of it. But then, because it's so all-consuming, it's a great opportunity to not try to get into it and understand the relative mechanics of our thoughts, but to just sort of bypass it altogether for a period of time, not as an attitude of denial, but as an attitude of faith and just logic, like this is all that works for me right now. And I'll come back to it later when I have the space and the clarity and the perspective I need to change that perspective into a proper understanding of the way reality works, and my true worth, and my true infinite nature, and so on. So if in that moment you can hold on just to attention itself, being aware of itself, then that's sort of a step up that's more beneficial than focusing on the wooden table. But the initial step, if you don't have access to anything that subtle, focus on something that you know you can maintain concentration on, that's less subtle than consciousness, that's more obvious, like the wooden table, which is reflecting light in a certain pattern right now. Or anything. I mean, this is just one example. People should choose whatever they have access to. Doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that you redirect your focus. That's all that matters. So whatever you feel you can focus on, that doesn't generate, that's one requirement, it doesn't generate negative emotions. So you're not focused on a topic that means something to you, that you could conjure up negative thoughts about or beliefs. Hence the wooden table, because most people don't have beliefs or definitions about that. Doesn't matter to them. And if you can maintain that, then you can progress and just hold on to awareness itself, consciousness itself, I exist itself. You could try that immediately if you have prior experience with it. But if not, it'll just frustrate you. Like, oh, I can't find enlightenment. I can't find myself. Da, da, da. So only do that step, the second version of this method, if you know you can. But then it's a great opportunity. Then it's a great catalyst, because now you're forced to concentrate. Whereas when you don't have such an afflictive state, you're easily distracted by your addiction to sense pleasures and sensuality and hope and promise of a better future and this and that, and relationships and validation from others and all these ego boosters, success. You're so distracted by that. But when you're faced with a brick wall or a train that you're on that you cannot step off of, and you've got to experience what you experience, accept it and move your attention. Don't try to change it, in other words. Let it be. Let it be exactly as it is. Don't try to change even a single ounce of it. Don't want anything to change from your emotional state. This frees up your attention to focus on something else. Become fascinated with the details of the table. Do this for hours if you need to. Because again, what's the alternative? It's quite exciting suddenly. Do that. If you can't focus on I exist, just the feeling I exist, that's spacious but spaceless, timeless feeling I am. And rest in it, stay with it. And then notice, as soon as you start suffering, you're back in the mind. Great reminder. Normally you're distracted by pleasure, but now that you you only know pain when you go out into the mind field, which is kind of like a minefield, then you're instantly remembering, you're instantly reminded in a very obvious, painful way that you've lost attention of I exist. So use this, if you have prior experience with the I am, and this is one of your passions, then especially use the afflictive states to become anchored in that consciousness of consciousness itself. And it doesn't take long then, if that's successful, it doesn't take long for the afflictive state to leave you, to disappear, to diminish over time, but rather rapidly, sometimes instantly if you sort of hit a new level of freedom and perspective. Because again, emotions are the reaction to a perspective that you're having, because they're guidance. It's a guidance system. So if suddenly you change your perspective by drilling into the I am, that 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 I am, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, and you stay with that, stay with that, stay with that. And as soon as you go out of it, it's like, the feeling is there. Okay, I am, you know, coax yourself into this repeatedly, subtly, no stress, but concentrate. Give yourself this gift. Ignore the thing, let it be. Focus on I exist, I exist, I exist. Or wooden table, wooden table, wooden table. Clear blue sky, clear blue sky, clear blue sky. What can you learn about the clear blue sky that you've never noticed before? Go there, go there, go there. Fantasize if you must. If you can't concentrate on one state, fantasize a little bit about that one topic that has nothing to do with the things that trigger your emotions. Something meaningless that you could discover some form of beauty in, perhaps even. Not meaning, but beauty. Mystery, awe, some sense of like, respect. This will change your energy. And then suddenly you have, because you're in a higher frequency, now you have access to different songs coming through the radio, because you've dialed your radio, your body, your mind, your attention to a different range of frequencies. Therefore, the song that you're hearing, the emotions that you're feeling, the response of your emotional guidance system that's now responding to your new perspective, once it's stabilized, is going to be a stable, steady song that is commensurate with how much that perspective is in or out of alignment with source. If it's closer in alignment than your previous perspective, the afflictive state is going to pale in comparison to your next negative state, which will feel very positive comparatively, right? And so you just you bump this up a little bit every time. You move your frequency up, your perspective up. Once over time, over days, over weeks, maybe over months, maybe over years, when you're able to stabilize and you've gained so much new perspective of yourself and of life, and your symbiotic relationship of yourself and life and your self-esteem has changed, now you can look back upon such things without getting sucked into them, because you maintain the overview. So now what used to trigger an afflictive emotion becomes more like a general everyday type of emotion that you can now study if you want to, observe and get to understand, why was I feeling that way? Because I believed that situation meant I was abandoned. Now I see I was never abandoned. My higher self, cosmic consciousness, God, it was all present in me that very moment. I just couldn't see it, but I see it now. So now, bringing my current perspective to that sort of past perspective that was at the time all I could see, and therefore the emotions that could respond to that were only negative. Now, I can look at that perspective, even look through the lens of it a little bit, but I can't believe in it anymore, because I've learned too much about life. I've learned too much about my freedom. I've learned too much about my existence. So there's no way that this thought could now convince me to feel that way, to believe that way, and therefore feel that way. This is similar to the relationship episode we did, where I sort of described the process of being in deeply afflictive states about a partner leaving me, and now kind of just that causing a giggle in a way, where I can't believe in that perspective anymore. That cost me so much pain. That seemed to be my entire reality at the time. So emotions are not factual. They're never factual. They're always the opposite of factual, if we take it all the way. Any emotion is evidence that we're not seeing things clearly. But again, we address this in depth in the Emotional Guidance System episode. So again, I refer people to that one. So,
cool. Method 2. I love basically using an afflictive state as meditation boot camp practice.
Enforcer, yeah.
Yeah.
It's your higher self forcing you to sit your ass down and realize more of yourself.
Yeah, drill sergeant.
Yeah.
Love it.
So in that sense, it's a gift. And you can see that. Me looking back on my own afflictive phases in life, I just see how they purged and reprioritized my entire focus. So I'm only grateful for them. And I can only see how benevolent and divine, if you will, or intelligent that guidance system was. But at the time, I couldn't see that for sure. So it's all good. It's all you giving this gift to yourself. I know that doesn't feel that way when you're in it, but you'll see that later on. Have faith in that. That alone can bring you some soothing feelings that will take you a little bit out of that momentum of the afflictive state. Now, another step one could take, which arguably is even more advanced.
Is this the third method?
The third method, yeah, would be to investigate. But I really don't recommend this for most people, because you gotta sort of have this clarity already practiced to a high degree in order to not fall into an intellectualizing process with yourself. But it's asking yourself the question, who is it? What is the me that believes it's the one that's at the end of the stick of this experience? Who is this me? What is this me that believes this experience belongs to, or pertains to, or is happening to, or is created by? Because there is no such me. It is just another idea, a notion, a belief. So by asking that question, it's like our attention turns away from the canvas and back onto the viewer, the assumed participant or experiencer of the experiences, the assumed me or ego or sense of self that we just always throw into the mix. Whatever we see in life, whatever we experience, oh, there it is, the sense of me at the root of that experience. Because without that sense of me, you wouldn't feel like that experience belongs to you or that it affects you. So it's kind of the self-inquiry method as taught in some Advaita Vedanta, Ramana Maharshi. It's the question, what is I? Or who am I? But who am I is a bit more...
So there's connotations to that.
Yeah, there's in English, I think it's sort of a mistranslation, personally, from Nanyar, which is self-inquiry. The English translation, who am I think is quite confusing to people. I think what is I
love that.
Is better, or what is me, or who is me. But who am I is too common tongue language, and it has these connotations to it. So I would recommend the question, what is me? And this draws the attention to the root, the experiencer, which believes it's the victim of its experience, always. And then we can dissolve that notion. And then we become freer and freer and freer from being affected by all emotions and thoughts and perspectives of a limiting nature. And then God realization becomes really stable and starts to really shine forth. And less do we assume this false identity that then suffers. But this is a more advanced process, and it requires sort of a keenness and a subtlety of mind being already developed. So they're kind of in order. Focus on something meaningless, bring all your concentration to that in as relaxed, as subtle a manner as possible, while you let the rest of your experience just kind of be and go and ignore it. And just start focusing in a different train of thought. Consistency, relentlessly, consistently. What's your better option? Just go and fucking do it. Give yourself that gift. I know it's boring, sober. Yes, it seems like you're ignoring your problems and you can't figure out this thing that you think is so important that's giving you so much pain. But that's the alternative. And you've been in it probably for days, probably for weeks, probably for months maybe. It's not paying off. The things you think you need to attend to clearly are not the things you need to attend to. You need to shift your focus, your attention. Grab a hold of your attention. Consistently focus on something meaningless. This reroutes the energy. Then when that opens up, you can recognize awareness. You can rest in the I amness. And then you can ask the question, what is the me that I even believe is the experiencer of these emotions? And then you can dissolve the me more and more. And the victim, therefore, this relentless victimization that we have, that we always insert into our experience with no good reason whatsoever. There's no proof for a little me. There's no evidence for it. There's bodies walking around, but that's not evidence of a me inside the body. So it's a core assumption that's causing all the suffering. It's the root misaligned belief, is that I am a me, that's somehow not God. That's somehow different from infinite reality.
Cool. So what was the last afflictive state that you experienced yourself? And which of these methods did you use? If any?
Yeah, I've used all of them, you know, like alternatingly, whatever worked, whatever I had access to in that type of moment, I would use.
I'm asking about the most recent one though, but I'm also curious because earlier you said that like even a normal state of human walking around is an afflictive state for you.
Not a human walking around. It's the human beliefs. It's what we call normal. It's what people see as reality. So reality is quite stable. Our collective reality perspective is quite stable. Where this is what's normal, this is what's not normal. Just because someone says something to you doesn't mean you have to take it personally. Therefore, you can relativize and be back in human reality. Like, oh yeah, those were just a bunch of words. So there's no real reason for me to continue this emotional perspective. Oh, okay, so I'm back in human reality, the human context. But there's so many flawed premises at the foundation of human perspective, what's humanly accepted as normal, that to me, any of those beliefs would feel similar. If I really believed in them, I would feel similarly constricted as someone who believes they've been wronged or this or that. So it's just a matter of perspective and what you're anchored in, what state of frequency is your predominant state. And the higher you go in that frequency, the freer you become, the more free you become also from this human paradigm of thought and belief. As for the most recent afflictive state, I honestly wouldn't be able to tell, because an afflictive state, I've had similar echoes as afflictive states in my experience, but they can't quite be compared to when you really believe in them. The closest thing probably was during my sort of process with the negative media kind of attacking me and giving all these distorted images of my work and my intentions and my character, and then all the effects it's had on the people around me, the crew, friends around me, and audience and so forth. I think that was the most recent thing that would be somewhat comparable to having afflictive states. I have deep emotional waves occur from time to time, but they're no longer personal, and they always serve some kind of a teaching discourse, or they're always inspiring me towards a certain direction. So it's a type of guidance for what's going on in the collective. I might wake up some days and be overcome with this feeling, but it's not personal. Therefore, it's not really an afflictive state, even if the emotional energy can be very intense and high and backed up with like lots of energy. It's not quite the same as an afflictive state because I'm not locked into that perspective, which is the crucial difference, right?
Yeah.
I don't believe that something is happening to me. It makes all the difference. So while the emotions can be just as intense in terms of their energy appearance, in terms of the feeling of it, as someone in an afflictive state, it's still not an afflictive state because I'm not on a train. I'm experiencing the train fully. I'm experiencing all the nuances of that train, but it's like I'm just a ghost that hovers through the train. It's like a visitor I can view and I can gain some knowledge from it somehow or channel it into a teaching for people, but it's not me. Like at any point I can exit the train.
Like watching a movie of...
Like watching a movie, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's echoes like that, and there's some collective insights that happen through those kinds of experiences. But because this has gradually shifted to freedom more and more over the course of my life, that's why I can't really say when was my most recent afflictive state, because even in that period that I just mentioned with the negative media and friendships breaking up and people believing all kinds of nasty things about me, even that was already backed up with a lot of perspective and freedom. So yes, that was the most intense recent memory that felt perhaps the closest to being personal or hitting some kind of a personal assumption of me. But even so, I can't say that it's the same as like when my lover left me when I was 18 years old or something like that. You know? It's a different type of, because there's no real stuckness. There is stickiness to it though. So that's why I would call that the most recent kind of afflictive state, but it was already very malleable. It would only sting in the way that an afflictive state would make you feel stuck for a short amount of time, and then the excess would immediately return. And so it doesn't mean I wouldn't still feel the perspective and emotion. It doesn't mean I wasn't processing it and understanding it and trying to get to the root of what's the most balanced approach to this from love and wisdom being in unity. So there was a process involved. There was some stickiness involved. But again, it wasn't like I was completely stuck in the experience. So yeah, even though it felt more intense than my lover leaving me at a certain age, like when I was younger, even though these experiences were more intense, they were less afflictive or less constricting. They were less limiting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's a difference there. That's why freedom doesn't have to mean that we have no emotions. I mean, that's a very advanced state of consciousness where there are no emotions consistently. What's more important is that we can let our experience be as it is and relativize and continue to have access to a bigger perspective. That's a more relevant step for where we're at as a human species right now. To realize that freedom doesn't mean you don't experience a certain emotion or you don't experience a certain perspective. It means that you're not constricted by it. You can see beyond it while it's happening. So then you can experience more and more simultaneously peace and freedom and bliss and pain and suffering and confusion, which sounds very weird, but you can have a simultaneous experience where they both coexist within the same state of consciousness or space of consciousness.
What about disconnect? Can you like experience disconnect while not having disconnect apply to you?
That's a good way actually of making the distinction. The experience of disconnect hasn't happened for me for a long time, except maybe there were a few very short moments which served a particular purpose, mainly to, for a moment, give me a taste of what it's like again, to be in the shoes of some of the people that I'm sharing my message with. So it generates, because if you don't have that experience of disconnect for, let's say, 2 years in a row, your perspective changes so much. And your perspective of stuckness and victimization changes so much that it becomes kind of difficult to relate to someone who believes they're disconnected, stuck, or victimized. You can understand it, but sometimes I guess I've wanted for myself or needed sort of a reminder of, oh, this is what it feels like when you have no access. So my experience of that is that even that wasn't personal still. That was me from a higher level of my consciousness than my ordinary physical consciousness, giving me a taste, an experience of disconnect that is very much out of my own free will. That's how that was experienced.
Like within your own free will.
Within my own free will, I was fully aware that I experienced the disconnect, but at the same time, I was fully aware. So I experienced the disconnect as real in that moment, but still, I was fully aware of the fact that I was choosing it for a purpose. Because at some point, you just can't disconnect entirely anymore, right? And that's what I hope to give people access to through this kind of work, because it's worth it. It's worth the practice. It's worth the understanding. And it's people's birthright to understand this and to be free and to ever know their connection to source. And it will heal everything. It will heal everything in our thinking.
I think what you said earlier was important to remember, that we can never truly be disconnected, but only feel that we are disconnected.
Yep. And this might be too intellectual to really hit home if you're in an emotional state, but it can still be somewhat helpful if you realize in a moment where you feel so disconnected, if you remember that First of all, you cannot ever be disconnected from consciousness, from God, from existing, from this infinite creation. And the proof for that in that moment is the fact that you're feeling disconnected. If you know the emotional guidance system and how it operates, because of your connection to the true reality of God, you can feel the emotional guidance system kicking in as the feeling of disconnect when you're believing that you're disconnected. The feeling of disconnect is just an emotion. It's just showing you the contrast of your belief in disconnect with the truth of connection. So the feeling of disconnect is evidence that you're still connected. So it's a bit intellectual perhaps, but I think it can provide people with some relief in those moments if you remember that. You can never truly be disconnected. It's impossible. And the proof for that is that you feel disconnected. That's the irony, but so you can use it in that way. Yeah. So when we then enter into a greater state of freedom, we again gain perspective. And as a result, the understanding and the acceptance of ourselves becomes easier. But you cannot accept something from the state of being that is creating that very experience of affliction. So you have to kind of step out of it. Because again, what is understanding? It is having more than one access point or perspective. You can't understand object A if you're not also having object or space B to compare it with. Understanding is a process of comparison. It's a process of contrast. It's a process of context. It's a process of having multiple views. A thing can never understand itself. It needs an observer. Similarly, your thought process cannot understand itself. It needs a different perspective to view that object or that thought. But if you have become so identified, unified with that perspective that's causing the afflictive state, then you can't understand it. So don't even try. Let it be. Focus on your access point to a new perspective, which again can just be meaningless object that you're concentrating on. And then the acceptance of self will follow. The understanding of that will naturally follow over time as you gain access again to greater freedom. If you really gain access to freedom, then it's instantly understood, typically. It's very like, of course, because you just see from such a clear point of view. There's no substance, there's no matter, there's no gravity anymore to the perspective that was impossible to understand when you were in its gravitational field. And you had not a bigger gravitational field of your own to contrast it by, to understand it with. So know yourself, accept yourself, and become the creator. These are very much linked. The more you become the creator, the easier it is to know and understand and accept yourself on a relative level as well. And sometimes not having access to it, to understanding yourself, leads instantly into accepting yourself. And then that opens the door again to knowing the creator. And then when that afflictive emotion again arises, you'll understand it and you'll be able to accept it because you have a new space of consciousness to compare it to understand it by. That's kind of the journey of using, or how I would use anyway, these afflictive states, to resolve them, to understand them, to accept them, and to transcend them.
Yeah, it's helpful to recognize and to remember that it's an afflictive state. I think that the moments where I've been in these kind of experiences, I didn't recognize that it was just a state. It was like, this is the end of the world, the end of my world. This is an affliction that I'm never going to get out of. And it just becomes like, this black hole, and not the good kind.
I love the good kind of black hole. Just the right black hole. Oh, it's so great. It's true though.
I know.
There's a delicious black hole and there's a terrible black hole.
Exactly. So yeah, it's so helpful to recognize it's just a state, and that it is happening to you because you can handle it and you actually want to teach yourself through this. And to me, I did feel like, I don't know if I can handle this. I don't know if I can get through this. But now looking back, I can see that the fact I was even experiencing it to begin with was proof that I could handle it and get through this. On a higher level, it's like, my understanding is that it's a a really terrible afflictive state is sort of the accumulation of a lot of misunderstandings and misperspectives. And then it's just, you're ready to make a quantum leap. So your higher self just says, okay, take it all at once. You got this.
Yeah.
So it's so helpful to recognize that you have got this if you're experiencing it and you've chosen it.
Nice.
That is so helpful.
Yeah. And you wouldn't have chosen it if you couldn't handle it.
Beautiful. Because the worst part about it is not even the emotions, it's the belief that you're all alone, that you can't handle it, that God doesn't love you, or that you're somehow unworthy or abandoned. That's the most painful part of these things, that you're a victim of it, that there's no way out of it, that there's no help, no guidance, no love, that's the most painful perspective. It's not even the initial emotional trigger, right? And actually, this reminds me of another method people can apply when it's sort of in between this scale of emotional affliction, between sort of the everyday emotional thing that you can kind of play with and understand and investigate, in between that and the emotion that is just so afflictive that you can't do anything with it. And that is to just sort of bring full presence to the emotional feeling and to feel it without labeling it. Right? Now, if you're in a truly, deeply, extremely afflictive state, even that is not doable because you're too close to the perspective that you have, and it'll just conjure up more perspectives of a negative nature, and you'll be distracted by them. So the only thing you can do is radically allow it to be as it is, and therefore ignore it and grab a hold of your attention and place it somewhere else is all you can do. But if it's not quite that extreme, but it is quite painful, it is like a heartbreak kind of thing or something like that. But you have some space to interact with it without completely collapsing in it. Then I can recommend also the simple method of just feeling the feelings, bringing awareness. Awareness is always here. You don't bring it, but allowing the feeling to be experienced and witnessed by awareness, by your consciousness, that innate principle of I am and I know that I am. Allowing yourself to experience the feelings and just maintaining the witnessing state so that you don't go into thoughts about it. You don't define it. You don't label it. You don't try to intellectually understand the emotion. Intellectual insights might come as a result of just feeling the essence of the feeling without additions, without descriptions, just letting it be as it is. And a beautiful thing can happen. Typically, the more advanced we are in these spiritual practices of self-realization, it becomes easier, is that when we just become present to a feeling, we find the golden nugget within it, which is really the entire thing is the golden nugget. In other words, when we stop resisting it with descriptions and labels and definitions and just feel it, just have the courage to feel it just in its raw state, no intellectualizing, no definitions, no descriptions. Stay as empty of describing it as you can. Don't describe your experience. Just be it. Just feel it without getting lost in it. But you can only get lost in the description. So, or definition or belief. So, but to just purely feel it, be fully present to it, you start to over time transmute it. You start to discover something beautiful, which is that every emotion is made up of the same presence, the same love that is the Creator in manifest form, in energetic form. So you're starting to access the essential energy manifestation of the infinite Creator, that very sort of substratum essential first type of manifestation, that presence energy, that then is the primordial substance for everything else to be made out of. And if you can be with your feelings without labeling them, without getting lost in the sensuality of them, without describing them, without trying to change them, just allowing them to be exactly as they are. If you can find that courage, that stillness, that presence, and then just feel them as they are, they begin to take on a golden shape, a golden color, if you will. They start to sort of radiate something else. That's not the described emotion. It is, yes, the emotional feeling is there, but because the definitions are dropped and the acceptance arises, now we start to align ourselves with this primordial energy field, and therefore we start to see the love as the emotion. We start to see the emotion as being love, light energy, that primordial, essential presence energy of God. And then we're transmuting it, and there's a sense of unity and inseparability with it. And then there's no problem because we're not opposing it. We're not resisting it. We're not against it. We're not trying to change it or control it. We're accepting it, and therefore we're becoming one with the essence of it. And that just reveals itself to be this beautiful golden love light, if you will.
That's very cool.
That's beautiful.
It's kind of like the first method then, like being present to the wood or being present to it's like that same focus on.
Yep. Yes, exactly. But if it's a super afflictive state, that we only have access to negative emotions when we're present to our emotions, then you can't quite do that because you'll just get sucked into negative thoughts.
Yeah.
Right? But if it's somewhere in between, sort of a random everyday emotion and a deeply afflictive state, so if it's like a sort of a deep heartbreak, but you're not totally victimized by it, you can see kind of through it and with it, then you can beautifully apply this method, and it's very healing. And you will then, through that process, understand the emotion also. You will understand yourself through the acceptance of it, through the total allowance of it, and then the recognizing the essential energy that makes up the energy of the emotion by just feeling it, by being present to it. It is exactly the same method, actually, mechanically speaking, as focusing on the wood of the table and the way light reflects off of it. Because what you're doing is you're taking your attention away from the definitions and you're shifting it to something else. In this case, the presence of the emotion rather than the thought about the emotion. But if you're present to the emotional feeling, it's still very close to your conditioned, boxed in perspective that generated the emotional response in the first place. So it's not, we don't always have access to this courage, this naked, present awareness that recognizes the essence of an emotion to be love and light. If it's too convincing, if it's too painful, so then the only thing we can typically do is sort of ignore it and focus on something else entirely that's not meaningful to us, that doesn't trigger the same thoughts or perspectives. So there's this wide range sort of fluidity to our consciousness, which emotions have a beautiful way of showing us how fluid and malleable our consciousness and our attention and our self-creating, self-conjuring up capacities really are. And we gain this freedom and this malleability through facing those emotions in different ways. But I did want to add that to sort of the in-between type of emotion.
That's great. Beautiful.
Did you have a question?
Yeah. Would these methods also apply for someone that's experiencing afflicted states in a group setting, for instance, or like social encounters? Because I do feel a lot of people like experience like really intense anxiety or different emotions when they're like in a group setting.
Yeah, in my experience, from my own experience, when I was in a truly afflictive state, I would not be in social situations. You know what I mean? I mean, of course, it's possible, it can happen. But typically, I wouldn't be hanging out and sort of being anxious. I would define that as sort of the in-between, maybe. Either the general emotions or a little bit higher than that, a little bit more intense than that. But the truly extremely afflictive states are debilitating. You're not social. You just shut down. You're like, you don't know what to do, you're stuck. In most cases, of course it's possible, but in most cases, I would say in group settings, if you're even already in group settings, typically that type of anxiety is more of an everyday type of nature. And it just comes with the package of your low self-esteem and thinking that you are a person inside of a body, which is impossible. But we believe it. We insert all the time, that back burner sense of self that's on the back burner. It's just there. It's just in the background. I am experiencing this. I am being watched right now. You're not being watched. That's a total assumption. But because we have that sense of me always inserted into the canvas of life, we have to investigate that. But therefore we feel anxious in social circumstances. And then we can bring presence, the presence of awareness to it and not define it. Just allow ourselves to feel the discomfort of the anxiety and not react and flee into thoughts or trying to change it, control it, stop it, avoid it. Just find the courage to be naked with it. Feel the vulnerability of it until it turns ultimately into a feeling of indestructibility. That's the golden you that comes out of it. But initially, just take those small steps to more and more break the chain of describing your experience and trying to change it and avoid it, and just let it be. Develop the courage of naked consciousness, of naked acceptance, naked awareness. Be naked, be naked, be naked, be naked. Allow to be as it is. And then gradually over time, you'll become that interior alchemist, and it will change the color, the shape, the size, the nature, the feeling, the essence of the emotion will be revealed to you. You'll become a discoverer of God's love in all forms. So in social situations, I would suggest the anxiety is based in some ego construct, and therefore you can allow it. For the most part, you can practice that allowance, and you can transmute it. Does that relate to or resonate with your example?
I think so. I don't know. I just loved the energy of it, like discovery of God's love.
Cool. But does that answer your imagined scenario? Or you have a more specific kind of example or question about it?
It does answer mine, but I'm kind of I want to position myself in someone that's maybe not that experienced with like just releasing and being more naked.
Mm-hmm. So, well, what do you do then? If you're already more experienced in it, then you could teach the same answer to your question. How have you become more able to be more courageous and more naked with your anxiety in social circumstances? What's that first access point that you would recommend to people?
Nice. Good question. It is to not wanting or not efforting to hide something, or believing that there's something wrong, or that I need to hide something, or that I might be afraid something be revealed, exposed.
Yep.
So that's like just creates these pockets where stuckness or anxiety can creep in.
Great.
Which kind of is the same thing that you were saying, like just being naked more and more.
Yep. But I love your specific nuance of that being to drop the fear for the outcome in a way, to drop the fear of being discovered and exposed. Because what we call the ego, that imagined sense of me in the background of every canvas painting experience of our life, it always wants to hide its true falseness. It wants to hide the fact that it's not real. And it's got 10,000 different ways to do that, more probably. And these are all sort of layers of self-deceit, layers of self-control, layers of manipulation, layers of hiding, layers of avoiding, layers of recontextualizing things, layers of describing things in certain ways, layers of justifying things, layers of avoiding certain circumstances, certain people at certain times, all to avoid being seen by you, not by others, by you. But you think it's you trying to avoid. That's because you're hijacked, right? We're hijacked by the false self. It's a hijacker of our sense of self. It's like a little virus. It's like a little COVID-19 called me. And it's hijacked our consciousness, our sense of self. So now we're operating on behalf of COVID-19. So we're wearing masks because we don't want to be seen. We don't want to show our true selves. So we think, but actually not the case at all. And if you can see this, you can break through very quickly. But you got to be ready to be free of your false self, which you think is you. That's the tricky part. It's like you got to be willing to have your ego die in front of you. But if you think you're your ego, you will never want to die. Wow. It has hijacked you. It will consistently hide its self-deceiving layers. It will continue to lie and not know that it's lying, or partially know that it's lying, but have yet another layer ready to justify why or how the lie is not really a lie, or how everyone is lying in that way, so it's normal. So to burn through those layers of self-deceit, we need to know that we're not that hijacked version of ourselves. We're not the virus. We're not COVID-19. We're bigger than that. We are bigger than the one that feels anxious in that situation. So instead of us hiding from being exposed in the eyes of others, we need to realize that it's the ego not wanting to be seen by us. Does that make sense? And it's using us and other people to accomplish its aim. So we got to realize that the one who's afraid to be exposed is not us by others. It is the ego by us using others.
Fuck, I love that so much.
So if you can see that, you can take a shortcut. You can take a direct route and cut the bastard off at the root using all the love in the world. Like, love it to death. Be radically slice it off. Nope. I'm not going to lie to myself. I'm not going to believe I am this person that feels anxious about being exposed, because that's not me. It's just this hijacked person that's been in the back of my taxi for all my life, taking on different shapes and sizes and forms and instructing me to go left and right. And I've just been doing its bidding. It hasn't paid me once. Maybe in childhood, when I needed to navigate a tricky emotion or situation where my dad was abusive and I had to protect myself, there's some reason to that, right? So then we create this monster in the back of the seat that keeps us safe. But that's, for most people, not necessary. Now it's just a self-perpetuating story, and then it creates circumstances that seem to mimic that reality being needed, because we're now identified with the voice in our head. But the voice in our head is observable, and anything observable cannot be us. Anything. So the thinker cannot be us. Therefore, the hijacker, the mind, the ego cannot be us. So it's not us afraid to be exposed in the eyes of others. It's our own guest, our little beautiful, loving, monstrous guest in the back seat that doesn't want us to kick it out of our cab. And so it uses us to navigate and lie and manipulate and pretend and all that stuff. Fun, huh?
That's so cool.
But the way to do that is to just gain more courage in naked exposure, because that's how we sever the connection between the hijacker and our true selves, between the analyzing, thinking, egoic mind and our true, ever-present free self, which is already free of whatever we observe. But we identify with what we observe, and we put it in the background of our subconscious, and it continues to operate as if it's its own entity. And we think it is us, and we think it defends us, and it's on behalf of us, but it's not. It's robbing us of all our energy, inspiration, clarity, self-knowledge, truthfulness, sincerity, earnestness, love, compassion, spiritual progress, advancement, and so forth. So it's really not our friend anymore. It's time to let go of that toxic friendship. So expose it to death. Here's my most shameful moment, guys. I've been using all of you in the following way. If you can, that's an extreme example, but you could, if you're ready to part ways with the monster in the backseat, doesn't mean you should hate it, because it has served you. You've invited it in. It's your choice. It's not, it's just offering its services. You've let it into your cap. So when I say monster, yes, it's a monster, but it's really our own allowance. It's us enabling it. So it deserves sort of gratitude. At the same time, it deserves our decision to sever all ties with it. I'm done with you. And at the same time, a feeling of, I love you. Thank you very much for your service, but it's no longer needed. So I'm not trying to imply that we should fight the ego, because that just is more of the same thing. We should love it to death, but radically and decisively, if we want quick progress and quick freedom and quick self-knowledge and quick enlightenment. We need to be ready to part ways, and therefore it doesn't matter what is exposed, because it's not us that's exposed. It's the ego, the monster in the back seat that we are now becoming aware of. And you can use other people as reflectors to accelerate that. But it takes some courage. What is courage? Courage is, in this context, knowing that you're more than the guy in the back seat, the monster in the back seat. That's all it is. Knowing that you are more than the monster in the back seat of your mind. Once you know that, you have faith, you have courage. Now to expose the monster, it's not so big of a deal, because you know you are more than the monster. You know that they can leave your cab and you'd be fine without them. You no longer need them to protect you. You can now consciously reason and see and decide for yourself what is safe, what's not safe, what is true, what's not true. As a 6-year-old, yeah, you need some protection. So you invite in this monster in the back of your cab. But at some point, you got to kick him out, lovingly. Thank you. Okay, this is your stop,
okay,
isn't
bye-bye.
it? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Radically, lovingly say, no more. That's not who I am. Find that naked courage to rediscover who you really are and to ditch the hijacker. With love. With gratitude. But not with continuing to enable it. Not with complacency. Not with giving into it. Not with believing in what it says. Courage is the ability to not believe in your own thinking process. To know that you're more than your thoughts. And then exposure becomes less dangerous because you know it's not you that gets exposed. It's the guy in the back of the seat. It's not me. Oh, I've never manipulated. I've never controlled. I've never been false. I've never wanted these false things. I've never wanted safety and security in distorted ways. I've always been pure and free. But I believed I was this voice that is observable. Therefore, how can I be it? So stop believing in it. The real way to believe in yourself is to stop believing in yourself. Stop believing in everything you think is you. That's true faith in yourself. True courage, naked being. Let what come. Let what goes, go. And let it burn up into clarity of consciousness. Be free. Free yourself from yourself. It's the biggest freedom. Because you're not this. You're not what you're defending. So, something like that.
What about any homework?
Check out The Hitchhiker.
Yeah.
It's been a long ride. It's been a long road trip with a stranger in the back seat. And you've adopted its toxic thoughts and life philosophy. Imagine at the age of 5 or 6, picking up this hitchhiker out of good intentions. Like, oh, maybe he can help me and I can help him. And ever since you've been road tripping for like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, you've been road tripping with this stranger in the back. But then he's no longer a stranger, is he? In fact, if it's just you and the hitchhiker for 60 years in the car, it's going to feel like you're married. It's going to feel like it's exactly who you are. There's going to be no distinction in your sense of self between your true sense of self and a false sense of self. So now you've become one with the toxic thoughts. You've accepted them all as if they are your free will. They've never been your free will because it's never been your soul's priority to be safe, secure, protected, having acquired lots of things and success and status. That's never been your intention, ever. But you've adopted these things as a means to compensate for lack of courage. What's courage? The faith that you are free from anything that's observable, including your own thoughts. When you gain that faith, you'll gain the courage to act on that faith. And then exposing yourself doesn't make much of a difference anymore. In fact, it helps you remove the Band-Aid, this toxic Band-Aid that just keeps the wound festering. Take it off and you'll heal very quickly. But you got to be willing to not believe in yourself. That takes faith in yourself.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so that's the homework. I mean, do it as you please. But it's just a radical decision of self-honesty, realizing how you've been full of shit like 100,000 different ways every day. How you've manipulated everything, how you've tried to control everything. And just see that that's never really been you. That'd be the homework. And then you find a lot of your afflictive states will disappear as well. If not all of them. Because part of the voice in the back of your seat, in the back of your mind, that false sense of me, is continuously suggesting that you're lacking things, that you're not worthy, that you're not good enough, that you're not perfect yet, that you don't deserve love, that you can die, that you can lose somebody, that you can lack what you need. It's telling you all this stuff because it's the hitchhiker's own journey. It's not yours, but you've adopted it as truth because it's the only voice you've ever heard for for your adult life and longer. So find a way to lovingly sever that connection with the toxic guest in the back of your mind. See that you're ready to let it go And the afflictive states will then also very quickly disappear. Because they're not part of who you are. They're false suggestions. Afflictive states are based in false suggestions, made by the me you think you are on the back of the seat. But you're not. You're the driver. You're free from any hitchhikers. Cool. Any additions? Are we good?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
have a fabulous day.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of the Mirror Talks podcast with Bentinho Massaro. If you love these teachings and you want full access to almost all of Bentinho's recorded material, go to bentinhomassaro.tv. Right now, we're offering a free 7-day trial with unlimited access to everything on bentinhomassaro.tv, including curated playlists, guided meditations, and much more. This is our #1 recommendation for you. As a subscriber, you'll get first access to these podcast episodes 2 weeks before they go public. You'll also get access to exclusive Q&As with Bentinho and other content only available to subscribers of bentinhomassaro.tv. Also, Bentinho recently created a free online global enlightenment retreat. It's 8 long-form sessions that coherently guide you through the foundation of his enlightenment teachings. You can watch the free online global enlightenment retreat at bentinhomassaro.tv or on YouTube. If you're interested in the most current and complete overview of Bentinho's work to date, this is where we recommend you start. Another great resource is Trinfinity Academy, Bentinho's free online school for enlightenment, empowerment, and infinity. Each class is concise and clear and distills one key topic at a time, including homework. We strongly recommend you check out Trinfinity Academy if you want to master the mechanics of Bentinho's teachings. Finally, don't underestimate the value of sharing this episode with the people who came to mind as you were watching or listening. It's a service to them and the collective, and it's also the best thing you can do to support us in getting this message far and wide. We also encourage you to like, subscribe, and leave positive reviews.
Hi. So there's this quote I came across about anger, that one moment of patience can save you 100 moments of regret. So the question then becomes, how do you become that person who, in the midst of turbulence and turmoil and angry emotions, are calm? By the end of this video, you'll be able to walk away with practical tips that you could apply right away to improve how you manage your emotions with yourself and your emotions with others. I'm Monica, and I recently graduated with a degree in neuroscience, and I'm now pursuing medicine. I'm really passionate about making psychiatry accessible for everyone. So this video is a part of the Ask an Expert series, where we chat about mental health topics and psychological topics with experts. Today, I am just so honored to have Dr. Conti back. You may remember him from our last live stream, which is accessible from the Ask an Expert live stream playlist. Welcome back, Dr. Conti.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being back, and I'm so excited for our chat today.
I feel like we have so much to cover and so much information. And I love that you opened saying that we're going to give everyone practical examples, because what we're going to do is give you really real world stuff that you can immediately take after watching this video and help your life find more peace.
Exactly. With something like anger, I feel like it can be so exhausting to just hold it in with yourself, or just be sometimes angry with yourself or angry with others. Like, you know, if only we could find a way to better manage that. And that's exactly what we're just going to be diving into today.
100%. You know, it's fascinating because we are the only ones who have unrestricted access to our minds. And when you think about this, it really is powerful, because if we really truly realize that, then we'll stop giving our power away to other people. Like, we let people who anger us, who do things we don't like, to control our inner world. And once we realize this, we say, wait a minute, I can't do this anymore.
That really brings up a really important point, and like the kind of first main idea that I want to bring up regarding anger, about how to really recognize and control how sometimes anger really comes from within. Because sometimes we often think that we're angry because someone else made us angry, or something has happened that just is the reason why we're angry. But ultimately, it's our decision. It's our ability to control that, what we kind of filter from the world, that ultimately causes us to be angry. So I guess we can just jump right into any kind of practical tips on how to better, have control of your own emotions.
Yeah, the very first thing, and we hit on this last video, but if someone hadn't seen that yet, I want to jump in with this at the beginning, and that is this. I believe there's a difference between what I call the cartoon world and the real world. So our cartoon world, and I call it cartoon world because it's not real. It's the world that it's according to our shoulds. So people should think the way I want them to think. They should feel, they should believe what I want them to believe. They should do what I want them to do. And then there's the real world. So there's our cartoon world, and then there's the real world. And what I've done for my career is help people learn to align their expectations with reality. In other words, so Monica, let's say I'm driving down the road and I got to get somewhere. And when I'm on the road, there's a bunch of traffic. And I say to myself in my cartoon world, this traffic shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be happening to me right now. I'm going to be really angry. But if I align my expectations with reality, which is anytime I go out on the highway, there could be traffic. Now I'm more prepared for it. Doesn't mean I'll be happy when I see the traffic, but it means I'll be more prepared for it. And I think that's a really good place to anchor our conversation, is that we master what we practice. And if we practice being impulsive and reactive, well, we get really good at that. But if we practice being mindful and in control, well, we get really good at that too.
I love the last part you just said, especially we master what we practice. I remember when I was preparing for exams, just on the topic of like anxiety, I would ask myself, why am I expecting myself to be so calm when on a day-to-day basis, when I don't even have exams, I'm already sweating all the time, just worried about things. Like, it makes no sense. So just bring it back to what we were talking about with your example, like having tips to be able to just go through your everyday without, having emotional outbursts is a way that is kind of protective. So when we have those experiences that can, drive our emotions up, it's not, overflowing or is not going crazy. So it's a really good point you brought up there.
Well, it's almost as if I'm talking to you during those moments when you're struggling, I would almost have this vision that you're putting on boxing gloves and hitting yourself. And I almost want to stop you from hitting yourself. Like, I shouldn't be upset right now, and I shouldn't be stressed. But if you are, then you're giving yourself the extra problem of, not only am I anxious, but now I have all these shoulds that I shouldn't be anxious. And that makes it even more complicated. So at least be easy on yourself from the beginning and recognize that as human beings, our emotions will ebb and flow. We'll go up, we'll go down. Then that's okay. It's normal. But I think it'll be less extreme if we accept it. And it'll be more extreme if we say, this can't be happening. I can't take this. That's where we really intensify our own emotions.
Amazing. So just already, for those who just joined us, I have written down in my head to, number one, practice being objective, aligning what we kind of see with what we think with what is actually happening. Number two, just being able to master what we practice and hopefully kind of be accepting rather than, just kind of rejecting whatever is coming to us and how we feel. And I wonder if this is really kind of, I think actually this is quite general, like it would apply to anything, but any sort of tips that are more kind of situation specific, whether it's like, I don't know, being angry because you messed up about something, whatever it is.
There we go. Let's go. That's a perfect one. So I quite literally did this morning. I forgot to let my wife know about my schedule, so I confused my schedule for what I have going on this week. So we ultimately remedied it and we fixed it, and I could switch days on things. But in that moment, when I realized that I forgot, I dropped the ball. and I messed up my schedule, I had the immediate thoughts that anybody would have. Like, I practice this every day, day in and day out. But in those first moments when I thought, oh no, I messed this up, my thoughts could go really negative really quickly, and I could get down on myself. What I had to do was say, stop. I'm a human being. Of course, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm not going to minimize it. I'm going to own it. But then I'm going to do the only thing I can do, which is work with what I can do. So I talked to the people about the schedule. We figured out what we could do. We made a plan and we fixed it, because spending a whole bunch of time saying, oh, this is terrible and I'm awful, that would not really be productive. And then that would not help the rest of my day. Matter of fact, I'll give you a little teaching tale that I think can be really helpful for this. So I like this concept. So you, me, we've all messed up, and then we get mad at ourselves when we mess up. So in the land of fools, there was this guy who had 250 cows, and one of his cows accidentally fell off a cliff. And then he said to himself, well, now my herd will never be complete. It's not complete because one of them is missing. So he just started driving the rest of his cows off the cliff. And as he's driving off all 250 cows, somebody says to him, what are you doing? He said, well, my herd will never be complete, so I might as well just get rid of all of them. And the people just hit their heads and laughed at this foolish man who got rid of his 250 cows, all because he messed up on one of them. And it's a teaching tale, so don't worry, no cows were harmed in the making of this metaphor. But the great thing about this lesson is, if we mess up and then we start beating ourselves up, we start to let those mistakes compound. And so it comes back to saying, why am I pushing my metaphorical cows off the edge of the cliff? Yes, I lost one, but that doesn't mean I'm going to drive the rest of them off the cliff.
Yeah, so I think it kind of, when you were giving that story, it really reminds me of the idea of like just taking responsibility. Because at that time, like when that person is like, you know, throwing out their cows or whatever, driving them off the cliff, to them, they're like, oh, like, I don't even know what do you think is going on in their minds? Like, hypothetically, when someone's just doing something that they know is actually causing something to be worsening the overall outcome. Like, what is actually going on?
So I specialize in working with people convicted of violent crimes. This has been the specialty of my profession for what I've done for 2 decades. And what I see is that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So if I feel like I'm no good, I'm worthless, I'm nothing, then why not hurt myself or others? And there's a difference between guilt and shame. So guilt is feeling bad about something we've done to hurt someone. That's normal. That's healthy. Like, if we do something, we feel guilt, we can learn from it. That's okay. Guilt is feeling bad about something we've done. Shame, however, is feeling bad about who we are. And my research for more than 2 decades has shown me that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So that's what happens in people's minds when they start to get this sense of shame. Well, I'm no good, and so they start to develop this narrative that is really hurtful to their own inner peace first and foremost, but then that starts to go out toward the world. And now they say, well, I already messed up this relationship, so now I'm just going to be angry at the next person, and I'm going to be spiteful to the next person. And so until you stop and reset, it can keep compiling no differently than the person who's pushing the cows off the edge of the cliff.
So that idea of responsibility, how does one then kind of take that responsibility to then say, okay, what I'm doing is wrong. Like, maybe it's not the most productive. Let's just say not the most productive. Mm-hmm. And how can I become and channel that into someone I want to be, and someone who's like, you know, just doing more healthy decisions, acting more healthy.
So that's such a great question. I think, to me, like, that exemplifies your insight and consciousness to be able to say, okay, so what do I do? So I think that when we can start to say, now what? Now, what do we do? The past is gone, and there's nothing we can do, no matter how much insight we ever get, to get 1 single second back. The future's hypothetical, hasn't been created yet. The only moment that exists is this moment. And so the question is, what do we do from this moment forward? You know, I did over 100 episodes of a podcast called Tackling Life with NFL legend Ray Lewis, first ballot Hall of Fame football player. And we interviewed an astronaut once. Did I tell you about Reed Wiseman the last time we talked? I mean, I might not have mentioned it, but
I don't think so.
I
I would
don't
love
think
to
I
hear
did.
it.
I
Yeah.
don't think I did. So Reed Wiseman was one of my favorite interviews I ever got to do. And he's an astronaut who walked in space. And when you think about the magnitude of that, fewer than 200 people in the history of humanity have walked in space. And yet this astronaut walked in space. I got to speak to him. It was awesome. So one of the things that he said, and I don't remember if it was on our show or off air, but it was this, it was, when you're in space and something goes wrong, you don't have time to think, oh, I can't believe Sally didn't fix that. You know, I can't believe Bill let this happen. The only thing you can do when you're hurling through space in a spaceship is work the problem. What can I do from this moment forward? So to me, there is a brilliance to your question. What do we do now? The past is gone. The future hasn't been created. So what can we do in this moment? And what I say, and this is the most concrete thing that I can give you, is be accurate with your language. Be accurate. It wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. You made a mistake. So what do I do now? Well, I can be accurate with my language. I can stop myself from perpetuating this extreme language. I'm terrible. This was awful. The person who cut me off in traffic, they're a horrible person. No, the car drove a little closer to my car than I wanted it to. You know, the person at work said something that I would have preferred she not say. Like, it's really, when I'm accurate, it really curtails the amount of anger that I'm about to have.
Can I just say, this advice was shared from the last episode of the podcast, and it is life-changing. Since you said that, I have applied it to my own life, not only for just like anger, but just on my day-to-day basis, and it has just elevated my happiness and the way that I see things. So thank you. I'm just going to type it in the chat for anyone here who has missed it, because it's truly life-changing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. No, and I feel grateful that you share it like that and phrase it like that, because what I do at this point in my career, January, I've been doing this work for 25 years. And what I do is, at this point in my career, when I do presentations, and I do a lot of trainings on yield theory that I created. So we'll do 3-day, 5-day trainings. And what I do is I say, look, these are exciting because I take 25 years of sitting down with people, more than 20,000 hours of clinical experience, being blessed, humbled to sit one-on-one with people where they share their most intimate secrets with me. And I take the information that was truly life-changing, those moments that made a change and helped them shift. And I get to give all of those in like a condensed way. And that's why I get excited about what I share, why I'm excited when you and I speak, why I love how hungry you are for information, because when we can make this information applicable to everyone out there who's watching, it really is a game changer. Life-changing stuff doesn't mean it has to be you have to have these lights come on and the music, it goes, wait a minute, this technique, if I apply it day in, day out, will radically shift the way I experience life. That's what it is.
And I think this is perfect because it really draws back to the idea that we mentioned earlier. When I am accurate with my language, I'm better able to disentangle my expectations with my reality. Mm-hmm. When I thought that I was going to get, just last week when I sat my med school exams, 25% on my exams. Like, I was very sure. I was like, I'm going to fail this exam. I'm going to get a 25. I then took a step back. I was like, wait, no. I've studied more than half of this material. My friends have quizzed me on this, and I've been able to answer more than 50% of it. I don't think I'll necessarily fail, but maybe I won't do as well as I wanted to. And even that, like recognizing that, helped me realize what I told myself versus like what the reality really was. And that in turn helped me reduce my anxiety, which, you know, is amazing. So I think being able to apply this for like all the different scenarios, whether it's anger, anxiety, I don't know, like sadness, is a really, really great tool. And with that, I just wanted to pick up on the second point that you mentioned about yield theory, because we've mentioned so many applicable tools. One that I think someone has just mentioned right now, Dasha, how to communicate without getting angry so fast, like these kind of things. but what is the theory behind it? And I know you created yield theory, and I would love to learn more about the theory. Sorry, that was so long.
So I would love. So I'm grateful. So here's what I'm going to take you back to the beginning. In 1998, I was in my room and I was in a meditation, and I had this vision. And here was the vision. Here's how it kind of unfolded to me. And I've spent the rest of that time refining it, and now it is an evidence-based approach. It's a theory on counseling, and I wrote about it in Walking Through Anger. But let me show you the initial metaphor. So I was thinking, like, let's say a car is going down the highway the wrong way, and you want to stop that car. Well, you could drive head first into that car head on, and you could stop that car. But one or both of you is going to get pretty hurt. But what if instead of smashing into this car going the wrong way, instead you say, you know what? I'm going to merge with it, like at a yield sign. I'm going to yield with this car, and I'm going to go with, trying to get my hands on this. So I'm going to go with it. Now, as I'm driving with this car, my car next to this car, this is a hypothetical thought experiment. So let's suspend reality. The car says, okay, we're driving in the same direction. Let's save some gas. So I jump in their car, and now I'm seeing out of their windshield. I'm actually seeing the windshield that they're seeing out of. And over time, when they trust me, let's say it's a long enough journey, they get tired. They say, I want you to drive. And now I get to be in their exact chair. And then I can help steer them down a different path. And that was the original metaphor for yield theory. Meet people where they are. Do your best to see from their perspective. And this is more than just walking a metaphorical mile in someone's shoes. This is me imagining that I had a person's cognitive functioning. So I had their intellect, their affective range, their ability to experience emotions, and their life experiences. And what I say, and this is powerful metaphor. This is big. What I say is, I believe that if I would have lived every day as another person, I would have made every single decision they made. And the reason why that's a very big assumption is this. I work with people. I specialize in violence. I work with people convicted of violent crimes. I work with serial murderers. I work with people who are serial rapists. So how can I say, if I was them, I would have done everything they did? Well, first of all, it's not a philosophical, logical argument, right? It's an a priori argument that doesn't make logical sense. But here's what it does for me. When I'm able to say, because we often say, well, I had a hard life and I didn't do that, or I had a tough situation and I didn't do that. You had your brain doing that. You had your intellect doing that. So imagine you're that other person. Now, here's what this does. It wipes away judgment for me. So then when I meet people where they are, and let's say someone's really angry, I can listen to that person and I can truly listen without judgment. And I can say, look, the past is gone. I can't change a single second of the past. But if I listen to you and I validate what you're experiencing, now we get you out of that anger, and I can help move toward helping you make better decisions. So that's the substance. And ultimately, yield theory comes down to doing three things. Because I told you last time, Monica, I try to make things really simple for people. So I think we're always skeptical of other people. Like, we're skeptical, especially if someone disagrees with us. Boy, we could be skeptical all day. But I always say, I want to be skeptical of my own ego. I want to be skeptical of my own thoughts. I want to challenge my own thoughts. So I sat back and I said to myself, well, what do I really do? Like, I stand at a cell door in maximum security prisons and I talk to people. I sit in a comfortable Zen setting in my office and I talk to people. What do I do? And I do three things. And this is what I would tell people to do. I listen, I validate, and I explore options. So you're with that family member who's so angry, and maybe they're being really self-centered. I've seen a couple comments say, how do I deal with a narcissistic family? And I see that word come up a lot in the chat. And so think about this. They're really self-centered. Your initial thought is, I'm going to go tell them what they need to do differently. But they're not going to hear that. So that's like smashing the car head on. You can tell them they're wrong, but they're not going to listen to you. But if you put yourself behind their eyes and you truly listen to them, and then you validate that experience, like, my goodness, that sounds like that was really awful for you. That sounded like that was really difficult for you. And once and here's the key, not just validating, but validate until they feel validated. Because you know as well as I do, we all want to be heard. And if somebody keeps saying things over and over again, that person probably doesn't feel heard. So when we can help them really feel heard, now that we're validating them, now they feel better neurologically. And you know this from neuroscience. When you're angry, you're in your limbic system, you're in your amygdala, and you're getting really fired up. That's that fight or flight response. But once you feel validated and that emotional release, now you move to more the frontal cortex, your higher level decision making. And now we can explore options. Now we can say, okay, now where do we go from here? What's the best decision to make from this moment forward? So it's powerful. I know there's a lot to take in, but it's powerful.
So I'm just going to summarize, and just to make sure that I completely understood, at the core of yield theory is to really take someone's perspectives and to try to see what they see and to meet them where they are.
Mm-hmm.
And to really break it down, it's to really listen, to actually think about the meaning of the words they're saying, not just kind of listening like whatever, like actually, what are they trying to tell me? To validate, to make them actually feel like they are heard, not just being, yes, I'm so sorry. Like, no, like actually listening, validating, and then coming up with solutions that you guys can both agree, like kind of meeting in the middle. That's kind of what I drawn from it.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. It's incredible, because it's funny, because like in this comments, you have tons of people and they're all talking about different things. But I happen to see on one, they go, well, if Monica's shaking her head, she's not listening. And here you go. You just accurately summarized everything I just said. And so sometimes we look at other people and we have a projection that what we're seeing is the truth. If we truly take time to listen, we go, wait a minute, maybe the world's not unfolding the way I think. And that's challenging our own egos. Honestly, that's one of the toughest things that any of us has to do, because our ego is our sense of self, and our ego wants to say, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. But that's not reality. Reality is we all can challenge our own egos.
And so I have a few follow-up questions, actually. One that has just been coming up from the chat. What do you do in terms of exploring options when the other person is unwilling to explore those options? Because ultimately it takes two to tango, doesn't it?
It does. It does. So my whole career has been, I've spent a lot of time with people who have been mandated to see me. Like, think about this. In the state of California, I had a center for people convicted of violent crimes. Now, once they get out of prison for committing a violent crime, they were sentenced to 52 weeks of anger management. This is outpatient. This is outside of prison. And they had to come to this anger management, and they had to pay for it out of pocket. So you can imagine how angry people were to see me. Now, I could sit and be like, well, they're just angry, they're resistant. Or I can put myself behind their eyes and go, wow, if I just spent time in prison or jail and I got sentenced to do this too, I would be angry as well. And so I would really listen, and I would validate that. And I wouldn't force people to talk. I would say, listen, if you need more time, you need more time. Like, who am I to say when you're ready to speak? And because I wasn't doing it as a technique, I wasn't doing it to say, okay, now you should hurry up and speak. I was being genuine. Like, if you need time to be angry, be angry. And because of that, when you truly let go, then people will be much more likely to actually speak. So if you find someone who's not ready to talk, and you say, well, I did listen and I did validate them, so they should talk now, you're probably jumping to that cartoon world. I validated them enough. Now you're talking about you're talking about your own ego and what you did. And that's why I always say, Monica, and this is a big one for that person who asked that question. When you validate, don't just validate till you check a box and go, see, I did it. Validate until that person actually feels validated. And again, you know this from neuroscience. When people are angry, they're in that limbic system. And when you could watch, if people are speaking to you and there's brain scan, they're under a brain scan, that anger, once you validate them, it dissipates. Now you actually see blood flow in different parts of the brain, specifically going to that frontal cortex. So I always tell people, what I'm saying isn't rocket science. This stuff I'm not saying this is rocket science. It's pretty simple, right? Listen, validate, explore options, but it is neuroscience. This is definitely neuroscience.
Yes. I would just like to say, so when in class, people were saying, what's the best way to kind of dissipate these like emotions sometimes during like, anger and things like that? Honestly, it's the sleep. Just sleep. In other words, to just take a step back until you feel ready to address it, when other people feel ready to address it, because the reality is that, just like you said, not everyone is ready to like let go of whatever they're being angry at. And it's okay to have space, because only through space, only through feeling ready are you able to effectively explore options, whether that is like, you know, giving space through sleeping, giving space through taking walks, giving space through, I don't know, meditating. Any of these things are perfectly valid to just take a step back.
Well, you're right. You hit the nail on the head. So think about this. How many times have we all been hangry? You know, we're hungry, so we get agitated and irritable. We start an argument, and after we eat, we go, what were we mad about? We don't even remember, right? Or you stay up arguing in a fight, and it's because you start arguing because honestly, one or both of you is overly tired. So the profound realization is this: when you're hungry, when you're tired, when you're thirsty, when your body's temperature is off, or you're overheated, you're in a part of your brain called the hypothalamus. And that is smack dab in the middle of your limbic system. So it makes a lot of sense that when you're hungry, you feel a little bit more agitated and irritable. When you're overly tired and you haven't slept. So we have this new puppy. She's a 6-month-old Cane Corso. She's awesome. She's so fun. She's beautiful. I wish if she was down here, I'd pull her up so you guys can see. Maybe next time I'll have her.
Yes.
She's so adorable. But she does something. My wife will say she's fussing it out when she's real tired. She'll be like, "Rah," and she looks like if somebody was watching, oh, she's scary. She's not scary to us. She's fussing it out. And how many of us do the same thing? We're angry, we're agitated, we're irritable. So if we could be mindful, maybe now's not the right time to get your point into the other person. But the challenge many of us face is that we're impatient. And so when we want to tell somebody something, we start talking at them rather than with them. And I don't know if I told you about the Fool on the Mountain last time, but I want to share that. I think this would be a perfect time for people to hear that story.
Let's hear it.
There was a person, he was supposed to lead a group of people up the mountain. So he ran to the top of the mountain, and he got to the top and nobody was with him. They were all at the bottom of the mountain. So he started screaming at them. He's like, you should be up here with me. I started down there. I had it tough. I made it up here. And he's yelling and yelling at them where they should be, but they couldn't even see him, let alone hear him. So he becomes known as the Fool on the Mountain. And before we judge this Fool on the Mountain, how many times have you and I and all of the people who are watching us right now, how many times have all of us at times talked at people like, you should understand what I'm saying, like you shouldn't be thinking what you're thinking right now? In those moments, we were no different than that Fool on the Mountain. And so that's why yield theory is about having the self-discipline to leave where we are and go truly meet others where they are psychologically, what they're ready, willing, and able to hear. And the reality is many times it's going to take more patience than what we want to give. But here's another key. And this is one of those moments that, like, I feel excited for people to hear this, because if I could reach in your heart and have you really feel this would be a game changer. And that is when you truly let go and you interact with people and you give them the compassion to say, I'm going to meet you where you are, and you give you the true space. The truth is, when you're truly let go, it'll happen so much faster than what you think. When you actually take the time, you will validate. It'll get you there so much faster.
And patience is really the key of everything, I think. Mm-hmm. And that's why during the times when I journal, I always tell myself, how can I be at a place where I feel like whatever could happen to me, I have patience. I have patience for whatever is going to happen to eventually happen. Like, to take steps to make sure that whatever I want to happen is going to happen. And I think if I could just share some of the things I found really helpful, like mindfulness was truly a key to that. I mean, every single morning I will wake up and I will listen, even 2 minutes of just mindfulness, guided meditation. It has been so helpful to help me be more patient with myself and to be more patient with others. And I think that draws in so closely with being able to then practice yield theory and to reap the benefits from it.
It's that is exactly it. So we have a question here from Will J. He asks, do you have any techniques to become more patient in yourself, to become less impulsive? And Will, I love this question, and hits on what Monica's talking about right there. you heard her use the word practice. We're practicing this. So here's one of the most pragmatic techniques you can possibly do. Here's how you begin to develop patience. Remember that we master what we practice. So if you practice daily, every time something doesn't go the way you think it should, you lash out. Rah, rah, rah. You get really good at that. But so what do we want to do? If we want to develop patience, let's do the opposite. So let's say I'm thirsty. Right now I have a big jar of water. When I'm thirsty, the moment I'm thirsty, instead of grabbing it and downing it, I grab my water and I use the exact phrase that you used, Monica, which is mindfulness. And I say, okay, I am thirsty. It's not the end of the world. Let me take a moment, take a breath. Now, after taking one breath, now I can drink. The next time I go to take a drink of water, I might take 2 breaths. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to consciously say, when I have the impulse to do something, I don't have to satiate it. I don't have to satisfy it immediately. I can take a breath. I can take 2 breaths, 3 to 4. And then I can do this. I can practice this in other areas. That's just the first one that came to my mind. I have water right here. Whatever you want to do, Will, think about whatever you have that you're about to do. Take 1 breath. Now, I'm mindful because I've done this long enough that somebody out there watching goes, well, I practiced that. I tried that once. It didn't work. Well, just the way you can't do 1 push-up and think now you're strong, and you can't do 10 push-ups and think you have to do them consistently over time. And if you do enough push-ups and you do them consistently over time, you will get stronger. That's a fact. That's a physiological fact. And if you quit doing push-ups for a long period of time, you'll lose that strength. So it's something you have to practice. The same is true with mindfulness. If you practiced it once a long time ago, or you heard about mindfulness, or you get excited when you hear other people talk about how they practice it, that's not you practicing it. You have to actually practice it day in, day out. And I promise you, the more you practice it, the better you'll get at it. And one more last thought on this, Will. If you intentionally throughout your day say, I want to get better at patience today. Well, here's a blessing. The world is going to give you tons of opportunities. The universe is going to say, here you go. I'm going to give you a bunch of opportunities today, Will. The people you're around, they're going to make you upset. All kind of opportunities. So now what are you going to do? Intentionally, you're going to say, I'm going to practice patience. Just as sure as I would practice weightlifting, by having those weights, I'm going to have all these troublesome moments. I'm going to practice patience.
I love how you brought that up, because when you were saying that, I just thought like people go to exercise to feel healthier, like physically. This is just the same. Practicing mindfulness. It's like going for an exercise, but for your brain. I love it. It's like a little, like, it's not like you go exercise and the next day you'll be like having the figure that you always wanted to have. It takes time. And just like that, like at first I would like to say, like, I was kind of, I don't know, not really sure about whether mindfulness would work or not, because I've just heard it's been so commercialized, things like that. But when I actually was open to it, like addressing that initial doubt and being like, okay, I'm willing to challenge my preconceptions and then practice it, not just for a day, but for a month. And then tell myself, after a month, if I don't like it, that's fine. But like actually having that concrete date, I was actually able to really kind of take in all what mindfulness has to offer. And so I'd like to kind of give that advice, if I may, for, you know, everything that was mentioned today. You might have tried it before, but have you actually like really, really believed in it, like, or at least was open to it? Because if you do something, but then your mind is like, oh, I actually don't really believe in it, you're like fighting yourself, and that's not going to work. You know, like that has been one of my learning points in the past few months. So I thought I'd just share that.
Yeah, I coined a term called the foot in the water principle. And so I got this from my center when I was in California. I'm not there anymore, but when I was in California, my center was in South Lake Tahoe, California. And so Tahoe is a mountain lake. It's a cold lake. So if somebody wants to say that they swam in Tahoe, they can't just tap their toe in the water and be like, oh, I swam in Tahoe. No, if you want to say you swim, you got to dive all the way in. And in the same way, if you practice any of the techniques that we've talked about today, and you do them one time and you go, see, it didn't work. well, then you were looking for it to not work. And of course, you're going to find that. If you want to see something not work, of course, it won't work. So it's a matter of doing it, like you said, dedicate yourself for a month to something, practice it constantly. But if you're practicing it, trying to say it doesn't work, I have a really good example for this. So in martial arts, I did martial arts my whole life. And in martial arts, let's say someone comes to a gym and they're trying to learn what to do if someone pushes you. If you're trying to learn what to do and you go up to the teacher and the teacher says, go ahead and push me, and you walk up and you lean all your weight backwards and you just try to push like you're just trying to run backwards, the teacher's going to say, that's not how people push. You don't run around going, oh, let me jump backwards. You push and you go through it. But if you want to walk into that martial arts studio and say, these martial art techniques don't work, see, I go like this and it doesn't, then you're not actually doing it. So if you're going to do mindfulness and not actually do it, then of course you can confirm what your ego wants you to believe, which is that you're right and whatever you believe right now is absolute truth and you have nothing else to learn in your life. Your ego is going to try to convince you of that. But to challenge it, it's going to take effort and practice. But I promise you, it's worth it. It's worth it. Like I'm easy to find in an internet age. I don't give people stuff that doesn't work. And I promise you, this stuff works. It does take effort. We master what we practice.
Absolutely. I know we've covered a lot today. So just to wrap up, I want to give some of my own thoughts and just like summary of some of the tips that you could literally practice right after this video. I think one of my favorite ones is just being accurate with your language, making sure that what you perceive as your expectations actually aligns with what reality is, because that is a great way to reduce, anger, distress, any sort of negative emotions. I've tried it myself and it works. And I'd love to hear from the community if you've tried it as well, and just, get in touch and let me know what works, what doesn't. And we will always be able to have a chat in the future episodes with any further follow-up questions. Another major point that I wanted to bring up again was just the idea about meeting people from where they are. The idea of yield theory, being able to listen, being able to actually validate, and being able to explore options when you feel ready and when others as well feels ready. So I think those are the main takeaway points, but there's just so many wonderful, valuable information that you've shared. Thank you so much, Dr. Conti, for everything. Really,
I appreciate you having me back on. Like I'm excited about what you guys do. You personally do such a great job. Psych2Go does such a great job. You're spreading conscious information and awareness. So I'm grateful to be a part of it. And my door will be open to come back on in the future, because I feel like there is so much more to talk about. There's so many different things. For instance, one person asked if journaling is helpful. And of course it can be helpful. Absolutely. A lot of times it can be helpful just because once you write your ideas down, you crystallize them. So if I write it down, I go, wait, sometimes our anxiety gets so big in our minds and our anger gets so big that we're allowing it to just get bigger and bigger. But then when we write it down, we go, I'm angry because so-and-so expressed an opinion that was different than mine. Oh, wait, that's really not as big as I thought. And so once we crystallize it, that can help a lot. Journaling can be super helpful for people. So if that's something that you like to rely on, that's wonderful. Again, there's so many questions here, and I'm grateful to be a part of this process and coming back on the show for sure.
I know that so many people have just loved things that you've been sharing. And I really want to direct them to your book. Would you like to share a bit about your book? And here we go, everyone.
Walking Through Anger. So Walking Through Anger, and it's really like, if you like how I tell stories, can't figure out the camera, but if you like how I tell stories, I've probably over 100 little teaching tales in this book. Where I love to teach through Zen tales. I was a professor and I loved when I taught. Every year I taught mostly masters and doctoral students, but once a year I would teach undergraduate students, and we would have up to 200 students in an auditorium. And I always knew I wanted to keep their attention, so I would tell stories a bunch. And so when I tell this book, even if you don't struggle with anger, it's really about how do you handle your own intense emotions, whether it's anxiety, depression, and then how do you handle other people when they're in a difficult situation. And I also have that on audiobook too. So I read that book for Audible. So it's on there. So that's one way they can get a hold of me. And then the other one is I have a YouTube channel as well. And so, yeah, I'd love for people to check that out.
Amazing. So everything is linked down in the description box below. Until then, please let us know what you would like to hear next in the comment section, or you can get in touch through email at Monica.
Well, most people are only productive when they come to the office in the morning and after lunch, because then they've had breaks. And after that, productivity massively declines. You see that most workers report only about 3 hours actual productivity per day.
Welcome to the Siemland podcast. I'm your host Siem Land, and our guest today is Menno Henselmans. Menno is an online physique coach, researcher, entrepreneur, and bodybuilder. This is a 2-part podcast, and this is the second part in which we talk about Menno's new book called The Science of Self-Control. This episode is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon is a healthy version of all the unhealthy cereal you loved as a child. It's very high in protein, low carbs, 0 grams of sugar, gluten-free, grain-free, soy-free, and with only natural flavors. The main ingredient is actually whey protein. There are many different versions of the nostalgic flavors such as frosted, fruity, cocoa, and peanut butter. My favorite one is the cocoa. They actually taste better than the original formulations with more crunchiness. Magic Spoon cereal gives you 0 grams of sugar, 13 to 14 grams of protein, and only 4 net grams of carbs in each serving. If you want to try out Magic Spoon, then head over to magicspoon.com/Siem and use the code SIIM to get $5 off any order. Magic Spoon is so confident in their product that it's backed with a 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it for any reason, they're gonna refund your money, no questions asked. So head over to magicspoon.com/Siem and use the code SIIM to save $5 off your order.
So your new book, The Science of Self-Control. So, given I think most people would expect like a more bodybuilding type book about, like training it's per se. So you actually came out with more like a mindset or mental side book. What made you decide that?
Yeah, I studied behavioral economics, which is in large part behavioral psychology. So that's something I'd always been interested in, and I have a strong academic background in. And I always found it difficult to implement these things for a few reasons into my writings, especially on Facebook and Instagram, because for many of these things, you first need to lay a foundation of how the human mind works. And if you don't have that in place, then it's very difficult to discuss anything, especially on social media. And this book basically made me get all of the things that I accumulated for a very long time, put them together, and then mix them with more new information and publish that. So that's, I think, the main drive of how it's gone. It's just a much better way to tell the whole story without confusing people. And there's also research, by the way, from psychology. Psychology is one of those things, just like nutrition, that everybody has a strong opinion about, even if they have very little knowledge on the topic, and no formal training or no actual research on the topic, because it seems so intuitive. And there's an actual effect that's also been studied in psychology, which says or shows that when people are told the outcome of a psychological study, they almost always go like, oh yeah, duh, yeah, it makes perfect sense. And when you ask them in advance to predict what people would do in a study, then people really cannot tell well. So that was also why I've been hesitant to publish much about psychology and stuff, because it's like people always think, oh yeah, of course. And people always also think that because it's a more soft science, psychology, compared to a beta, harder science, like exercise physiology, people think it's subjective, but it is an empirical science. So there are a lot of things where you say, sure, for example, beauty standards. Beauty is subjective, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. There's no such thing as objective beauty. Well, there are actually a few indicators that are consistent across cultures, lifespan, decades of research, such as waist to hip ratio in women. These things, have an evolutionary basis. And even though, of course, they vary per individual, it's not like it's just up for grabs. Everyone has their own opinion, and there's no trend to be found. There's actually a very strong trend, and we can predict quite well. For example, if we show a picture of a certain person, then science could predict quite well what the average rating of various bodily features of that person would be with reasonable accuracy, at least on a group level. So yeah, that's a lot of reasons why I chose to keep the psychology to myself until I got it all out.
Nice. Yeah, you mentioned that there's this misconception about willpower being a muscle. So can you clarify that? I think that's about the main most often people have idea of as willpower.
Yes, many people think that because of the original Roy Baumeister model, willpower is sort of like a fat. It's like in your brain, this is the willpower fat, and when you use it, you use some, and then when it's empty, you are screwed. And it seems to work a bit like that because, like I said, the anterior cingulate cortex is actually monitoring your happiness. So the fat is sort of your happiness level. But the crucial difference is that when you know that it's happiness that's driving or that's the limitation, that means A, there is no actual physical limitation. So if you're motivated to do something, and everyone can experience this for themselves, when they're doing something they love, you can keep doing it for a very long time, much longer than if you're filing your taxes. I mean, allegedly there are people that make taxes their employment and they like it, but I think for most people they don't like filing taxes. So you're gonna have a hard time sticking to that and keeping your concentration, right? And that is a general finding that basically means that the Baumeister model is wrong, that motivation strongly modulates the effect of task fatigue. And there appears to be essentially no task fatigue when people are highly motivated to do something. And there are a few more findings like that. And like I said, the carb rinsing studies are also a strong line of evidence showing that, because in the Baumeister model, they thought it was glucose that was sort of the willpower fat. And then they showed, well, you do get the replenishment, but without the actual glucose consumption. So it's probably not a metabolic effect.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people, like if they're super motivated to do something, then it doesn't feel tiring. Or if you love what you do, like work or other things, then you can do it for hours without getting tired. Whereas, like if you do something that you hate, like even in school, like I remember when I was in like high school or whatever, then reading was super boring or super difficult. But then now, if I'm reading like papers, I can read papers for like hours and hours about any kind of study. So it does. Yeah, like that's very depends on like the motivation level and like that kind of thing.
Definitely. And another big finding, which also has strong practical implications, is that fatigue is incredibly task specific. So when you're reading a certain book that you don't like, then you get really fed up with that, and your brain is essentially seeking for things that provide more instant gratification. Like it's literally, if you put someone in cognitive neuroscientific scanners for this, and even, well, let's leave that for now. Let's say you scan someone's brain, you can actually see that it lights up the reward pathways more when you show them things like a dollar sign or food. Like the brain is literally sensitized. It's like looking for something, anything that makes us feel better right now, because what we're doing now is not doing the job. And that means that you can also prevent willpower failure very effectively by switching up your tasks and taking breaks. It's probably one of the biggest overall recommendations of my book is that most people work too much. They take too few breaks and they just try to keep pushing on. And that's very much ingrained in our society with the 8-hour workday. And you really see the effect of that, where most people are only productive when they come to the office in the morning and after lunch, because then they've had breaks. And after that, productivity massively declines. You see that most workers report only about 3 hours actual productivity per day. In some surveys, I think it's 2 hours, 2 hours and 30 minutes or something. So if you have your average employee, you pay them 8 hours a day, but they only work 2.5 actual hours. And that's because you keep them locked up in a cubicle, forcing them to work. Whereas if you give them more freedom, you allow them to switch their tasks, they can actually get the same job done or even more, much more efficiently with less time investment.
Right. So the key is to initially find what you like to do, but if you can't, if you aren't able to do that, like you're supposed to do your taxes or whatever that you hate or something else, or studying in school that you need to do, like what are some of the tips to increase self-control and willpower there?
A few things you can do are to get familiar with the feeling of mental fatigue and stop working when you get that feeling, and then implement some pleasurable break activity. Anything that makes you feel better. Research has found that prayer, cold showers, watching a series, like literally pretty much anything that just makes you feel better or that takes your mind off things. And I found that video games are actually incredibly effective because they are designed to be very immersive. They're a bit like meditation in the sense that they're even more effective than meditation, because with meditation you have to actively sort of empty your mind yourself by focusing. The video game does it for you. It's designed to get your full maximum attention. You know, you don't even notice there are other people in the room and stuff. And then just in 20 minutes, if you stop, you don't need, very important, you don't need a non-addictive kind of video game. Then you stop and you can get to work again, and it's like your mind is reset, like you've cleaned your cache in the computer analogy.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that's like a slippery slope as well, that you can get stuck into the other end, that you like watch an entire like season of a TV series or play like 3 hours or whatever. So
you need delineated breaks.
Yeah, you need to know your weaknesses as well, and maybe put in some like structure or boundaries to those activities as well.
Yes, and select them so that, for example, you watch a series that's only 20 minutes. You can use alarms like that. Then there is still some willpower involved. Of course, you know there's no magic. There's no magic trick. But in my book, I do go into a lot of actual practical things that work and have been found in scientific research to work, that make things easier, and at the minimum can get you the same work done in a lot less time.
Given we're still on the topic of nutrition and things, so dieting actually is very difficult for a lot of people from the mental side, actually, especially like even not from the physical side. So like avoiding temptations and having the self-control to not eat the cookie and things like that. So how do you go about that?
Yeah, I go into that in a lot of detail as well. And avoiding temptations is a big one. And you already basically touch on the key principle here, and that's to avoid them. Research has found that the people with the most self-control actually use it the least. And being successful for most people is not a matter of relying on your self-control and discipline. And I think that's a crucial failure of the idea that willpower is like a muscle. The implication of that would be that you need to train it. Well, look at anyone that's dieted and just look at how successful they become over time. If willpower was like a muscle, you should get better at it over time. People do not get better at dieting if they do not receive the proper instructions. They relapse, they regain all the weight, and over time they just get fatter most of the time. So if you compare that with what happens when you train a muscle, it gets stronger. Even if you don't do it well, at least you get some results. But that's not at all what happens. In reality, you should do the opposite. You should know that even if you have strong willpower, you should rely on it as little as possible. Because even if you can rely on it, it's unpleasant. Relying on willpower is inherently an unpleasant thing. It literally makes your brain reduce your level of positive affect. So you should avoid temptation as much as possible, like not having food visible, not buying things that you don't want to eat. There are loads of ways that you can make your diet, staying very satiated. That's another big part of the book, like how you optimize your appetite control. It's just really important not to have to use it too much, basically.
Right. Yeah. And does that mean like, how do you not use it? Let's say if you're sitting in front of a cake, then you can't not use it. You have to use it to not eat the cake.
If you're sitting in front of a cake, there are actually a few things that you can still do that research has looked at. You can implement what's called episodic future thinking. That means that you're imagining what your next meal is going to be. And that basically makes the comparison more salient in your brain. So it makes you realize, okay, now I could eat the cake. Another thing that you can do, and you can combine it with this, is thinking of the energy density of whatever you're going to eat. That's a good habit to get for doing. Like, how many calories per 100 grams does this have? With a cake, it's probably 400 to 600. And you think, okay, I could have one slice of the cake. I still won't be full. And that's, say, 400 to 600 calories. Or I could wait a bit now and in 2 hours I'm home, and then I have this nice pasta dish or whatever ketogenic bowl with meat and veggies prepared, and it's low calorie, allows me to stick to my diet, it's healthy, I also like eating that. I just wait 2 hours. And when you think of it that way, you can make a much more rational choice. Effectively, what it does is it engages your system too, a more rational part of your brain, and that allows you to make the decision much more consciously. Another few things you can do are you can literally push the cake away. This serves as a psychological affirmation of rejection, and actually can help you not consume it. You can also verbally commit to not eating it, because in social groups in particular, many people are hesitant, and that doesn't work. You have to be firm with your beliefs, and even if you're not necessarily convincing others, which you can, which is also very effective, then you have to very firmly show that these are your beliefs. I'm not a person that eats cake. Because if you're like, yeah, or no, or you make up some lame excuse like, yeah, no, I'm feeling a bit nauseous, then they're gonna be like, have a piece, have a piece.
Yeah.
And at some point you're gonna succumb, and then other people also know you're weak, and if they keep pushing, then you're gonna eat the cake, and it makes them feel better about themselves for also eating the cake. So you're gonna be in this vicious cycle where a lot of people actually don't want to eat the cake, but everyone's doing it because it makes everyone feel less bad.
Yeah.
Whereas if there was one person that stood up and said, look, guys, why do we have all this crap in the office? Shall we just eat a little healthier? Or about we have some options, for people that want to eat healthier. Then you can actually convince others to maybe join you in living a healthier lifestyle.
Yeah. It's like, these different social dynamics at play in a group setting where usually there's this, like collective, let's say, group decision of, that's we do eat cake or we don't, or we're like a healthy group. And what determines that is, like someone has to take the initiative, or a lot of times people, like just succumb to the standards of the collective, thinking that this is what this group is representing. But if there is someone who raises or changes those standards, then the entire group will change as well, their behavior too. So it's a very social dynamics.
It's interesting. There's a fun tangent fact about this. In current political discussions, research shows that nobody, not a single political group, feels confident about voicing their beliefs publicly, except the far left.
Okay. Nice. Yeah.
And that's, I think, very visible. But the result of that is that a lot of people actually even voice opinions that they don't fully agree with, or just you never hear from them, and you only hear from a tiny minority of people that are very vocal about political issues. And this often also leads to bipartisanship with the far right and far left, and makes it think like those are the only people in the world, where in reality there's a big center. And it's the same with nutrition and dieting at the office. You're not the only person. If you're like in the middle that wants to eat a bit healthier but also maybe not be super strict, then there are a lot of people like you. But if everyone's silent because there's one person that's like, everyone cake, what are you, fat shaming? Then it's going to result in a lot of people actually doing something they don't like, even though that might be the majority opinion.
Yeah. I want to ask a question, like, what is, from a self-control perspective, like, which is more difficult, to say no to the entire cake, or just eat one piece and not eat the rest of it, or or take one bite even just out of the cake and not take any more? So what do you think is more difficult from the self-control perspective?
I think stopping is actually more difficult.
Right.
So for most people, it's easier not to eat it at all, because once you've had the taste, you want more. And it doesn't satiate. That's the issue. Like, if you eat something that won't satiate you, it's like you're just tormenting yourself, because now you know how good it tastes and you started eating. And it's also easy if you don't have clear boundaries for yourself, you're constantly having to rely on will control. Whereas if you do have clear boundaries, then you can also make it a habit, right? At some point, if I get offered a cake, there's very little self-control required, because I'm not even actually considering eating the cake. Like, I just automatically reject.
Yeah.
And when you get to that level, you can, with that habit formation, then there is no self-control anymore at all, ideally. And if you're always deciding whether you're going to have 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, then you always have to rely on self-control. And every bite you have to reevaluate. And every bite you get weaker because you get more and more depleted. And at some point you get the screw-it effect, where you're just like, I'll have the whole cake, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like just avoiding is actually much easier because you're like, yeah, once you are in the role or like the momentum is on your side, then it's very easy to like stick to the diet. Is more often than not people, go off the rails completely if they like have an accidental cheat meal or whatever, and then they go off like the rails completely, like rebounding from that. But it's very relatively easy if you get into the groove of it after a while. Any tips on like getting back on track? Like if you lost your self-control completely, and how do you get back on track?
The most important thing is to not to think of yourself as a failure. It's a skill. So you messed up, and that's normal because dieting is a skill that you need to learn. It takes a lot of experience. You need to think of failure as a learning experience, as feedback. It's like it's information. Like this allows you to get better. And the most important thing is just to reflect, think, why did I mess up? Why did I overeat? Why did I have that cake? And then, for example, you may think, because I skipped lunch. Okay, lesson learned. Don't go into scenarios where you're going to be tempted with social eating events when you're hungry. And then reflect on that. Okay, make sure that doesn't happen again. And the next day, you just continue as planned. For most people, research finds it's better to just get back on track. Don't try to compensate for anything. Reflect, learn, continue as planned, as if it didn't happen.
Yeah, like some people may like fast for, let's say, another day and not eat anything, and then when they break the fast, then they break the cycle again and lose it. So yeah, it's dangerous.
In excess, that essentially turns into binge purge cycles.
Yeah, that's right. But is there like any specific macros, like a lot of there's this saying that sugar is like super addictive and you can't control yourself when you eat it. As well, what does the science say about it actually?
About sugar addiction?
I mean, like sugar and self-control. Like, is it more likely to lose the self-control when you're eating carbs and sugar compared to, let's say, protein or fat?
Not inherently. There's no such thing as addictive food. You can only be addicted to eating itself, but not to any particular food, even chocolate. And even research on pregnant women, and actually very conclusively, I have a whole section on pregnancy in the book. You can see that there are massive cross-cultural effects, and it's all restricted to idea of, especially American culture, what American culture has led us to believe about what you should eat when you're pregnant and what a common food aversion happens to be, blah, blah, blah.
Sorry, I'm losing the audio a little bit. I think the internet was hacking a bit.
Where did it drop off?
The pregnant women.
Right. Let me see. Yeah, there's a lot of research also on pregnancy. For example, I have a whole section in the book on what pregnant women eat and what kind of food aversions they have. And there you can see it's all cultural, and we are so strongly influenced by what, especially American culture, like United States American culture, has led us to believe about what's normal and what are common food aversions and the like. That said, any food that is highly palatable, which most high-carb foods are, is going to activate your brain's reward pathways more than other foods, which are generally not as palatable, such as typically protein. So in practice, it is the case that many high-carb foods, in particular starches, because fruits and veggies definitely do not fulfill this category, but bread, rice, potatoes are kind of in the middle, but especially like fried potatoes, they are just very easy to overeat on, and they are generally relatively well liked, or just very easy to eat for most people. So many people do have greater difficulties restricting those when they're eating them, compared to, say, high protein foods, vegetables, fibrous fruits, and even high fat foods. It depends on whether they're processed for the most part, because you won't find many people overeating on avocado or olives, but you'll definitely have difficulty with like full fat pork sausages.
Yeah.
Because those are, again, also super easy to overeat on.
Yeah. Like there's I think like it's the ultra processed foods, which is like the new term, that these hyper palatable engineered foods that with all these different ingredients, that's like the main cause, not like specific like carbs or sugar or whatever. It's the ultra processing that kind of makes them super hyper palatable, and that generally, even if on them being a part of a diet, increases the total calories you consume on a daily basis, because they're generally higher in calories as well.
Yes, definitely.
Any, like, how long does it take to, let's say, build or develop self-control? Like, because there is some aspects of neuroplasticity still at play that your brain does change to a certain extent. So like, how long does it take, and to what degree does it change?
Well, your actual level of self-control is basically fixed. There's very little you can do to improve it. However, you can reduce your reliance on it majorly, and that's much more effective. And it generally takes, like, if we're talking time frames, I think one of the only time frames that might provide some use is the time frame that it typically takes to build a habit, which is about 3 months. It depends a lot on the habit, though, and the number of repetitions. But in 3 months, you can make major changes to how you engage with your own discipline level, because you can replace a lot of things with habits. You can learn to use implementation intentions in the meantime to effectively form quick habits in your brain, like if-then rules, that decide your actions. And you can learn a lot of psychological tricks in a relatively short period that make a very big, notable difference in your life.
But what is going on is, let's say, if a person, let's say, I don't know, in the past they used to be, maybe like very, like, they say things out loud immediately what they think, for example, but nowadays maybe they're like more, reserved, or they're not saying out loud. Let's say they're not I don't know, insulting people, or they don't get angry as much. Like, what is involved? What's going on there if a person doesn't get angry, let's say in traffic, as much as they used to in the past, or vice versa? Like they now get angry, but they didn't in the past. Like if those kind of changes happen, like what is going on there?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that relies to self. That's a big mixture of self-control, habits, social norms, like anger management. Is in large part probably also about your own level of happiness, how you deal with other people, your social norms, experience, just having a lot of feedback that your anger outburst didn't help at all, or they just made people worse off, or maybe you even hurt someone. So I think it becomes a lot more difficult when you get to a social phenomenon like that. But it's definitely not going to be because your self-control itself got better. Like maybe you learned how to, I think that's probably one of the big ones also, how you learned you learned your own boundaries, basically. I think that's much more important than trying to improve your boundaries, because most people really don't need, for most things, you don't need super high levels of self-discipline. You just need to be smart about doing them so that you don't need extreme discipline.
Yeah. Well, eventually it's gonna break, or if you have to, like, it's so true that what you said, that the people who have the most self-control actually don't use it that much, and with discipline as well, people who seem that they're like super disciplined, then they may not actually be like literally using their discipline all the time, because they have like these routines and habits that still allow them to do those things, but they're not like actively every day, like, doing things against their will to get it done. So because it's not like sustainable. So that's why they have to create these systems and routines that put this like almost on autopilot, that they do it still regardless.
Definitely. It's like the more disorganized you are, the more you should structure your life to compensate for that. And if you're a naturally super organized person, then you won't need to organize your life as much. But you can compensate for lack of being inherently organized by providing more structure to your life intentionally.
Yeah, so it's like the conscientiousness
Exactly.
is a good trait. Is there a way to build that or increase it?
No, that's pretty much also fixed. And conscientiousness is strongly correlated with self-control ability.
Nice. That's so. What can you change then? You can only change your habits and routines then.
Yeah, but you don't need to because self-control is not, really limited in the first place. Like it's not physically limited. It's just related to your happiness. So it all comes down to ways to set your life up smarter and be happier in the process. And then you'll find that your actual self-control ability might, as a result of that, improve a bit. But that should not be the goal. It should be to not use it most of the time. To be replace it with habits, structures, etc.
Yeah. Is there like any studies looking at whether the belief of whether or not you have self-control, or whether or not you have like this unlimited willpower or it's limited, looking at, does that affect the results? So that if a person has the belief that they have this finite willpower, does it actually change their behavior or make them less self-controlled, for example, or have less willpower?
I have a hard stop in 1 minute, by the way.
Okay.
But yes, there are actually studies by Veronica Job et al. I believe her first name is Veronica, which really conclusively show about, to make it full circle, about carbohydrates specifically, for example, that people that think that self-control is a limited ability, they actually benefit from consuming carbohydrates. Whereas people that don't think this, they don't benefit from consuming carbohydrates. Okay. So that really goes back to the original idea of a large part of it being mental, and this idea that you can't succeed is already a very big obstacle to your success in the first place.
Gotcha. Well, all right, we'll finish there. The book is on Amazon, right?
Yep, on Amazon, my website is available as an audiobook, an ebook, and on Amazon you can buy a paperback or a hardcover.
All right. Well, it was great talking with you, and I'm gonna let you go.
My pleasure. All right. See ya.
Bye. All right, that's it for this podcast. Thanks for listening, and stay tuned for the next episode.